the vow.
I think I broke it. Can everyone hear me? I think I broke my intro. Tell me if you guys can hear me or if I am quiet. Because I honestly don't know. That was really weird. I've never had that happen before. Alex is here. Good. Alex can talk while I fix my technical difficulties. Alex, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
That was super strange. Damn, my intro just like crashed and everything just went like black.
I saw that
and
happen. Yeah.
I was like, what the heck? Yeah, okay. That's very strange. Good to see you, Agrillapolis. Good to see you, Anson. Good to see you, K2. I was definitely not. You have no evidence. I was just singing songs on karaoke, K2. Absolutely no evidence of that happening.
You totally should be, though. I think you'll agree.
And good to see you, Cecila, and good to see you, Asante. Now, K2 is saying he can't hear me, but I'm pretty sure he's lying.
Yeah, he's lying.
Yeah, he's lying. I just had to check my Chromebook. How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing all right, I guess. How about you?
Good. Do you think that people should get married, Alex? Just gonna hit you right with that off the rip.
Probably, yeah. I mean, ideally, but
because that's what we're going through today.
I can't say I know without doubt that somebody that every person should get married. Like, there are probably people who are better off not married.
I'm so off my game now that my intro crashed. I usually really get into the song, and now I feel like stun locked. You know, it's crazy. I feel like I lost my whole plan. You know what I was supposed to say. Brain wiped. Okay, brain wiped. But Alex, this is going to be a special one because you're not a huge fan of Andrew Wilson, I don't think, but you're about to be.
That's all right. Nah.
He's gonna make you a believer, okay? Because Andrew Wilson is on the right side of history on this one. He's going up against some alpha male.
To be fair, I think even like what he said on Rogan made me appreciate him just a little bit.
And I mean, that one, at least on Rogan, it's like maybe I thought, well, maybe he's just like, he's trying to soft pedal things a bit, which maybe he was. But this, it's like he's just, I think giving his honest takes about marriage because he's going up against some red-pilled guy that I've never heard of, but that is like very, one of those like marriage shafts, men, and no men should get married. And what are they?
Is this the arc where he like redeems himself for these garbage takes he's been spitting out lately?
It might be a redemption arc. It's hard to say. But I mean, this is what he's always, this is the good thing about Andrew is like, yeah, he's not red-pilled. He's like, maybe red pilled adjacent in some ways, like very anti-feminist and stuff like that. But he's not one of those people that's like, men shouldn't get married and, and women should be like seen in this like as second class citizens. Like he's not a fresh and fit type, and he's definitely not like the alpha male type. You know what I mean? So it's like those are good things. You're gonna what? Alex might have died. Tim is an idiot, of course. I don't even know why Tim's on this
Jake Rattlesnake
screen. Yeah, Tim is not a part of this video. I don't know. For some reason, they have Tim in the intro. Andrew's a beta. Good point, Compass. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that. I'm saying that what I appreciate about him is that he will still like side with like family values, which I think is like a good thing to do. Like even on the whatever podcast, and again, I'm a chronic whatever podcast enjoyer, one of my big weaknesses in life. And, Andrew is always, Brian would always say, well, I don't think men should get married. I don't think they get a good deal. And he'd talk about, child support and all this divorce rates and stuff. But Andrew would always be like, no, like you should, like even on there, he would always say like, no, you should get married. Marriage is good. Having families is good, you know. And this is coming from someone who does not have a family, of course, if you know me. But you know, inshallah. Welcome back, Alex. Welcome back. Are you there? Alex still might not be there. Yeah, Big Soda says Andrew is a top tier debater, even if you disagree with him. Yeah, again, yeah, if he, especially in a debate like this is the kind of debate I'm excited to watch, because if I think the other side has nuance, then I think the conversation can often go a little sideways, and it's not the exact kind of conversation I want to see. But when it's someone where I think their ideas are like super toxic, like the straight raid conversation, or what I assume this guy is going to say, and I mean, I haven't watched this, but I just talked to Emmett, who has watched this, and he said it's all the typical, you know, kind of right-leaning talking points of, not right-leaning, kind of alpha male talking points and stuff. So should I kick the other Alex? Is he a fake Alex?
He is no longer real. So yes, please.
He is a skinwalker. Skinwalker walking among us.
Or at least he has become one, if he wasn't before. Sorry, I'm just doing some electrical work outside. Yeah, what I was
so the guy's called Rich Cooper. Do you know Rich Cooper?
No.
This guy. Look at that alpha giga Chad.
I can't see him right now, but I'm sure he looks like a moron.
He's one of those typical bearded, bald-headed fellows. Oh, yeah. It's kind of like an Anson if you think about it.
I was right. Yeah, exactly. You look exactly.
Who's that? Dr. James Agrilopolis. Who is Dr. James? I'm not. Is that like some other alpha bro? Alex, would you rather have an alpha bro or an ortho bro? If you have to pick.
Ortho. I'm sorry, ortho. Fuck them alphas.
Exactly.
Fucking morons. I can't stand that much stupid.
Wait, like you would pick the ortho bros?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay.
To like hang around or whatever it is. Yeah.
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 Oh, the host of Modern Day Debate. Oh, I didn't know he's a doctor. The host of Modern Day Debate is a doctor? That's crazy.
Everyone's a doctor at something. No.
K2 says I can't hear confluence, only Alex, but I know he's lying. I'll check the Chromebook one more time.
Everyone hears you fine, dude.
K2 says you're full of shit, K2. K2's still mad. K2's so mad about yesterday. So angry.
Right. What happened yesterday? I didn't get to watch your stream.
It was just a stupid thing. It was just a dumb thing. I didn't want to get into it. It's just so dumb.
Now you have to, because you just brought it up.
It's just there's a whole big discussion about when exactly you have to obey and read donos or not read them, and if you have latitude in this thing. So that was the thing.
On what you said you would do, right?
So yeah, so it's like my dono thing. I say I read all super chats. I don't say I read them instantly. I don't say whatever you type in, I will ask that to anyone on the panel. That's not what is set up. So K2 thinks I'm not respecting the grift because Agrilopolis gave a $2 donation when Keelan brought on a woman who wanted to talk about something serious, and Ag super chat and said, ask her how she feels about Splashback, the whole pooping conversation from before.
Oh,
God damn it, I was like, I don't want to. I was like, and I told him in chat, I said, I ain't reading that. And maybe I should have read it and then just not asked her.
Read it,
I was like,
just don't ask her, right?
Yeah, that's what I had said to Ag at the end when I was thinking about it. I was like, I should have read it and not have asked her. And she might have laughed, but if you look at the Discord, Ag, Keelan did ask, I seem to be a little vindicated. It seems like she was a little uncomfortable with that question because Keelan did ask her. Well, we have to because because K2 is like saying a bunch of shit in my chat about it. So, I mean, he's saying I'm not respecting the grift and all this stuff. So, unfortunately, now,
don't call it a grift. How is it a grift? It is what it is. Right?
Well, yeah.
A grift implies that you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing, or that you're like lying about what you actually need or what you actually want.
And he's also mad. He's also mad because K2 is saying he kicked me because I asked a girl about the Blue Jays. Okay, when we brought this girl on, I said, Okay, and me and Big Soda agreed. We said we got to be quick with these mutes. We're not. She wanted like specific advice about something. So we're like, we're not gonna have nonsense. We're not gonna make her uncomfortable. Otherwise, you get kicked to the back chat for a few minutes. And then when K2 comes on, he's like asking her about the Blue Jays, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna move you to the back for a bit.
Goes straight to the back chat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
K2,
Vindicated. I don't know. Just from the message that she said, it seems like she didn't want to talk about it. Ag. I mean, that's what it seems.
Well, yeah. You could.
It's in the Discord. Maybe you're misreading that or reading it differently than me.
Question. Feel free to completely ignore it and don't respond.
Yes, and I agree, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know why Ag seems still angry at me because I messaged him this. I said I should have read the message, and I just shouldn't have asked her.
He's a little whiner. That's okay.
But it's like, yeah, I'm not. This turned into a whole thing yesterday about a bunch of stuff, and apparently people are still a little angry about it.
What I'm going to say about Wilson is the only part where I'm going to be a little bit fair about it is he was spending a lot of his time defending or I guess attacking left wingers, and typically they in the red pill fought a lot, so I might have just kind of mixed him into that crowd, even though he may not share some of their actual beliefs.
Yeah, I feel like everything.
My problem with him has just been his red pill bullshit. The man is weird. Also, his take that women shouldn't vote. Fucking stupid.
Although he says he doesn't say that. Okay, K2 said
the actual words.
I gave her great advice. Where you agreed. Yes, after the Blue Jay incident, K2, I agree. You did actually give her advice. You did. Chat wants your blood. Apparently. I didn't say this, Ag. I'm not trying to. There's so much drama lately. Okay, Confluence is not trying to start.
Chill the fuck out. Yeah, jeez.
I'm not dissing anybody, Anson. I'm not dissing anybody. Okay.
All these whiners.
I'm not dissing anybody.
Hey,
good to see you, Brandon.
Complain, you better get on chat.
That's true. That's true.
Although I suppose it's probably better because we can just ignore them. But
I'm not trying to talk shit about anybody. Okay.
Why talk shit? Do it.
Emmett's already mad at me. I was just going on. Emmett was just mad because I had said that his chat can be a little rough during the love audit because K2 is trying to convince Keelan's friend to go on the love audit. And I said, Emmett will treat you nice on the love audit, but the chat's a little rough. And then Emmett's like, I heard you were trying to convince her not to go on. I'm like, I just said that one thing. Everything I say, K2 runs over. And then...
Yo, do you guys know what anything is? Do you guys know how to use words? Come on, guys.
K2's this little wiener.
Y'all are better than this. I'm pretty sure. You should be if you're not.
I was getting stressed yesterday, man. I was getting so stressed between all this nonsense.
Yeah, I have not been feeling the greatest, so I went to sleep real early last night.
It was probably a good call. The trivia was fun. No, you missed the trivia. And Rage Page won.
I did trivia no matter what.
No, but you missed even watching it.
Yeah, I wasn't.
It was exciting. And Futoi almost won too, which is surprising. But
yeah, I wasn't gonna watch that. Sorry.
Yeah, this is what it was a fun night. It was a fun night, Alex. Okay,
dude, it's just not my thing. It's just not my thing. Right?
Wow, not a trivia guy. Okay, look, we can't all be big brained. Okay, Alex, we can't all be as big brained as you. I guess you just know all the answers. Okay.
Actually, I probably don't know most of them. I don't study any of these fucking history guys or anything else.
I knew basically none of them. So, but I was not participating, which was good.
Smart.
I was the host.
How it should be.
Brandon has the same thing as you. He says, this is one of the few debates I was rooting for Andrew. Rich Cooper is an actual retard. Yeah, so I don't know Rich Cooper, but I get the vibe just on the clips I've seen that I'm like, yeah, I really want him to crush, like Andrew to crush. Good to see you, Big Soda.
I know, it's been a while.
It's been so long.
I know. Good Lord.
Anson trying to turn me and you against each other.
Well, I mean, Like I made some comments. I didn't think I was talking shit. And
He
so if
says
Anson wants to
trash
provide a clip,
talking. He
if,
says
if,
you were trash talking me.
if Anson wants to provide a clip, he's more than welcome to. But I kept it fairly PG. I did say that you're a grown man and you could stick up for yourself, and that's probably I would think the
That's
most of
valid.
it.
That's valid. Yeah, I can.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Good to see you,
Don't-
Topanga Weevil.
Don't worry, Confluence. Next time I'll white knight for you.
You totally should. That's actually a great idea. You should white knight every time.
Look, sometimes Confluence needs a bit of white knighting, okay? Sometimes he gets a little ganged up on,
Hey,
okay?
man.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
People like to strike out at that year. I mean, I get it.
To be fair,
Mm.
Confluence, every time I've seen you at your best when defending your position, it's usually when you're outnumbered.
That's true. I'm like
Well,
a
that's when he
a
feels like he
badger.
actually needs to be take it seriously.
Yeah.
He switches into another gear. Like if it's a casual debate, there's a lot of stuff he'll kind
He
of
just
give
says
in
stupid
on.
shit all the time, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a problem, but you know, I do that too.
But you put my back up against the wall. Brandon says Big Soda
you're like-
DM'd me with essay allocations against Khan.
See, this is why I can't trust nobody because that was supposed to be in private.
Yeah, that was between Brandon and Big Soda and me.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't know if you understand that nothing is private, but congratulations.
That's fair. Well, it was private between me, him, Discord servers, the Chinese, probably who buys the data, the U.S. government,
The
a couple
CIA, the
companies.
NSA, the NCSA, the
Mossad.
CIA,
Every
the
advertisement
Mossad for
company.
sure, Mossad, and AT&T, and
Oh,
all
yes.
the advertisers.
But none of those people should have been Confluence.
That's true.
Sure.
Although with my
But-
Daily Wire connection, I'm Mossad adjacent at the very least, I'd say. So
That's powerful.
I get some access to what Pegasus
Mossad
kind of
is good.
scrapes off your device.
Mossad is good.
He gets the bottom data. He
Mhm.
gets all the stuff nobody needs.
All the
how many
scraps, yeah.
God
keystrokes.
damn, 800 some degrees. Fuck, that hurts. Sorry.
What are you doing, Alex?
Rerunning the electronics of on my APV.
Damn, so
You
you
said
said something was
800
running
degrees.
800 degrees.
Yeah,
Good
what do you-
lord.
I have a
You-
heat, I have a heat gun.
Oh. Okay, never mind. My bad.
820 degrees. Oof.
Damn.
Yeah, that
But what's
burned.
running 820 degrees?
His heat gun.
It's a heat gun. It's
What-
for the heat shrink.
What's a heat gun? I thought a heat gun, like, I'm thinking something else, obviously. What's a heat gun?
He pointed at people and it
It's
causes
a
heart
gun
attack.
that shoots heat. If you can believe that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're freaking talking about. Now I'm gonna have to Google what a heat gun is because
You're
no
gonna
one's
feel-
freaking
serious?
telling me.
You're
You
gonna feel
can't tell
dumb
from
after
the
you do
name?
it.
Is the name not enough for you? I'm so confused. What
It
more
just
do you
is a
need?
gun that I don't know. I thought I thought it
It's
would
just
be
a
like
gun that
measuring.
superheats whatever the fuck it's looking at, and
You
makes
see
it really
you
hot.
see it a lot in plastics. Like so, when someone's got to put a plastic film around
Huh.
something, people will use heat guns to kind of.
Can you use it as a weapon against somebody?
You can use it as a torture device. Yes.
It has to be
Whoa.
plugged in though, correct? It's not battery operated.
Yes. Well, to get 800 and some fucking degrees, no, you're not battery operating this at all.
I don't know. I bet I could get that out of 4 AA batteries.
No,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
no,
at. Ag, this DeWalt heat gun.
No.
Could you carry it around? If you had a battery pack, could you
Get
carry it
Wagner.
around as a self-defense device?
Um.
In America, yeah.
Well, I guess technically you could use like a 20 amp lithium ion battery and cross it into a DC current and then plug this thing into it, I suppose.
Do they actually get that hot though?
Yes.
800
Wagner does.
degrees?
Now, there's some that probably go higher than that, right, Alex?
Yeah. I mean, there's some to go over 1,000.
I can't even find one though. On Wagner's website, it says the hottest one is 6. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking Fahrenheit, aren't you?
Yeah. What do you think I meant?
Yeah, who?
I don't
What
know
else?
what
What else
Wagner
is
on
there?
their website. They have it in Celsius. Okay.
Oh, that's so
Well,
gay.
because you're in Canada, what do you expect?
Yeah,
I don't
conflict.
know.
That's
Just a
C. That's C
general
stand for
Wagner
Canadian
website.
heat.
Okay. No, it's WagnerGroup.com. Isn't the
Yeah.
Wagner Group the same people that tried to storm Moscow?
I don't
Or
want
am
to
I
talk about it.
confused? Are they related?
No.
I don't want to talk about it.
It is.
Well,
The
actually, they probably
Wagner
are related
Group.
to some extent too.
It is
That's
the
okay.
Wagner Group.
What's wrong with that?
They probably make
And it
flamethrowers.
is,
too.
yeah. It's called the Wagner Group Rebellion, and then the product is called the Wagner Group. Is that related? That can't be related, right?
Yes.
I would imagine it's probably a parent company
It
called
is
the
a private
Wagner Group.
military company. So does the
They probably
Wagner Group heat
convert some
guns?
of
Are they made?
They're made in the USA, actually. At least
Okay, I
this
got
one
it.
is.
This is a bit of a distraction for anyone watching, but I gotta ask ChatGPT. Is the Wagner Group that makes, what are they called? Heat guns?
Yep.
The same
Yes.
as
I think they make
Wagner
a
Group.
lot of automotive and electrical stuff, not just heat guns, but yeah.
Yeah, they don't.
No,
They don't
apparently
just
they're
have-
unrelated, but why are they both called Wagner Group? That's the confusing thing.
Well, I mean, the Wagner Group is not exactly a state licensed, like whatever, right? Like, you can have more
Yeah,
than one Wagner Group across the planet.
It's
it's
just
not
odd
something
to
that's
call
called the
yourself like
trademark.
not just Wagner, but Wagner Group specifically. Like that's a weird thing
That's a German thing, actually.
to call things groups. Oh, X says no, it wouldn't work very well for self-defense. The ends get super hot, but self-defense, you'd have to be touching distance. So you can't like shoot a ball of like energy at somebody.
Yeah, it don't work
No,
like
it is not a
that.
plasma gun, okay? My God.
Look, I'm like a child. I don't do this type of stuff, okay? I don't even know this thing existed. I don't even know what I would melt
Man,
if I owned
here-
one besides my enemies.
I mean, like I said, you could use it for torture.
That's the only thing I can think to do with it.
Yeah, not highly recommended to do it that way, but you know.
I don't really have the stomach for that anyway, to be honest with you.
I don't think
Why?
that's really energy efficient. Think about all
I
the
mean,
plants.
800
that they kill in
Did you say
work
why?
orchards.
like 2 inches at a time. Just imagine how terrible that would feel for the guy.
That's true. Doomerang says, think of it as a very strong hair dryer, not a flamethrower. Yeah, I guess I do have a normal correlate. I do own a hair dryer. Does that count? So I guess I own a heat gun of a sort, you know what I mean?
Of a
That's the
sort,
same
yeah.
thing.
And it does get pretty
Same
hot,
thing, yeah,
but probably
for sure.
probably not as hot as the aforementioned heat gun. But okay, that's enough
No,
chicanery.
probably not.
Let's see how retarded this Rich Cooper guy is. Is he Canadian? RichCooper.ca. Is this one of my people? Oh no.
I mean, if it's an idiot, it's probably in Canada, right?
I think he is Canadian.
Every time I hear Alex
he's from
talk, he just does
Toronto.
the most base stuff I've ever heard.
Yeah,
He's from
what do you
Toronto
mean?
though. That explains it.
There's some moron lefty somewhere, Canadian. Sorry.
True.
To
This
another
can't be
Rattlesnake
Right, here we
TV
go.
debate night. We have a fantastic one.
Yeah, this is hosted
for
by
you
Jake
here. We
Rattlesnake.
have Rich Cooper and Andrew Wilson debating the topic of marriage. Is it worthwhile for men in the West to get married? Now, it is a contentious issue, one that is
Not
pretty
contentious.
big in our culture these days. And these gentlemen are both
No
very
red pill, I
influential
guess
in
it
their
is.
fields.
It's a
So it
power
should
move
be
to
a great
stand
one.
up in a debate.
If you guys
Oh,
want
yeah,
throughout the
he's like
debate, you can appeal to the moderator.
Has a standing
If you
desk.
feel like the other person
I
is
think
talking
right
too
now
much,
Rich is.
over-talking these
I'm gotta
sorts
go
of
in
things.
Rich's favor.
If there is any filibustering going on, we will also have some moderator intervention. Any personal attacks, there will also be intervention from yours truly. So, guys, we're going to have 5 minutes each on the clock for our opening statements. But before we get there, if you guys don't mind both introducing yourself, that would be great. Starting with you, Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I've been doing debates for many, many years on a wide variety of issues, mostly in the political domain. I largely do consider this to be a political issue. I'm sure my opponent does as well. So that's who I am, and that's what I do.
And Rich?
Yeah, Rich Cooper. Got a few YouTube channels. Been doing this for about 10 odd years. Entrepreneurs in Cars was the main one. Started doing some podcasting on the Unplugged Alpha after the release of the first book.
The Unplugged Alpha.
Did a follow up a few months ago on a second book. So first debate for me. I don't normally do debates.
What does that mean?
So
was
looks
he
like I'm up
charging
against the champ
before?
today.
And
We'll see how it goes.
We will see how it goes.
He's like the heat gun that you can carry around. If you think about it,
it's a Matrix thing. It's a Matrix thing. Of course it is.
Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Actually,
No,
yeah, it probably is. Probably is a Matrix reference.
Checks out.
I like to think of it as a heat gun
guaranteed.
reference, though. He's like a heat gun that's been unplugged, and hooked up to a battery pack.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Perfect.
Now it can shoot plasma as
friends of the channel looking forward to this topic.
For on the go torturing. For on the go torturing your debate opponents. Good to see you, young Christian. Young Christian, how do you feel about marriage? Okay. You married little son of a bitch. You. Just kidding.
We're going to be doing 5 minutes opening statements, and then we'll be doing around about an hour to 90 minutes, depending on how much
all
time
y'all
you guys have
married.
got of
Boomerang's not married though.
And
I guess Egg's not married now. I guess
questions from
thinking, but I don't think Egg's married.
with that,
single, not sure.
Andrew, do you want to go
not
first
married if I remember right?
with your 5-minute opening statement?
I can go first.
Wow, of course, young Christian, you're going to say that. It's Valentine's Day. How could I forget? Happy Valentine's Day, you married men. Okay.
First, I'd like to thank my opponent for reaching out, coming out to the debate. I appreciate that very much. I do think that this is a critical issue.
That bullshit.
And TradCon's
See, you just says the basic stuff.
Is it because it's pagan? Is it because it's pagan, Alex? Is that why? That's what Big Soda was telling me,
The pagan holiday.
Does your wife wish you celebrated Valentine's Day, Alex? Come on.
Oh, she loves Valentine's Day. It's her favorite holiday of the year.
I feel like you're being sarcastic.
She's a queen, man. No,
I wonder,
really,
is Alex's wife? Wait, is it actually? I can't tell if you're joking.
Well,
maybe Alex's wife is like super like butch, with like a pixie cut. Just like a muscle mommy.
Pussies on engaging in it, which is annoying.
I felt like you were
I'm
complimenting.
always happy to do so. It's an interesting phenomenon when you get two men together who agree on many, many things, but disagree on some core issues. So kind of the audience is now in a position to see the clash.
Are we feeling some kind of way tonight? This is young Christian.
In this particular case,
always sucks to be single on Valentine's Day. Okay? Always does.
But the Christian ethicist, in this case me, this is a tough topic to navigate because it's full of nuance and the ideas have to be scrutinized through a lens of non-Christians. And you have to do that so that they'll understand where you're coming from.
Well, you don't have to spend money on
and I need to do it in a way that still supports the Christian view.
Helpless romantic.
Many people have trouble with nuance because they take critical thinking about a position.
That's a weird flag Rich Cooper has in the background.
This is mostly just due to the fact that many people are.
That's a weird what?
It's a half American, half British flag.
Yeah, and apparently he's Canadian, so
I wonder if that's supposed to be like a symbolic thing. Is that something y'all do in Canada?
Oh no, is he Quebecian?
No, it says on his website he's from Toronto, which explains so much if you've ever been to Toronto.
A likely story. Yeah,
unfortunately. Does he think like Canada is the perfect mix between America and Great Britain?
I don't know. It is strange.
Which isn't true.
I mean, isn't it?
Oh, now I'm just okay. I gotta read briefly. I gotta read his LinkedIn before just to get some background. The Unplugged Alpha. Okay, most men today are sent off into society with a broken belief system, which they use to make choices that get them terrible results with life and women. Men have been conditioned to be the quintessential nice guy. They're trained to be overly humble, kind to a fault, and that just being themselves is enough to attract the woman of their dreams. Men are told to believe that conventional masculinity is toxic and to put women ahead of their own interests, passions, and purpose. Oh, the #1 best-selling self-improvement book to leveling up in life and with women has been updated. Do you really want to succeed in every area of your life? Alex, do you? If so,
no.
Oh, man.
What, Alex? Check that?
You don't even know, Alex. You don't even know what the 7 spokes of a high-value man are, do you?
A nice, tall bridge and enjoy the downward spiral. Personally speaking,
How to become one of the 20% of men, women swipe right for online dating.
Oh no.
he'd
Oh
have
no.
to actually meet that criteria before he write the book on it, doesn't he?
That's
Why
fair.
it's absolutely essential to get genuine burning desire from a woman who wants to date you and willingly remain inside your frame. I don't know what that means
She wants
exactly.
to be inside you, man.
That sounds kind of gay, man. I don't
He's
know.
jealous of you.
That's a little
You're
sus.
just jealous. You're just jealous.
Why smart? Oh, and why smart men avoid marriage? Yeah, you stupid men on the panel. Same with you, young Christian. You married chumps. If you read this book in time, you wouldn't be in the situation you're in, aka happily married losers.
Yeah. We could be
And
hunting for women.
You could be
all
at a
the time,
standing
like
desk too,
dumb
with
little-
a bunch of jars in the background.
True.
Yeah, so to be the alpha, do I have to stand at every desk?
Yes.
Always sitting is for betas.
And
Okay.
only if you're smaller than
Lord.
the person you're next to. Okay.
Yeah, you always have to be mogging.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Always be mogging.
So I
You're
can mod
weird
to look
to-
down. I
anything
just
I
have to
can
look
do
down at
about
them.
that, so
Yeah.
I don't even try.
It's just weird to stand during a debate. That's very strange.
Instead, I want to meet them
Like
where
at
they
your-
are
at your-
and
in your home.
criticize the portions of the ideology I think are incorrect and allow them to do the same. In the case of Mr. Cooper, we will tangle on this core idea. Is marriage worth it or not? That's what it's going to come down to. And to explore Mr. Cooper's view on this,
Should
I've
not
taken
have
some
done
time
that.
to review a lot of his content. I haven't read his entire book, but I have read many excerpts from it. And so, of course, I'm not going to be able to glean all the insight. I just didn't have time to read it. But here's what I got of his basic
lot.
view. His view is totally
He
rational.
chat
And
GPT'd
according
it.
to both his book and
Yeah,
online
you
videos.
know he did.
Essentially, the view is that the
Which
risk
I
of
don't blame
marriage
him. I would have done the
is
same thing.
due to the overlapping of the state, and in the view of a contract, it's a really bad deal for men. Because marriage is a contract with the state, and the state is seemingly biased against men, men have a lot to lose when it comes to assets and their most important asset, which is their children, to rulings which
Can
are
you pause this
unfair
for
to
just
the
a
man
second?
when it comes to divorces.
Isn't it exactly why we want women working so they can't take all of men's assets? You can't on the one hand
Yeah,
be like
it is,
against
yeah.
women working and on the same hand complain that they take your money if you divorce them. Like what the fuck do you expect to happen?
That's true. Yeah,
that's
'cause
fair.
if the woman is working, then you're not going to be paying any alimony. You might pay child support if she
Hell,
gets
you
more
might
of the.
get
But
the
then,
alimony, man. You might get
right?
the
Yeah,
alimony.
yeah. You might get if she makes more than you, you'll get some alimony.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And then, yeah. If you don't, I mean,
He
yeah.
should
The
be
whole complaints
excited
with
about that prospect.
the whole complaints with like the child support thing. It's like I hear them if you're fighting for your kids and then they get award and you don't get awarded 50-50 and then you got to pay. But if you like don't want 50-50, then I don't think I'm like bad. I don't think I'm like annoyed
No,
that
fuck
people
you.
have to pay child support.
Yeah, if you don't want
Just
it,
like-
then just I guess deal with it. Yeah, you get what you asked for.
Les Chief says only 10% of divorces end up with alimony payments. See, is that true? Because that's such like a red
Yeah.
pill kind of talking point, right? Is that
it
the
such a
alimony, they're stealing the money and all this.
amount.
And if it's only like
Leave the light
10%.
on.
Whoa, I wasn't going to turn it off. I wasn't going to turn it
I
off.
just turned off the light in the garage. 1 minute.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was me. I called my Mossad handlers and asked them to take away your electricity, okay? You're getting a little
No.
frisky with that heat gun. We're worried you're going to do something
My
untoward,
guess is
okay?
my kid decided it's time for me to come inside.
Well, time to get inside, Alex.
Yeah.
This is mostly true, and you're not going to get any argument from me on this.
I'm going to
Further, he
fact check
expands
Let's
that the
Chief real
chances
quick
of
just to make
divorce
sure
are very
that's
high.
true.
He cites 50% in many cases, but it's actually closer to 40, at least for first-time marriages. But in the spirit of good faith, I'm also going to kind of concede that that's pretty damn high. So another point of concession there. The rub comes in when we start to dive into these numbers, as they are actually very deceptive. Let me give you an example of why we have to be.
Okay, at least according to ChatGPT, Great Assault, but it does match up. It says it's, only 10 to 15% of divorces are awarded alimony. Much less common than child support. See, okay, now I gotta just gotta get some stats. What divorces? What percent of divorces?
Hold on. Just be clear. Just because you're given alimony does not mean you're given a substantial amount either, right?
Well, right, yeah, the average alimony. We'll have
Your
to maybe look
alimony
that
may
up
be
too.
$100 a month, or
Yeah.
Okay,
just
so
depending on the discrepancy.
roughly a quarter to a third of divorces involve child support. But of course, the important thing is what percent of people want, if they're not fighting for 50-50 custody, then of course you're going to pay some child support.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
So-
and people citing this. Men don't want men say, or men don't chase it because they know they're going to lose or some shit. I mean, what more like sigma beta bullshit can you possibly throw out there as a reason why you don't fight for your kids?
Yeah.
How is
that's
this
a fair
so?
point.
How is this so? There's such like a massive range. Well, I guess it makes sense. There's a massive range. Yeah, the average of alimony when it does happen is pretty substantial, $1,680 per month.
'Cause it's probably like mostly granted in cases of like extreme wealth
Where
between
the
the
woman does not work at all,
Yeah.
or has no
Right,
job,
like
or
stay at
spent her
home.
entire
Yeah,
life
stay at
taking
home
care of
mom
the
type
kids.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, which shouldn't have done that with your wife. Goddamn, get her a job before you divorce her. It's not hard.
To be fair, like the most I hear, like when I hear the word alimony, the only times I really hear it is in cases of like athletes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is the big.
What I
Yeah.
wonder, how many of this gets skewed by like the Jeff Bezos of the world, because that's obviously going to like really pump up. This is probably one of the things that you'd want to know the mean, median, and mode of, instead of just like the
Can
average.
you look it up? And actually,
Well,
I kind of wonder. Somebody needs to tell me what percent of alimony goes to men. Like, has a man ever
Oh,
gotten
yeah.
alimony? Because that would be funny as shit.
I think
Okay,
I
the
think so.
median alimony is $600. So half of the payments, alimony payments, are less than that. Half of them are more. So it is really being pulled
Is
up
that
by, I guess,
monthly
the
or
higher
or bi-weekly?
monthly.
Oh, I suppose if you're making like $15 an hour, that probably bite a lot.
Okay, what percent of alimony is paid by the men?
Or is alimony tax exempt?
Hmm.
Do you pay income tax on that?
I wouldn't think, because it's already been taxed.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
What
so
I'm saying is that
men
a
pay 80 to
deduction?
90% of alimony. Oh, is it a deduction? That's a good, because alimony tax deductible. See,
Yeah,
Anson would probably know all these questions. Anson, you've been divorced like 17
Anson,
times, if I
dude, get
recall,
on here.
right?
We need your help. This is something you're an expert in. Come on.
Yeah, that would get you so many heat guns. Durang's right.
What?
You can get like multiple
What'd he
heat guns a month. He said that would get you so many heat guns.
$600 a month.
Yeah.
Get you
Yeah.
almost a heat gun a month.
Heat guns are
Not
cheap as
the
shit.
yeah, the ones I was looking at were like $50, even the brand
Oh,
that Alex
yeah.
suggested. So you get like
Yep.
12 heat guns a month. I mean, holy shit!
mean,
You could
dude,
use
it's like
a heat gun every few days.
it's a forced air blower and a heat coil. Like what do you expect it to be? It's not like something that's difficult to make or expensive to manufacture. It's simple shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I
apparently,
feel like that
before-
being a tool, it'd be
Nah.
marked up because a lot of tools.
There's a lot of stuff out there. Depending on like, they can only mark things up so much if they can provide some sort of functionality that you can't have otherwise. Like if you buy a cordless heat gun, great, but good luck getting more than like 300 degrees out of that fucking thing.
if they made it shoot
Yeah.
out the heat at long distances, then you could mark it up. I think we could
That's
all agree
fair.
with that.
That would be called a heat ray. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it
what I
requires
want.
some sort of special permissions from the federal government.
Do you think Lockheed
And-
Martin sells that?
I mean, I bet the
Lockheed
Wagner
Martin.
group does.
Yeah, the
Shooting
other
heat-
Wagner
shooting
group.
heat
Directed
is
energy. Wait, they
incredibly
do.
inefficient.
Isn't that the same as a directed energy weapon?
It is a directed energy.
Martin.
Yes.
Harnessing the
But
powers
we
of
don't,
lasers.
we don't use those because they're just not worth making.
It says they use them. I'm on Lockheed Martin's website right now.
Can you send them an email
Also,
asking?
didn't we literally use those in Venezuela? I thought we used the direct energy weapons and
Was
the
that what they-
supersonic
was
weapons.
that the thing that Donald Trump wasn't supposed to talk about and then told everyone about it?
It was either that or the supersonic. I think they used both, from what I heard.
I think they used something to like knock people out. He called it the disruptor or the discombobulator.
The sonic thing is what's responsible for the Havana syndrome. If you ever heard of that, when all those like Cubans were like bleeding through their eyeballs and everything.
I wouldn't be surprised.
With the layered laser defense system behind me at White Sands Missile Range, and
see, this is what I want to buy. How much alimony until I can afford one of these bad boys?
Against threats that are of interest to
Like Thor?
all of our war fighters. So in
You
partnership
need a lot of
with
alimony. Maybe
the
all of
Office
it.
of Naval Research, ONR, we have
I want to see
marry
it
an
shoot
NBA
something.
guy.
Oh, look at that. Imagine getting hit in the fucking balls with this thing. Holy shit.
I think it's called.
Dang.
If you're not dead, you probably wish you were.
That would hurt like a motherfucker.
Imagine you're walking around the streets of Syria and then all of a sudden your best friend just evaporates. And you have to go home and explain
The
what happened.
untoward. Yeah. Good to see your rage page.
I think the U.S. got a hold of a new weapon. How do you
That
Yeah,
gets
you
you
might-
untrackable.
Well,
I would think he was on the wrong side of God.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I would think the good
You know
Lord
what?
hath smited them.
We're gonna call the weapon nature and just call it an act of nature.
Yeah. So for insurance purposes, you don't get paid out if you get hit with
Nope.
it.
Be cautious on this. An
It
off-sided
falls under the
reference
act of
by the
nature.
manosphere is that while it's true, men are most of the workplace fatalities which happen in the USA.
I think we
especially
already have
total.
that. Don't we
Yeah,
rage
well,
page?
Only the
Don't
Jews
we
have them.
already have that? I should make laser beams come out of his eyes.
Oh my
These
goodness.
fatalities are quite low. You'll hear feminists talk about this as well. That's kind of an overlap that they have, at least in totality. But the reason why this is important is because when we break down the fields in which men are actually dying, the majority of them are in construction, logging, and fishing. So if you wanted to mitigate risk when it came to work, for instance, you would probably tell men not to avoid working in jobs which are physically perilous, but to avoid working in specific jobs which are very perilous, because those are where you're going to incur the most amount of risk of death. Which means in order to avoid these risks in the workplace and serious injury, these fields are likely best avoided. And that's how you would do risk mitigation in marriage. It's no different. There are high-risk groups and there's low-risk groups. The Amish, for instance, have an almost zero divorce rate. You heard that right, zero. You can source this from Amish studies at Elizabethtown College with researchers confirming this. Mennonites are about 1%, Mormons 18%, same with Catholics, Orthodox Christians even less than that, 11% to 12%. Muslims very low as well. Atheists surprisingly have only an 11% chance, but that's because they basically avoid marriage and get married very late in life. Christians in name only, or what are considered nominal Christians, these are people who don't go to church, they don't really do much in the way of religious practices, actually have a much higher percentage rate of getting divorced because of the self-ID. And there basically isn't anything to distinguish them from secularists or agnostics, and that's why those numbers are so high. When broken down by group, it gets even more low the more religious you are, and if you add a prenup to it, the risk becomes almost non-existent for most people. Suddenly, the threat of divorce seems actually quite low, depending on the group you're a part of. While I would suppose you wouldn't want to be...
Well, this is why rage page. I've always been against. Everyone disagrees with me on this. Well, maybe religious people don't actually, but prenups. I think prenups are kind of degenerate. Kind of agree with Michael Knowles on that. It's like you're already planning for like something to go bad. You're already planning you're planning for your divorce before you're doing an Anston where when Anston says, I want to make you my third ex-wife, there's something untoward about it.
Part of the 17 or 18% in these groups, telling men that they have an 80 or 90% chance that their marriage will work out shifts the picture entirely. The breakdown is suddenly far less daunting and the risk is now much more manageable as far as these categories go. This nuance is often missed in this conversation, but it should be highlighted. Marriage isn't very risky for people in these groups. It's risky for people who are in the secular groups because those groups map on to the national average almost identically, about 39% to 41%. Give you an example of this, 5 to 10% of people who ever drink alcohol will become alcoholics. That could be argued to be very, very, very high risk, I suppose, but most men look at the risk factor and consider the trade-off acceptable and reasonably low for what they get out of the behavior of socially drinking. So as to the question, is marriage worth it in the West, specifically here in the United States, which is what we're talking about, for many men, yes. And for many men, no. Specifically secular men, it seems to be a big fat no. Their risk is on par with the national average, like I said. And this leads to cohabitation likelihoods, which become much higher, which leads to high risk for abuse for their children, along with other negative outcomes for their family dynamics. And those are the actual facts of the matter. Now, perhaps my opponent and I can agree these are facts, but he still feels the trade-offs aren't worth it, and we can dive into that. But I always view everything as a trade-off.
Something tells me this guy's not going to come with too many stats.
It's always risk versus reward. Somebody's always going to get
He's going to stand on that hill and die on
I would
it.
like to dive into these issues when my opponent's ready after
whatever
it.
bullshit.
All right, Rich, you can have 6 minutes or so. Take as much or as little as you'd like.
Yeah, I won't need it. No, marriage is not worthwhile for a Western man living in the West. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
That's so gay.
Oh,
That's so
That's
gay.
why he's
Get started,
standing.
boys.
So he could do his little bit.
Yeah.
So
Just for
Motherfucker.
that bit, that was not worth
When you
it.
say that marriage isn't worth it for men in the West, how are you viewing that? Are you viewing that through risk assessment? You're just doing like a basic risk
Andrew
assessment?
does kind of sound like a white Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, broadly
Rich
speaking, I would
page.
say it's a risk assessment. When you take a look at the landscape, I know that you tend to separate divorce law from good marriage, but the reality of the world is that divorce is a reality for a good chunk of the guys that get married, about half of them. I know you're quoting divorce rates under 50%, but it seems widely accepted that when you blend in second and third marriages, it's well over 50%. But we'll just agree to disagree on that point. But yeah,
well, hang on. Maybe we can get a point of clarification.
Sure, go ahead.
That first marriage is about 41%. Second and third marriages actually get higher. Sometimes with 55 to 60% is cited then.
I got 52% here on my Grok search.
On my Grok search. I mean, I can't make fun of him because I'm using AI too. But if I was in a debate, I would be pulling actual studies. Okay, I wouldn't be using Grok. But shit, now he distracted me with his. I wasn't expected to be hit with my Grok search. But yeah, I don't know why he's not gonna. Well, maybe he will, but you can't just look at a total category and not break it down. Andrew's like breaking it down. I think that's the most important thing. It's like anything. It's like if you looked at like how toxic relationships are, it's like, yeah, it's probably a lot of them are pretty toxic, but you are the one selecting who you're going to be with. So you have some agency there on like which wife you're going to choose, right? It's not like the women are just like totally random and you don't get to like insert any of these factors. You can look at something like their history and their personality and their religion and their political views, and you can try to, metagame this to like pick someone that you think is going to have a lasting relationship, right? You can't just take a broad stat and be like, oh, it's around 50% of marriages end, so therefore my marriage has a roughly 50% chance of ending too. It's like, it's not how stats work.
But sure, we'll just split the difference.
Okay. But it's high. It's unnaturally high.
Yeah.
The question becomes, though, why is it that this is always assessed as a monolith? We don't assess anything else
pre-watched.
Like
Pre-watched.
I was just speaking about workplace fatalities. You wouldn't tell men not to work with their hands because it's risky, but you might advise men not to get into really high risk fields where working with their hands is going to account for those negative outcomes. How come all is this always grouped as a monolith instead of being grouped into individualistic groups and assessed on high risk, low risk, which is what you would do with basically everything else on planet Earth?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer that. Well, when you're talking about marriage, you're not talking about jobs and careers, because jobs and careers vary. I mean, I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, I did a co-op course for.
I mean, I would say women vary pretty
and
wildly.
I've always been very interested in cars. I'm sure
As
you're
do
aware of
men.
that. So it's a hobby of mine.
Yeah, I do have to
It's
say,
fun. It's,
women are far less
enjoyable.
likely to die in
And
the workplace, but
I realized
they're far more likely to
working
die
on
from a pregnancy than men are from workplace injury. Just saying.
I think the data would show that's true.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine.
It's
Although
20
death
I think it's
in
like
in the U.S.
it's
it's pretty
20
rare to die during childbirth.
No, the US is the worst country of all.
No, it's
Like
not.
we're
What's
we're
the
yeah,
fuck
we're
out of
down
here?
with fucking Saudi Arabia, man.
Look it up.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
looking it
look it
up.
up. We have some of the worst maternal mortality rates in the world.
Does
No,
abortion
we
apply to
don't. That is
that?
not even. No, if you mean like
Look it
maybe
up.
out of like
Look it
Western
up.
countries,
Look it up. Don't complain. Just look it up.
I'm not complaining.
We're not factoring abortions to that, right?
No. This is just
Okay.
like pregnancies that
Okay.
actually occur.
Okay. We're gonna trust Wiki. Okay, it's gonna be pulling stuff from good sources.
22.3 in 2022. 22.3 deaths per 100,000 births.
Okay, so where is the United States?
Near the bottom.
28. That's good.
I think
28.
we're below third world countries.
Yeah, but you said we're one of the worst in the we're the 116th worst in the world.
Yes.
Oh, this is what I said. I said you're gonna if you said Western countries.
I'm not
You said in
including
world.
Sudan. Yeah, what do you think? It's not Western. Even China is not a third world country. They're not in the West.
Well, I mean, but India is far worse, and they're not a third world country. Well, I mean, they've technically, but you know what I mean, if we mean by developing and undeveloped.
There's a lot of African countries.
Yeah, I was gonna say the top of the list
Ahead
is
of us?
pretty much worse than us. Yeah,
I'm not
China's
surprised.
almost the same as us. China's almost the same.
Almost.
Where is Canada?
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
they're
on.
one
What
off.
number were we?
We're 116th on the list
Of what?
of like so we're the 116th worst.
Oh, I thought you said the 26th worst. I was like, wait, what?
Although what happened between at 2000 our per 100,000 it was 12 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births, and now it's somehow 28. How did that happen? How did we go from 12 to we doubled?
Insurance?
We more than doubled.
We'll see what Wikipedia, see if it defines, I guess, what all it includes.
We
in
may not have had
mortality
those
rate.
accurate numbers in 2000 as well.
That's true.
Canada's
I
at
don't know
a
what the
nice
discrepancy is.
7. Yeah, what do they count? Maybe are they count if they're counting abobos? That's they shouldn't be counting that.
No, they're not. They're not counting abortions. Or abobos. Or tapabos. Whatever you want to call them.
But why is this also? Why do we only have? You know what? I'm going back to AI because why do we only have stats
Now,
from?
Is this including if the mother?
2021, I think, is the latest statistics on this, but I'm
Does
not
it-
quite sure if it has the rest of the world.
Does it include if the mother commits
No.
suicide? Okay,
Nope.
because it said things that are aggravated by the marriage or by the pregnancy.
Right. So if they have like a health condition, the pregnancy causes to get worse. Not if they take their own,
Okay.
Yeah, it does
Although
say
I think even those are what?
yeah, related to or aggravated. Okay. Oh yeah, excluding accidental or incidental causes.
Okay.
So I think that would.
So like because the S part would be tertiary cause, whatever you want to call it. It exacerbates a health condition, and then she does something based on that exacerbation.
Wait, what's the difference between maternal mortality and maternal mortality ratio?
Ratio is probably the number of women to whatever, and that's the other one is core number of deaths.
I think I just type in marital mortality ratio. I think that's why I'm confused. That's why I've confused the AI.
That one is not so useful. Yeah. Women in marriages don't die quite as often. Well, maybe they do.
No, God, I just said I meant marital. God? I meant
how many women died from
maternal.
marriage?
I'm retarded right now.
I mean, African countries are also leading it, whatever it is.
Wow.
Oh wait,
African
even
countries
ChatGPT even knows I'm retarded. Okay, even though I
African countries
clarified
lead pretty much
incorrectly.
all of the bad stuff, right?
Okay, so United States is 21 to 32. Oh, sorry. Rage Page is chatting. Sorry, I had my thing open. Okay, wait. Yeah, let me go back. Women rarely die in childbirth. 10 out of 100,000.
Compared
Okay,
to men
but
in
then
the workplace.
but why? Okay, but why are you saying I'm reading it? But why? Why are you saying it's 10? It seems like it's not 10. It seems like it's 20, 21 to 32.
That's what I said. It was 21 to 32. What do you mean?
Right. So why is Rage Page? Where are you getting 10 from? It was 10 back in like 2000, apparently.
Yeah, 2000s.
But it's not 10 now. Okay. Why did it go up? Why did it go up from like 10 in 2000 to like 28?
Our technology got better.
So we start killing more.
I mean, yeah. I have no idea.
That's untoward.
It has to be diet related, or at least
2021 could also be COVID related. Yeah.
Yeah, but 2015 it was still like double.
No, I know. Oh well.
Oh, okay. Better reporting. ChatGPT is saying the U.S. added a pregnancy checkbox to death certificate starting in the 2000s.
Oh,
This improved identification of maternal deaths. Oh, and yeah, this is what Big Soda was saying. Obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease. Pregnant women today are more likely to have those.
comorbidities.
Oh, and yeah, older maternal age. That's true. Yeah, because yeah, you're obviously more likely to die if you're like 40 having a kid than if you're like 24.
I mean, yeah, you think so?
what is number 5? What is number healthcare access gaps? Oh,
Uneven access to prenatal and postpartum care. Higher uninsured rates compared to other wealthy countries, large rural hospital closures, especially at maternity units, racial disparities.
yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
ChatGPT.
It is actually true. Even black doctors have a harder time with African American women.
Yeah, but aren't African? I don't want to say something accidentally racist, but aren't African American women way more likely to be like overweight than white women in America?
To an extent, that's true. But
And so, I mean,
it's not so much that as the doctor's less likely to listen to.
Yeah, but
complaints.
I mean that's true as well. But like, I don't know, like if we think of nutrition, health.
That's where a lot of it comes from. People don't just die suddenly because they're obese. Usually something happens and it's not caught in time.
Now,
Right, you get like if you have like you're more likely to have like preeclampsia, right? If you're overweight and you're pregnant.
Right. But
Now,
if your doctor isn't paying attention to you,
You can
This
die
is
from
gonna-
preeclampsia even if your doctor is paying attention to you, though.
I know,
That is
I know.
true. That is true.
Less likely.
Yeah. See, but then it's like, are we like, do we trust that these other countries are tracking it super well too? You know, because if one of the big reasons is
They don't really have
is
a good
better
reason.
reporting, like, do we know that? Why would we trust China's reporting? You know what I mean? Racist fluence, I approve, says Topanga. Young Raven
Well, I
says
guess you don't
18.6
really
maternal
have to,
deaths per
but then you
100,000
can't compare
births.
yourself to them ever under any circumstance. Yes, buddy.
Damn, it went down with
Dogs are ready?
COVID
Okay.
or after COVID.
What? Rage Page, join the panel. Explain why are you angry?
Rage Page, come on.
Man, don't be a
Report show
woman.
rates. First of all, you can't say stats and then say 10 to 33. That's like a 3 times ratio, Rage Page. We gotta be more precise than that. And it looks like the 10 number is probably from 2000, and then the higher one is, related to others. But then Young Raven is saying 18.6 maternal deaths per 100,000 births in 2023, according to the CDC. So then why are we seeing that 28 number show up?
Because that's the best data we have is from 2021.
But then Young Raven is saying according to the CDC 2023.
It can take some states like years to get their shit over. Some out of state rural hospitals and stuff can take forever to get their stuff over.
Damn.
No, it
digitize
does.
everything in like forever.
I don't know. It does seem to say that the CDC, has declined in 1 year. It went from 22 to 18. That's a pretty substantial drop.
Confluence. Look at the racial and ethnic
Ozempic.
disparities.
Yeah, it's a lot of
That's
black
an
women compared
insane
to.
number.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
almost-
3
what is it?
times.
It's
50 deaths per
50.3.
100,000 for black women, and it's like 10 for Asian women. See, does this not correlate exactly onto the weight discrepancies between these groups? With Asians probably being
white women are pretty fucking obese too. I mean,
Well, that's why they're the second highest.
okay.
Well, you're talking about 50
Yeah,
Obesity
yeah,
rates by race in the
What,
U.S.
4 times?
We're
3
through
times
the
the difference?
looking glass now. Okay, we're through the fucking looking glass. Non-Hispanic Black adults tend to have the highest obesity rates.
Ooh.
damn, that's a 6.
Non-Hispanic
16.8.
Black women, 56.9% are obese.
Now, white women, that's high, I know, but
Well,
damn,
what's white?
16?
This is white males. So what's the white female? Why is it giving me white females?
No,
Wait, what the fuck?
that was a weird.
What is a non-Hispanic Black woman?
I guess a black woman that doesn't have any Hispanic coded stuff in her. I don't know. Oh, 40%. 40%.
I think it fucked up there.
That was
I think
supposed to
it
be
fucked
white
up there with the white
females.
males.
Yeah, I think they fucked up.
Yeah, because why would it be giving? Why would it just suddenly switch? And why would that number be the exact
What
same
did
as
it
the number
say?
it's giving me
Note
now?
what? Note what? Go back up a little bit. Or underneath it, note something.
The study gave ranges and patterns by sex as well as race/ethnicity.
Oh.
Good to see you, Marilyn. Oh, Rage Page is in my back chat.
Sup, Mary?
Welcome, Rage Page, the winner of last night's trivia. How you doing, Rage?
You doing all right?
Okay, so what are we? Oh, wait, what was? Okay, so what number did we land on then? If it's 18 per 100,000, what's the workplace accidents?
5.5.
Workplace deaths. Is this going to be measured in like jobs per 100,000, or what's even the stat on this?
Per capita.
Yeah. Okay, 5,000 workers, or 4872. Okay, and then what's the population of America? It's like 550 million. So that's like 0.0008%. So yeah, so the female mortality is higher, right? Is that what we conclude?
Yeah.
Because it's like it's 0.0008% of men die in the
I was going to
workforce.
say, I haven't seen any evidence that would dispute Alex's claim.
Okay, well, even if we get total numbers, okay, so we know 5,000. How many women died in childbirth in 2023? So it's around 5,000 men, and it's only wait.
Oh,
I guess because it's per live births. Okay, wait. Okay. Oh yeah, hold up. Okay, so way more men die each year in workplace accidents than women die in childbirth. But that's because every woman isn't pregnant every year.
True.
So that's what it is.
But consider this.
Wait, are we only at 342 million? What's that? I thought we were like 500 million.
well, it's not counting the
Hold on.
illegal.
What would happen if we got?
Oh
rid of
yeah,
all
it is only
abortions?
304. Oh yeah, I was way off. Whoops. What, Alex?
You should extrapolate that number to if we got rid of all abortions.
If we got rid of all abortions, I mean
if we outright banned abortion, right?
Well, where is it banned? It's banned in Texas now, isn't it?
In the U.S., right?
No. I'm saying, but then couldn't we look at maternal mortality and
Yeah, look at Texas, I guess.
when was Roe v. Wade overturned? It was like
During
7 years ago.
term, right?
2018, something like that. Yeah, seems reasonable.
Okay, it seems like it's gone up a little bit, I guess. 18.9, and then to
Well, it's come down. Well, no, in 2020.
well, this could be
it's
from
pretty close.
COVID, right? 2020 is probably COVID.
But you see, from 2017 to 2019.
I'm sorry, I don't think Texas collects that data anymore. think I remember looking at this. 56% increase between 2019 and 2022. Well, hold on. Even in the U.S., average didn't change much from 2016 to 2021. So that shouldn't account for that much.
Yeah, so I don't think it's making, because that's one of the arguments that the pro-abortion people use, but
well, I mean,
it doesn't seem like it's making that big of a difference.
The people most likely to have abortions are going to be high risk pregnancies already, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
Most of them will probably be high risk. I'm not saying all. I'm not even saying like a vast majority. I just
you think over 50% of people getting abortions are good. No, in fact, I know that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well,
that's not true. I have looked it up. We can look it up again, but
what is the reasoning?
It's like the vast majority is like either just like finance or not ready to have a kid. It's not like health stuff.
It's because they're selfish.
Yeah, that is selfish as fuck.
COVID did shoot up that number pretty substantially.
Yeah, give me some stats though.
Ask for raw statistics instead of all the context.
Okay, not ready for a child / bad timing. 25% cannot afford a baby now. 23% have completed childbearing people. Depending on me, 19% don't want a single mother relationship. 8% fetal health problems.
3%? Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe I had too much faith in people. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you should never have faith in women that are getting abortions. Okay. That's just a good thing to live by. It's sad. It's sad if you think about it.
It's that white knighting.
True.
Cars at the time because they used a lot of asbestos on the drum brakes, and I
gotta grab us in. This is not a chair react. Okay.
The repairs on drum brakes for some reason.
This doesn't count.
Shocking. They give the kid, the new guy, that job. I didn't know a whole lot about the toxicity and the damage that you do to your body and your lungs over time until it hit me like a frying pan to the forehead, and I decided, I'm not going to do this job. This isn't something I want to make a career out of. Let's find something that's a little safer. So I moved from working with my hands and fixing cars to office work, I guess. You don't really have that choice with marriage. It's like if you live in a way that looks like marriage to the state, regardless of whatever it is you want to call it or how you want to blanket it, the way the government works is they examine your relationship. And even if it wasn't a marriage or even looked like marriage, there's been a number of circumstances and cases, which I'm happy to talk about, where they called it a marriage, even though the two people together did not call it a marriage, and the people around them did not call it a marriage, or their kids did not call it a marriage. So,
wouldn't that lead to my point, though? So, if it's the case that you're not advocating for marriage in low risk groups, that is necessarily going to lead to a larger amount of cohabitation. You're not protected from the state when you cohabitate, and the outcomes are generally worse anyway. But it doesn't really, none of this actually answers to the question of if it's the case that certain groups and certain belief structures and certain ways you live your life lead to a much, much more diminished chance of divorce, then why would you advise people, like, for instance, let me give you the easy example, the Amish. What would your objection be to Amish people getting married? They basically never get divorced.
Yeah, and that works out well for them.
Yeah, that's true. Jonathan says 45% of abortions are from women who've already had one. That is a really depressing statistic. But I mean, I guess it makes sense if you don't see it as a life, then why not do it again?
When I go to Carowinds, I don't only go once.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Right now.
Yeah. What is the cohabitation thing called?
But there's a lot of
it's called common law. But I don't know what he really means, because we looked this up a few streams ago, because in Canada it happens automatically. If you live with someone for a few years, you're common law with them. In the US, apparently it never triggers automatically. You always have to you have to be the one to intentionally trigger it. So I don't really know what he means by them being like counted as married, because from what I looked up, common law does not happen like just automatic like it does in Canada.
Well, I'd probably also argue, especially once you get toward the later stages of life and you have to start like, and you don't make a will, does common law intercede in the fact when you pass down your assets?
It'll go to the next of kin, but common law is also not something that's acceptable in every single state.
Yeah, but I think in no states does it automatically happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You have to apply for it.
But that's not what like Rich said. I don't think he was saying that they're counting, but I don't know why that would happen. They're only counting if you don't consider it a marriage and no one else does.
It would count in a specific circumstance. So it depends on the exact situation, like for domestic violence situations.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states that do alimony during common law.
Yeah, but for common law to trigger, you have to.
Yeah. No, I know, and the standards to prove that are a lot higher.
But see, how does
Ag, we're gonna have to bury the hatchet, Ag. We're gonna have to bury the hatchet. I don't know. We just read it differently. Testinger Johnson reads it how I read it. To me, I read that she would have been uncomfortable. That's how I read it. Okay, but we're just not gonna see this the same way. Girl Paul, it's good to see you, Indian Jesus. Wait, give me a thumbs up. Is your name usually this? Okay, it is Indian Jesus. Sorry, your name confused me. How's it going?
Goody. How you guys been?
I've been well. How about you?
Not bad. We're just, I did a roll up and chill, and I was talking about the CoffeeZilla video on Epstein, and a bunch of lefties were like, "Yeah, but Trump." I'm like, wait, like that. Hold up, we have like a real thing here, and all they care about is making it a political game. So sad.
CoffeeZilla has been doing some good work on his Epstein stuff. Not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Even though he kind of annoys me sometimes.
I haven't really been a follower of him like that. Where am I? I've seen some other things, and I've known that he's done like deep dives on things like this before. And so that's, I've trusted him, but I haven't necessarily looked into a lot of stuff that he's done.
I've seen him just from his like crypto stuff that he always did, and then from the Epstein stuff. Because he was, even when the original footage was released, where it's like, like there was a minute cut out, like I was watching a lot of his stuff where he was like going through all that stuff. So I was like, oh, he seems to be like breaking it down good. But yeah, I think Trump is going to get fucked from this. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah. How do you mean?
I think that we're going to lose the midterms, and I think he's going to get impeached. Like, and impeached for real this time, not just like one of the meme impeachments.
Yeah, I could see that. It depends on. So I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody, like at all, has been able to have the time to go through all of the files and see what's in there. But people are talking about, well, Trump's all over the files so many times. And it's like, okay, but he's in there like specifically saying like he was bad. Check this guy out.
It's more the handling though. That's the thing that's going to get him. I mean, like I think Pam Bondi is openly in contempt of Congress and is still just like lying through her teeth about so many things, right? Like it's just, I mean, if you look at the Epstein Act or whatever, the Epstein Freedom Act, as I always call it, which is not what it's called, but whatever it's called, it says that any redaction, right, it has to have a note on why it's redacted. It has to, every redaction, you have to be told why. And so we already know from like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey openly saying that like Les Wexner was a co-conspirator. So that was illegal to redact. And then all the other redactions have no notes beside them. So not the files were released not on time. They're still not all out. There's redactions where we know they're illegal redactions, and all the other redactions don't have notes. So it's like there's so many violations of this act. It's not even funny.
He gave the left something to hold on to. Like,
Pam Bondi's going to be absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Pam Bondi, bro, what was that fucking hearing? What was that fucking hearing?
Out. She was crashing out
hardcore. A fucking shit show.
She was like,
hey guys, don't forget about the GDP going up.
Yeah, we're talking about this. And the GDP and the Dow is up, so it doesn't matter that.
Oh, and then she brought up that poor white girl that was like stabbed on the subway. It's like, what does that have to do with anything though? Like, we're talking about the Epstein files. Like, I understand that's a horrible thing that happened, but like, how is that exactly related, Pam? Like, what she was like grasping for like any random thing that like, hey, Republicans, you guys care about this, right? Hey, what about this issue? It's like, okay, Pam, we get it, but none of that's related.
I mean, if this was Merrick Garland, believe me, we would be up in arms.
Anson says he can fix Pam, but I can fix Carolyn Levitt. Okay, I'm confident in that one. Pam Bondi is unfixable.
I can fix them.
Pam Bondi's unfixable.
I didn't realize she was almost 70 years old.
Oh yeah, she's in her 60s, right? God.
Yeah, she's. I thought maybe late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah,
Pam Bondi is in her 60s.
Yeah,
She'd be drinking that blood of the children.
I'm gonna be honest.
She's on that adrenochrome grind set, you know. Jesus.
Dude, she must be one of the beneficiaries of the island.
Look, Confluence respects the grift, okay? We're not no more grift talk.
Not again.
God. Please, no. Please, God.
How's this Rich Cooper guy? Actually,
well, he seems like a bit of a dumbass. I'm not gonna lie to you. Andrew's kind of taking him to task.
If I may, there was a time when I needed the whole red pill space, and remember this was when Kevin Samuels was alive and running shit, keeping it classy. And I just, between not really having that type of relationship with my dad, talking about girls, and then being in long-term relationships in high school and college, I never really got the ins and outs of the dating game. And so I just, was in this blue-pilled Disney world, rom-com world, where it's just like, oh, girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, and you just got to be yourself. And so, after college, I did it right, but I didn't do as well as I would have liked. And then I found all this red pill stuff about female nature. And, there's good stuff there. It just, it got, and I hate this word, but it got toxic. Rich Cooper was one of the guys. I was like, oh, this guy gets it.
So you knew this guy. Okay.
I've been subscribed for at least like 5 years. But yes, there was a time when I was like, oh, this guy gets it.
Dang. Okay. This is the first I've ever heard of this guy. Was like literally today when I found this video.
It's a black man, correct? Not too old, probably like late 40s, early 50s.
No, it's like, who are we no, it's the guy in the video that we're watching, Rich Cooper.
I thought we were talking Kevin Samuel. My bad.
Guys, do we really have to flesh this out again? Do we? Maybe Indeed Jesus can add some insight because he is a creator as well. Maybe he can. Maybe we all have to come back on panel and fucking bury this goddamn retarded ass hatchet. Jesus Christ!
Just got to think about the old lady who got her ribs cracked for that $5.
There was contention in the chat yesterday over a $2 donation from Ag and a $5 donation from Young Christian. And Man Clown didn't donate anything, so I don't know why he's demanding a dono refund.
Broke bitches. Listen. All right, full screen me real quick, please. This is a free fucking show. We show up. Confluence shows up every single day. Sits here. Maybe some of you are going to be a kind. Shout out to, I see K2 donating a lot. I see a couple people donating a lot. But every single day, hours and hours and hours and hours, you're sitting here and getting a free show. So just saying, how many times do you guys go to work and not expect any money? Boom. Donation. Dilly fucking Dilly.
The question was over if I respected a donation or not. That was the thing. That was the thing.
A donation is a donation. A donation is not a bargaining.
This isn't pay for play, guys.
Yeah, you don't get. And I just messed up doing this. because the tattoo poll is over, and I am getting the Trump with as a Hindu god, but the Sisyphus tattoo,
nice.
the Sisyphus tattoo came from somebody who was a member and said that because he was a member at the second level, that rarely donating elsewhere, but because he was a member at the second level, $10 a month, that's less than $1 a stream, that he deserved extra say in what tattoo was going on my body when I decided, okay, we're going to do a stream goal. If we hit X amount of dollars, we'll do a poll and you guys get to choose. And I was like, all right, you can get one of the 4 options. A quarter of the entire poll, you get to pick. And it won. And I was going to put it on my body. And then he cried about it because I told him that I personally didn't love it and that it was a basic design, which it was.
He's a basic bitch.
Sorry. And he got all mad about it. And he's like, well, my money is better spent elsewhere. Okay, bye. Bye. You don't get to hang fucking $10 a month over me. Keep your fucking money.
See, but look, I can't. There's so much drama. Compass is killing all future donos because I understand how donos work. Okay, which is, oh, this is crazy. I will gladly refund Ag. I will gladly refund your $2 donation, and I will gladly refund Young Christian. I think is fine with it. He's the one who donated the $5. I gladly will refund his too, because like I don't care. I'll gladly send me your Cash App, Ag. I'll send you the $2 back. Okay.
What is the exact issue of why there should be a refund?
Because I have, so there's two issues, 2 separate issues. I have to go through this again. There's 2 separate issues. One is Ag had sent a dono when this new person, someone's friend, Keelan's friend, this guy, Keelan, friend came on panel, and she had a specific question, and Ag had donated $2 saying, ask her how she feels about splashback. So like when you take a shit and the water hits your butt. And I was like, Ag, I'm not reading that. She's up here for a thing. Okay. So I was like, yeah, I'm like, I'm not reading that. And then, but it's like, I do say at the top, I read all super chats. So my thing to Ag was that I was like, yeah, maybe I should have read it, but I still don't think I have to ask her that. The menu thing is a different thing. The menu is a separate issue. That's what Young Christian.
Hold on. Big screen me for a second.
It's where I go. I get that Colin's like, oh, do the show, right? He shows up. It's where no one has to know. But when you're providing a service, which is entertainment, that's what it is. When you're providing a service and you have a menu, and someone pays for something on that menu that you are providing, to not respect the dono and do whatever they paid for that's on the menu, the service you're providing. That's where the issue is. Not that Con is fair. Like not doing this as like a side thing or a hobby or something. Yeah. That's not the issue at hand.
Okay, so that's fair.
I don't need the $5 refund, by the way. Like, I'm not that.
But the principle matters. The principle matters. But that's fair. So okay, then I think as people who are here to support Confluence's show and community and all of that, there is he should get grace. There is no guidebook on how to run a channel, especially on how to. Hold on. I got. So as viewers, you guys should allow a little bit of grace and be like, all right, this time I'm gonna now know that I need to add this rule without expecting money, unless it's a big, if you drop $50 for XYZ and you're like, oh, I can't do that. That's one thing. But if you drop $2, like, does the motherfucker not deserve $2 anyway?
Yo.
Well, this. I was trying to think of the principle of this, and like,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Full screen me for a second, okay?
Okay.
he got a sermon he got to give.
Hold on, just a second. There you go.
Oh, the Grim Reaper.
Yo, okay. Your donos are appreciated, and we love you for donating to Confluence. All right, but just because you donate does not mean you're going to get what you want right in the moment that you ask for it. All right, especially if there's like a guest who maybe isn't going to respond well to a question that's obviously meant to trigger people. So yeah, just fucking deal with it. And Khan, do you not understand how to do this? Just tell them you don't just read it and say, I don't know what you mean by backsplash, so you'll have to donate again if you want to enlighten us. Come on, dude.
Look,
not hard.
I I already said to Ag. I don't know why Ag is still like holding this against me. It seems, even though I DM'd Ag and I freaking said, I said, yeah, I should have read it. But
was it actually funny? Hold on, was it actually funny? Does anybody think it was funny?
Well, that's not. I don't think that's the right question. The question.
No.
is,
He said it was meant to be funny. I'm just asking. Does somebody is it funny? Come on.
I wasn't.
You got to donate for me to read it.
Young Christians was more, but this is what I was saying before. There is look, I'm new to this menu thing, so I'm hoping I get some grace from my chat. Who I appreciate.
No grace.
But I hope I get a bit of grace because it's someone Futoy mentioned something at the beginning that because I was doing a trivia night yesterday, IJ, for if you didn't know. And so Futoy was like, I'm gonna like pay money to like mute the other panelists. And I was like, oh yeah, shit, okay. And so I said at the beginning, I'm like, okay, obviously, yeah, the menu doesn't care. But if I forgot to say that, and let's say someone just mutes Big Soda or me, who's hosting the trivia for like 20 minutes, now it's like we just can't do it, or it's like that's an unforeseen thing. Like there's certain things. Or I gave the example of like if Andrew Wilson, let's say, joined and someone pays to mute him right away, it's like he'll never come back. I'm gonna have to be like, no, like I'm sorry. There's just gonna be edge cases where I'm like, I don't know how to exactly deal with this in that moment.
What you need to do is you need to take this situation and apply it to the menu. You just go from it. You adapt it. You adapt it to whatever like specification you want.
No. You just add a piece to the menu. I reserve the right to reject any particular super chat, and I will give. But I must give you a reason.
That's fair.
Hold on.
Anson, first of all, it doesn't say I'll read them immediately. There's been cases like, do you remember that one, Anson? You talked to that one girl that came on here that was talking about how like she had a family member who was like murdered. If someone donated something that was like just like irreverent, I would not read it at that moment. I fucking wouldn't. I will read all super chats, but they're not guaranteed to be read the moment that they could put in. Maybe that'd be like, yeah, a $50 super chat gets like auto read or something. How like the whatever has like a TTS where it's like no matter what's happening, the TTS like comes through. There's like, but like a $2 thing, if it's a super serious convo, I do tend to wait until like this is not the right mood for this type of super chat, right? Like I feel like that's valid. It doesn't make me a liar. It doesn't say all super chats get read instantly. Okay, it doesn't say that.
Just slap regulations.
You need a TOS. You need terms and conditions.
Yeah.
Right, that's the thing. And the other problem is Nightbot can only have so many things, so it's like kind of limited. But yes, it's like
have it say like
obviously
things
if a new person comes on and someone puts like a really mean super chat against that person, I'm not going to read that either to them. If it's a brand new person and they're like, you're this, why do you have this ugly ass person? I'm not going to read that. I'm sorry. Like I feel like that there has to be some like give and take of like understanding of like, look, for $2, I'm not going to like insult some brand new person and make them have a horrible time and they just leave right away. I'm not going to do that.
Knows you donate $1,000. I'm pretty sure Confluence will say anything you wanted to say. All right.
I mean, that is true. I feel like I'm in this like weird Faustian bargain where it's like, it is true that, yeah, if someone donates like $200, I'm probably just going to read it. But
how do we know that?
Well, I think that's pretty obvious, right?
So if Andrew Wilson was on and someone paid $200 to mute him immediately, you'd mute Andrew Wilson immediately?
I don't know. Like that's what I mean. Like I don't. These are questions that.
Like how do we guarantee?
No.
How can a viewer who donos guarantee that the dono is going to to be like?
I don't say I read them instantly, Anson. How hard is this for you to understand, Anson?
Unremoved. It's okay. He can do that.
So the other thing is, like, you gotta take your channel.
Seems like you're a grifter. Fuck off, Anson. You fucking retard.
Yeah, exactly. That's the energy you need. They come here for you, brother. You didn't come here for them. They came here for you. They came here for you. You were here, and they just showed up. We gonna be fine without you.
I don't know how to clean things up with Ag because Anson hates me anyway. Ag is obviously angry, and Ag, it's like I don't know. I don't know how to make it. I already said I should have read it, but I still don't think I should have asked her, because that's not a super chat thing. It's not like I will just ask whatever questions that is donated for $2. That's not a part of it. I should have read it. I already said that. I don't know how to make it right. You know what I mean? I don't know how to make it right. I already said, yeah. In the moment, I was like, is this going to be off-putting? I read it last night.
Read it again. It's okay.
I have to remember it. It was, what's your ask her what her thoughts on Splashback is. That was the super chat. And I read it after, and it's like, yeah, I didn't want to read it at the time.
Sweet, it's read. Any other questions?
But it's like I feel like Ag is like unhappy with me, and I don't like that. This is weird that's happening publicly, but Ag, I don't want you. Ag, I like you. I don't want you to be unhappy with me. Like I said, I should have read it, but I still stand by my decision to not have asked her that, because even if she was okay, I don't know that, and I feel like she had a specific question that she wanted to ask, and I thought this feels odd. I don't know. This is just my thoughts, but again, I think I should have read it. Okay.
I mean. True.
But I don't know. I feel like this has caused so much drama. It's like the menu is like a new thing. Okay, there's a lot of cases where I'm like, yeah, I had the same thing with Indian Jesus, and me and Indian Jesus talked about this. We know this because it's like I love Indian Jesus on my panel. And last time, people paid to kick him, and he was brought back, and he was muted a bunch, and then he left, and it's like. And then I'm thinking, well, I like IJ here, but if he had a bad experience, it's like, yes, it's like I have the menu, but now it's like he might not come back. You know what I mean? Which I'm glad he's back. And it's like, it's just, it's something that it's like I hadn't really thought about that. And then I started thinking about, yeah, if someone timed out like a bigger guest that joins, let's say it is Andrew Wilson, it's like, really, does the dollar a mute thing apply to him? It's like that. Well, he'll never come back to the channel. Like there has to be some like a bit of like a wiggle room on like, I don't know, but there's no refund for super chats. So I don't know.
Can you check Discord?
Just use some like use some common sense, guys. We talk about it all the time, common sense, right? Just
Yep.
Is Alex casting spells?
I cast spells everywhere.
I
actually learned to cast spells just from Maryland.
I think Brett Cooper is omega hot. Okay.
Really?
Who?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Only because I really want to fuck her and squint my eyes and pretend I'm fucking Ben Shapiro.
That's insane.
Which not in a gay way, like in a normal way. No! And so that's.
I think the normal way is the gay way.
That seems anti-Semitic compliment.
Yeah, that's super anti-Semitic copy.
Topanga says you guys are mean to Jesus.
I mean,
how
Jesus.
Far into the podcast you guys get?
We got 13 minutes in. 13 minutes in,
we
which is
record of 7 minutes.
Also, welcome, Keelan. I don't think I said hi to you. I was in my fifis.
How dare you have those? What are you, a human? You're just
not allowed to be a human.
You liberal.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we can. Confluence does need to be more triggered, okay, by this guy, by the schmuck.
Cultural values that support that. There's a lot of environmental factors that support strong unions in a perpetuity with the Amish, right? That doesn't exist in the rest of the world.
It does. It does. The idea in religious marriage, and the reason the divorce rates are so much lower, when you dive into the literature behind this, because it's actually a very studied phenomenon, because of a support network.
With the Amish, you're saying?
No. To all of these various religious groups that I cited. This would include Mormons, Catholics, Orthodox, various reasons cited for their divorces and why the divorce rates are so much lower than the national average. And it seems to really come down to this, and this is a concession I can generally get out of the people I debate in your sphere, because I think it's just kind of obvious and true, that if women don't have a reinforcement mechanism for behaviors, then, and this is true of men too.
Ought argument, and that's what you tend to do. You give ought arguments rather than.
No, this is a descriptive is argument. It is the case right now, factually, that these rates of divorce in the highly religious are much, much lower than the national average. So significantly, in fact, that your chances of getting a divorce seem to be mitigated in the acceptable risk factor, at least in comparison to the historic standard. Mhm. That's descriptively true. So
Yeah,
that's
but
not a
then-
prescription.
Like, are we talking about Christianity here?
No, we would talk. Well, no.
There's no way you believe
what we're
that,
doing is we're
Anson.
isolating
There's no
groups.
way
So
you
let's take-
believe that.
Let's take all of marriage, and then we're going to break it into the categories.
I
of
refuse
people
to
who are
believe
getting
you
married.
believe that.
So
Okay.
so people who are getting married are going to fall under different categorizations. They could be secularists, they could be swingers, they could be polygamists, they could be atheists, they could be devout Catholics, they could be devout Orthodox. The thing is, the reason it's more useful to break it up that way is because then we can peer in and see if each of these groups has the same.
Notice that
exact
he's
risk
leaning
as
now,
each other
Big
group when
Soda.
it
He's
comes
not
to marriage. We
standing.
find out that's not the
His
case
standing idea
at
is
all.
he's realized it's a bad
And
idea.
these
He's
groups
like,
are
"Shit, this is
dedicated
kind of
descriptively
tiring."
right now.
He's 20 minutes into the
parts
debate and he's
of
like,
a
this is a
religious
horrible
organization
idea.
that is
I
much
should've
more
got a
devout.
fucking
And the
chair.
more religious you are, seemingly the more
And then now he's
happiness
got to
you
write it out
report
through his
and the lower your
pride.
divorce rates become.
So your answer is just be
He's got a hold
more
frame.
religious.
No, what I'm asking is, what is the thing that's causing that? What is the thing that's causing these groups to have such a more mitigated amount of divorce?
Well, have a good
in
night
terms of
out.
the national
Hopefully
average?
with a
Well, you want to
nice
start
lady.
Secularists.
with
What is
family
it?
law, that it's written to encourage women to leave men and divorce rape them?
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry.
Do you want to start with family law and how it's written to encourage women to divorce rape men?
I'm not disputing that.
True,
Okay.
true.
It just doesn't have
DJ.
because you're not contending with my point.
Making
What are
good
the
progress.
things inside of these religious institutions?
Is that still a valid threat?
Yeah, but what are the things inside of these religious institutions that is causing this mitigation where the risk is so much lower than the national average from people who are not inside of these religious institutions? Not asking whether or not people should be more religious. I'm asking us to make an assessment on what are the factors here that are contributing to them having such a low rate in comparison to the national average. That's the question.
Okay, so what's the difference in rates between Christians and non-Christians?
Depends on the denomination. But I just went through them
Yeah,
broadly.
he just went.
I can go through.
He just went through this. He just gave all the breakdowns.
I can go through them again if you'd like. Here, I'll pull them back up 1 second.
Yeah, just average them out.
So when we're going through each denomination, we can start with.
See that little comment there, brief aside, that little comment that portrays how he thinks, right? He said just average them out. I don't know if you guys caught that, right? He wants to just hear the averages of just like Christian versus non-Christian. But that's his whole problem. If you just put women into broad categories and just look at marriage in broad categories, then yeah, marriage seems like a 50-50 shot. But as soon as you break it down, you realize there's stuff that you could do as an individual to make it not a 50-50 shot of marriage succeeding or marriage failing. You're not just rolling dice.
Marriage
Don't you dare ask people to take responsibility for their own choices. How dare you?
Have we?
That's a bold act, Confluence.
Actually, what do we all think? Yeah, let's go clockwise, snakewise, starting with IJ. What do we think about marriage? Just now, we have a couple of new people here that I'm not sure their stance is on.
So
should men get married?
Yeah. Okay, so that's a
really
different question. But so I think marriage is a good thing. I think that the ideal situation for anyone is to be in a nuclear family, a man, a woman, children by that man and that woman. That is the ideal situation. Outside of or expanding further, I do as a non-theist. Oh, I don't know if you guys knew this, but some real quick aside. Someone with atheist in their name said some real fucked up shit on my community tab post when I talked about my grandma dying. So I'm no longer going by atheist. I am an agnostic non-theist. But as an agnostic non-theist, I do understand the issues that Christians have with gay marriage, and I think it was very dumb for the country to merge a religious institution with legal things, because then you don't have any justification to say you can't be a part of it. You should have the justification to say that if you're gay, you can't be married, but we live in a country where everyone should have the same rights. So the big thing for America, secular America, should be civil unions, not marriages. But I think that is more in the semantics. Find someone of the opposite sex, stay together, have children with them.
True.
Okay. Based? Big Soda?
How meta do we want to get in this conversation?
As meta as you can.
As
Okay.
meta as possible, brother.
deep.
Marriage should only be an institution for Christians. I think if anybody else who wants to share in a civil union should have that contract through the government, but it's not marriage. I think marriage should only be an institution for Christian men and Christian women.
So you don't pause. Okay,
No
no
crosstalk.
crosstalk.
No
No crosstalk. No, sorry. Okay. Rage Page.
I'd have to agree with Indian Jesus and with Big Soda, except I don't think marriage is a right. I don't think that you have the right to be married other than like Christians have the ability to, if that makes sense. And I think it should, I don't see an issue with gays get married. I just think that it should be called something different, like civil union.
Actually, based. I mean, I agree with that. Young Christian. Young Christian. Young Christian's not here. Why? He's asking why. Time to Anson out because Anson's just constantly talking about the same shit over and over, and he's saying he's leaving, which is fine. He can leave, but I'm just done. I'm done. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
It makes me weak.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So thoughts on marriage? I think marriage is given by God, and it's a beautiful thing. I don't think all men or all women should be married. That's it.
Alex?
I think everyone should be forced to marry at 18. And then the only way you can stop being married to that person is to marry someone else.
I do want my government issued wife. So
yep, it would cut down on.
Man. Are you sure you trust the government?
Like I said,
you're technically married.
Find someone better. Move on.
You're technically married to your parents before you turn.
True,
18,
you don't have a choice in that.
18, you start being an adult, and then find your own spouse or caregiver.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Tabernac.
I think anyone who wants to be married should have the ability to get married for any reason and to anyone they want to get married to, because I don't think it really matters.
Okay. And I will say, I think Rage Page said this. My stance. I think that marriage. I'm open to common law between same-sex people, but I think marriage should be between a man and a woman. But I think none of it should probably be handled at a government level. But in the way the system is now, I think people should get married. And I guess I want to. Well, that's the end of my time. So crosstalk now, and now I want to ask. I guess Big Soda. You said Christian only Christians.
Okay, I would allow Jews, but I'm going to keep a watchful eye on it.
You always got to keep a watchful eye on those people.
No, I guess I should have reframed my argument better. I should have said marriage should only be an institution for two people under God.
Right, there you go.
And I guess I misspoke when I say it should only apply to Christians, because there are people who share our God.
Nope, just kick them all.
See, okay, you're right. I'm gonna double down on it. Yeah, only Christian men and women. Fuck everybody else.
I don't know why you wouldn't. Fuck it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
They can call it something else, whatever it is in their language.
Yeah, common law, civil union.
What is it called in the Christian
behavior.
language? What's marriage called in the Christian language? I'm confused.
Marriage.
Is it that English?
Marriage. Yep.
Yeah.
What does that even mean, Keelan? What do you...
Well, I was gonna say.
I think he's trying to say the marriage, the
Christian language.
Marriage,
the original Bible written in English.
the concept of marriage.
It was developed.
No,
in English
I was talking about
Christians.
the language of. They can call
It was
everything.
developed by Jews that then turned into Christians. Yes.
In English, though.
in English. So I guess you were having the argument over the word marriage itself and not the
Yeah, someone was
concept
like, they
behind
could
it.
call it
Okay,
something
yeah,
else.
that's fair. That's fair. Then marriage itself was just invented by some English twat.
Always has, always will be.
Oh, look who it
Nitpicking.
is.
Hey,
It's Emmett.
how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
It's going great. How's karaoke?
It's fine. It's going.
He's here because someone said the Jews.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
I summoned him.
The Jews, they are the Jews.
The achus. The achus.
Yeah. Is Keelan here?
Keelan is. He's
think
right
he
next
is.
to you. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Keelan, how are you doing?
You should have been here last night.
I would no, I shouldn't. I would have screamed at people. It wouldn't have been bad. Okay.
That actually would have been based.
I had like a 6-hour stream. I had the gayest 6-hour stream of all time, and I was part of that. And it was horrible, and I lost my mind at the end.
Why'd you gay so hard?
I didn't, but we did hear some audio from people, and it wasn't great. Just saying. Keelan, I want to offer the services of the internet in my channel to your friend. I want to do the love audit. Do you think that's possible? I'm not gonna troll her.
I can ask her, but she was pretty hesitant to even come on this channel.
Well, it's not gonna be a panel. It's not like there's gonna be dogpiling. It's just gonna be a conversation, with me, like I did with Confluence.
I might have to watch one of these love audits.
They're awesome.
Nah.
Watch the Confluence one. That one's the best.
Yeah, the Confluence one is so far the best, but it's because Confluence is Confluence. He flies too close to the sun. That's a saying. Hey, Lodge, how you doing?
Doing all right. We got some bitch making fun of the fact that my grandma died this week, but other than
That's diabolical.
pretty good.
Who is this person? I'm gonna go ahead and put it on.
Pretty good 80. PURDY. Good 80.
Well, first of all, Lodge, my condolences to you. My heart goes to you. Hope you have hope you find acceptance soon and that everything goes well.
I did call Aggie when I found out. The first thing I did, I was sitting right here. I found out, and my parents were actually at a concert. So it was my sister who got a text from someone in the family. And first thing I did, I was like, all right, we don't have really a relation. We didn't really have a relationship like that. And if there, I care about the truth. And she was very religious. My parents are very religious. And I called out in a very genuine manner that if there is some truth that I am missing, that if there's any way that you could whisper in God's ear or anything like that, then I'd be gratefully appreciative of that. So waiting on that.
At the end of the day, I'm not gonna go into religion right now, but I'm just sorry for your loss. I hope you find solace and that everything goes well in your family. And I mean that. I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything.
I got you. I appreciate it.
Just saying.
Appreciate
it. And yeah, hopefully he can. Maybe she can intercede for you and things will get better. You never know.
That's the truth. I'm all for it. For it. Where the fuck did Confluence go? Let's fucking watch this thing, man.
Confluence is Zen coded. Okay, he's back. And K2 says, bow. Check Discord, not for panel. Did K2 send me some really anti-Semitic? Okay.
Probably.
Not for panel. Okay.
I'm gonna put a screenshot and while you're in Discord.
I'll play the video while I watch your thing, K2, and I'll see what it's like.
I need to go back to my karaoke stream. I just want to ask you, Keelan, that if it's possible, it would be appreciated. I think that would be fun for everybody. But if not, it's perfectly fine and understandable too. I'm not gonna like attack you or anything. I just want to know if you thought it was even possible, because that was kind of wild, and I just listened to like 5 seconds of it because I don't wanna give myself an idea. I wanna go blind into it if it happens. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask her.
I'll send you a if you're in Confluence Discord, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to find you there and I'll send you a message. Thank you for having me on Confluence. I'll be seeing you later.
Bye, Papa.
Peace and love.
So did you say bye, Papa?
Yeah, that's my dad.
Combo,
Hi, Poppy.
Of a picture.
Hi, Poppy.
I'd be interested to see what the panel thinks of the type of liberal love, acceptance, tolerance that we're seeing from that picture.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just watching some super anti-Semitic thing from K2 right now. 109. I'm not going to say 109 what. I'm not going to say what the 109 refers to. Okay. That's a lot of crazy shit, K2.
The number of the pairs of shoes.
There's a lot of crazy shit. Okay, so this. Oh God, I hate when people send me images, but I guess there's no other way to.
Like copy link and open and tap.
I don't know if well, hang on, let me see if this works.
Just save it as a file.
Oh no, it does work. Okay, it does work. Okay, images actually work. It's when videos, then I have to download them and try to like load them, and it becomes a whole convoluted thing. Am I sharing the right thing? Maybe. Yes. Okay.
You tell me if that is A, what you expect from the left, and B, if that's something that is that we should be talking to the manner in which we should be talking to each other.
Oh yeah, that's a perma ban. That's a perma ban, surely.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's fucked up.
I'd probably ban his children for that.
Yeah, that's
I would call his mom for that.
Nope, just letting them give me more engagement. Engagement.
Oh, this is someone who just said this, because I didn't even realize that this is us on the screen.
Yep.
And but this is a different comment than the one you said was left on your.
Yeah, is this the same guy, or do you just have like
pointing out how common it is and?
Yeah, no. The other comment was, and I really don't care to call the person out like that, because the individual person is not. It's not that big of a deal because I know them like that. But the fact that it's like you are the one that would make some cheeky little joke on a post like this. The post is basically like, I'm not religious, but my parents are religious, my grandparents are religious. So if you're religious and you want to do that, I think they would appreciate that. And somebody just made like a joke about it, and I was like, you know what, this is when you have atheist in your name like that, like of course it would be you. So every fucking Christian who is going to come by and leave nice words and see that even though I don't believe, I'm trying to open that up and all of that stuff, they're going to see, oh, the atheist.
I don't want to defend my fellow atheists here at all, never, but like, are you gonna let just, I mean, that one guy just had atheist in his name. I mean, that guy's probably a piece of shit.
He actually could have been a Christian trying to turn you against atheists.
No, he was. I know he was an atheist, but that's a good question. And so no, but that was the final straw. I've been talking about how a lot of my involvement specifically with the Atheist for Liberty group. They're like the based atheist group. That's like not the new atheist, not the left wing atheist. And part of their thing is to rehab the title of atheism. And maybe a year ago, I had the president on my show, and I was like, well, how is this different from the word feminism, where there's a lot of just normal chicks out there who are just like, yeah, well, we just want equality for under the law and X, Y, and Z, and that's feminism. It's like, is it though? Because when I hear feminism, I think a lot darker shit. And all that time I've been like, no, okay, I want to stick to my principles and stay on this word because that's what the word means, and that's what I am. But at a certain point, it's like words are meant for communication. And so if I'm not communicating what I mean to communicate when I say the word, then the word is not what I want to say. I want to say what will send the idea. That's what words are for. Send the idea that's in my head into yours. And I don't have a belief. I don't have any anger towards Christianity. I'm very familiar with what Christianity is, and it's good. I just don't believe in a lot of the claims. Agnostic, non-theist.
Non-theist is better, I guess. I guess that's a step in the right direction. Okay.
I mean, I haven't changed anything.
Well, just call yourself a deist. You obviously believe there's something. You just don't.
Yeah, just be deist build.
Because I don't. I think that's probably the most likely. That's probably the most likely thing that there is some deist.
Hold on. You don't what? You don't know if you believe that there's something.
No. That's the agnostic part.
How can you not believe that there's something? Whatever variation you want to give it, whether it has like personal knowledge of you or not.
Right.
It just sounds like you're confused.
I don't think I'm. I think I'm confused at the answer to is there a God? Sure, that's the agnostic part. I'm very clear on that is the question that I don't have the answer to. I don't think I'm confused. I think I'm very aware that that's the thing that I don't know.
I feel like I don't know. It's just like a weird way to think that, I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
It seems your best guess is some type of deist god, though. Like if you had to bet money on it.
Even if it's just like a supreme being of some sort that like rules over the universe.
When you bring in the being aspect, I don't know that it is a being. When you can say like when I say God, like quote, when I say God, I'm talking about the ultimate good or the fundamental truth of reality, or when people say things like that, like okay, that's a deistic God, but there's no being there.
You're assigning
maybe there is a being, but I don't know that, and neither do you.
I think.
Well, I mean,
I think we're just kind of conflating what a being is. We have to give some type of word.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess. Yeah, we're probably getting hung up on the word being.
Well, no, hold on. You cannot have a higher good without something to grant that good.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because logically, that just doesn't work.
That's not right.
What do you mean? So, what created God then?
I'm not talking about what creates it. I'm saying something has obviously assigned the concept of good.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
What's not correct?
You don't have to have something assigning good for good to exist. The universe can have a teleology.
He's saying a universal good. You're saying that there's a universal good without something.
Yeah, that can exist. That can exist without like some supreme being.
How?
Yeah.
It just exists. Is the best way to put it.
It just exists.
I mean,
it's the same thing as God, right?
The supreme being just exists.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say there. Like,
yeah, it's a circular argument.
No, it's not a circular argument.
It's not circular.
My argument is that for you to call something universally good, some like apex of goodness.
Well, Brandon said I'm right, so I'm going to leave on that.
What did?
He said Brandon said I'm right, so I'm going to leave on that note.
All right.
Yeah, Brandon also thinks that it's like possible to have like an afterlife without a god and all this stuff. And it's like maybe from a philosophy bro point of view, it's possible in some like far-flung theoretical world. But
this thing I'm not understanding how.
I don't know. I just feel like I would just whatever Brandon or Keelan are redefining, I would say that thing is God. But like the thing with being, it's like
Well,
even
why
the Bible. This isn't even me being woo woo. I wouldn't say God is a being. God is being itself. Like God is not a being. God is being. That's in the Bible. That's biblical.
You're talking about concepts, right? The concept of a being. But
course.
something has to give the concept like some like
That's amazing, Soda.
formulation of
That's
truth,
amazing.
right?
Average Confluence panelist joiner.
Look at that nose.
Beautiful nose.
Man, your nose is like peeking out, man.
I'm
You can't
Jewish.
contain the schnoz.
Spider-Man cracked out.
My autistic child's got an obsession with costumes and masks.
If I can read it from my chat, you can have an afterlife. You can have an afterlife. Ishmael said you can have an afterlife without a higher being, just like you can have a higher being without an afterlife. Both of them are supernatural, so there's equal possibilities for both.
I just don't know what the even. I don't even know what the hypothesis would be that we have like an afterlife and a whole spiritual realm, but there's like no God. Like I guess it's probably like philosophically possible, but it just seems like really confusing.
Realm. I'm talking about an actual like the concept of good being a universal thing. That like the same thing as good universally. That requires something to make it universally good. Otherwise, it defaults to my preferences.
So what?
Wait.
It may prevent.
Okay.
What if the world just play devil or humor me? Humor me. What if the world really was just my preferences?
Then there wouldn't be a higher good.
Okay.
Good would be relevant.
Anything, and I feel like that creates its own.
Yeah, good would be relevant to you only. So maybe other people might share in that good, but it wouldn't change anything about like them actually.
Shut up, baby Alex.
What I'm trying to get at is like I don't know if you
glasses, Soda.
I don't know if you guys saw Andrew Wilson talking to Papa Gunner. It was a very similar type of thing to when he was talking to Dave Smith for the first time, where it's just like we're getting right to the semantics. Where do you get that from? The Andrew Wilson playbook, and like fair. Okay, when you're talking about well, what's your shit grounded in? It's not grounded in anything. It's just my preferences. Okay, but most people do actually just go based on that. Even most Christian people are not sitting down and working out the logic of what Andrew Wilson says. So there is some aspect of this can exist without at least people understanding what the truth is and just going based on their preferences. So what would if it was?
I feel like you're spot on with that. Like that makes a lot of sense to me, at least. But most people have kind of almost an inherent sense of something being wrong or something being good. Like it's kind of something that we all kind of already have from young ages. Like if you don't, that's when it becomes like concerning. Like if you see a child grabbing an animal and ripping its head off, that's concerning. But children don't inherently do that.
Well, you could say that you could say that some of that is like literally bred into our DNA. You could say a lot of things, but my point, and you're right, IJ, that people typically default to their preferences even when they say that it's grounded in something else, and that's because we can't ever truly hit the truth. We can't hit the most good because it's a moving target, right? Every time we reorient ourselves, we find ourselves somewhere different to where we were. We can know where it's at, or we can know we're going towards it, but we can't know both. So, one moment. So,
are you expanding like quantum physics to macro level stuff?
It's not really macro; it's a concept, right? So, but kind of.
A lot of quantum stuff doesn't work as a concept.
Yes, I'm using that as a concept for what I'm talking about, just because I don't want to describe a freaking arrow chasing a target around the field, right? But oh, shit. My kid. Oh my god, my kid. either way, if you want to say that there is like this ultimate good, then you have to assume something that gives that good weight or gives it substance. And if you don't want to say that, if you want to say it's all preferences, then that's a legitimate thing to say. Just then you can't talk about God of any kind, right?
You
There's
could
nothing
say
to
that.
weight to it.
You could say like what gives it weight is that it leads towards the eventual state that the universe is supposed to end up in, and that would be like an emergent state of the universe, not necessarily something fundamental to the universe, which I think God is the opposite of what I'm saying, where God is like fundamental and that creates the good. I'm saying that the good is created after the universe, if that makes sense.
But you're talking about the heat death or the end of the universe. That's the
Not necessarily.
Well, what is the ultimate state of the universe?
That's not something we could know because we're just like one small part of the universe, right?
Well, I mean, eventually it all has to collapse somehow, right?
K2, what are you fucking sending
whether we
me?
burn through all the hydrogen that exists in our universe, or
so Alex, that's not necessarily true. There have been theories that are like dark matter, dark energy, which we barely understand. We don't understand really at all. Will result in like the universe collapsing back in on itself and then recreating itself in like a universe.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying the universe as it exists now would have to disappear. It would have to die and be reborn.
What? Is that sorry? Is that connected to
he brought up the good as being like
I don't think like the universe's death necessarily speaks to like the universe's purpose.
Well, we're not talking about purpose, right? Purpose is
I was talking about purpose.
Well, purpose is given. It's not something that just naturally exists.
That's not true.
How so?
Purpose can be emergent too.
Bro, what is happening right now?
It can be emergent, yes, but not really for living animals. Like an organ can have an emergent purpose. A conscious being doesn't.
Go see what that baby
I don't think
wants.
you can argue that.
I absolutely can, but I need evidence.
I don't think you can decisively argue that. Is what
I can decisively argue it. I can. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Baby Alex gets what baby Alex wants.
That poor baby was like, Dad. You go see what that poor baby wants.
Pizza time.
Oh,
I don't.
Naval Orange Keelan.
I don't understand what the
pizza.
The argument is.
What is that code for?
Oh, Keelan's having one of those U9 bread pizza parties. Damn.
Having a pizza and grape soda?
Jerky? Holy shit.
Someone walk me, maybe when Keelan gets back, but can someone walk me through what Keelan's arguing?
I think they were trying to argue between there being an existence without God.
He was talking about purpose and good.
Yeah, I think he was saying purpose isn't always given. Like purpose can originate from nothing.
Well, yeah, he started by saying teleology doesn't require God, which I don't think I agree with that. But maybe we just understand teleology differently. Like teleology without God is just nonsense that we're calling teleology because we're pattern recognition machines. But I don't think there's any like real design going on then, right? It's all kind of just what happens, and then we just look backwards and we're like, oh yeah, we're designed, we're beautifully and wonderfully made, but then we're actually not if atheism is true.
We wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's just like we can look back and be like, oh, it's so beautiful what happened, but yeah, it's a happy accident. Yeah, it's like a Bob Rossian coded phenomenon.
But let's say that is the reality. What does that do to your worldview? Assuming that we had something that determined that there really was nothing, just hypothetically, how would that affect like your daily life or your view on the universe? Or
like if there was no God?
There was no God.
How would that affect
a happy accident. the Big Bang really did happen, and it was just a bunch of stuff following physics and chemistry. What if?
I think the Big Bang happened. I think it was intentional. But yeah, if I thought everything was meaningless, I'd probably live life as if everything was meaningless.
Yeah, there we go.
Nihilism would probably creep in.
Yeah, I would be a nihilist. I might still. I'm not saying I'm not going to do the meme thing where I'd be graping and pillaging and stuff, because I don't think that's in my nature. But right. But it's but I would have no reason not to. That's just my preference would be not to do those things. So then I would be brand encoded. It'd all be my preferences. Right. And so, so I would, but it definitely would make changes. There's a lot of times where, right. And I think in all of our lives where it's you have an internal moment where you're trying to think of what the right thing to do is. And I think if I was an atheist, I would just be outward focused. I would just be do other people see me as good? And then that's all that counts. And even if I'm an evil piece of shit, as long as no one knows that, then hey, no harm, no foul. But now with God, it's well, now that guy knows that, So now it changes things a bit.
But that then leads us to the conclusion that there is such a case where at least a plurality, even if we're not going to say a majority, a plurality of people, their preferences would be especially if we're talking about. We're in the world and the timeline and all that, that right now and tomorrow or tonight, we find out somehow for sure that there is no God. That people already have the culture, the values to not go out and grape and kill and all of that stuff, because that doesn't do anything, even from a selfish perspective, that doesn't do anything. Theoretically, you can get to all.
We had to learn that.
Lutch, how would your life change if we came to find out that the Christian God exists?
Oh, the Uno reverse card.
Yeah, no, not much at all. I would just be oh, okay. So
really?
Not much at all?
Wait, what? Wait, how? Wait, pause. Wait, how?
I already live in such a way that I think is already the best that I can do. So what do you expect would change?
You wouldn't pray more? You wouldn't read more of the Bible? You wouldn't go to church more?
I've been praying all my life. Well, hold on. I've been praying all my life. I know you guys don't believe me, but I do. I mean, okay, maybe not every day, but at least 3 times a week, I do a genuine prayer to God.
Right, but wouldn't you pray more often if you knew for sure that God exists? Wouldn't you be holy shit?
To what end? He already doesn't answer me. Him existing doesn't mean that he's going to answer me.
Well, it means that right now you're kind of tossing up your prayers and you think that maybe they're going to nothing because there's a chance that there's nothing up there. But if you knew that there is being itself listening to your words, that you can conform yourself to that being's image, doesn't that sound tantalizing,
I can see you're smuggling in another premise that not only does God exist, but God is going to change his behavior towards me. And so didn't
you say if the Christian God exists? Wasn't that Young Christians the question?
I said if the Christian God exists.
Yeah, so the Christian God interacts. That's a key thing of the Christian God. He's a personal God. He interacts with us, right? We're in union. So wouldn't you seek out that union, right?
So okay,
there's a lot of interaction going on.
Okay, but you're asking not only what if I knew that the God of the Bible existed, because right there, I already live my life in such a way based on being a Christian, based on being an American. I already live my life in such a way that if there was a God, I would think that he would approve of the way.
No, but no, absolutely no.
No, hold on. Let me just fucking. So if you're asking if that existence comes with a different experience of my life, then yes, that would change. But that's what I'm saying. Those are 2 different things. You didn't ask that question. You're smuggling in that, I would have this relationship with God. But if you're put in the position that God already does exist, and I already do pray, and I already do not have a relationship with God, then the fact that he's there doesn't change any of those things. It would only be the 4th thing that his relationship.
You're saying
well, if he was there, you would have a relationship with him, right?
We find out the Christian God exists. You're saying that.
That's what the Bible says.
That would change, and
where's the relationship?
What, you're living to the letter?
You're saying if the God of the Bible existed, then you could have a relationship with him. So if we're granting the premise that the God of the Bible exists, then you can have a relationship with him. And so then if that God was real, you would have a relationship with him. And wouldn't you change your life?
Real, correct?
What?
You believe that God is real, correct?
Yeah.
So under your belief, it should be impossible that I don't have that relationship because I am genuinely open and that God does genuinely exist. So what does me knowing that God actually is there, what does that change about the fact that I've been reaching out and he has not said anything back?
I've said this before, but I think that there's a lot of internal stuff. Wait, all right, let me say this. I think there's a lot of internal stuff that happens. Like even if I ask that question to myself, if I believe in the Christian God, but if I, let's say, absolutely knew, I would probably change a lot of my life. Like, even though I say I believe in stuff and I think I'm doing my best, there's probably times where I'm like, I maybe make concessions I wouldn't otherwise make. Like, if I actually knew, I would probably live differently. I probably would pray more. I probably would, I would change things. Like, and that's as a Christian, I would, like, if I knew for sure, 100% certainty, I'd probably live differently.
That doesn't really make, I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand. But that doesn't fully make sense to me, because if that's already what you believe, then
but belief and doubt are like two sides of the same coin, right? That's what I'm saying. Like I believe, but a belief isn't like, I still fear death, right? And that's because it's a belief. If I knew for certitude, I wouldn't.
Listen.
We still wrestling with flesh.
It's like walking.
Right.
It's like walking into a building and you see security cameras, but you don't know if they work. But then if you know that they're on and you know that they're constantly being monitored, you're going to change your behavior more so than you assume, I'm assuming these are working. So
your mic's giving me actual cancer rage page.
I think it
makes sense.
I think that's a bad comparison.
A good example. If you go to a store and you see that there's no cameras there, are you personally, clockwise stick if you want. If you go into a store and see that there's no cameras, are you personally more likely to steal? Because I'm not.
That's what I was trying to say.
So that's what I'm saying, is that I'm already in the position that it doesn't matter if there's a security camera there or not. I don't steal because I think stealing is wrong. So whether or not a God exists is not going to change that, because I'm already in line with what that potential God thinks. So the question of what would I change, like I'm not looking for a security camera to decide on whether I'm stealing. I've already decided stealing is wrong. Therefore, it doesn't matter if there's a security camera.
Yeah, but stealing's kind of a low resolution take in some ways, because like, yeah, if you're like not a thief, you're probably not going to be like tempted to thievery. But like, would your goon sessions change if you knew that there's like a security camera above your head? It probably would if you think about it. Probably would.
Is there anything that you with the Christian God? Is there anything that you disagree with? Just one thing, like an action. Maybe there's something he says don't do, and you do. Is there anything?
I mean, no.
Looking at another person and lusting after. Was there anything?
I mean, if you put me on the spot, I just got to go low brow and
you don't gotta say so crazy. Just
yeah. So off the top of my head, I would say genocide and instructions for slavery are probably not good.
So is this regulations on slavery
and then genocide? Yep.
Okay. Is there the genocide, like when he commands the Israelites to wipe out someone?
Say again?
When he commands the Israelites to attack a neighboring nation?
Yep.
You disagree with that?
Correct.
Because you view it as genocide?
Mm-hmm.
And that him giving a civil law on slavery, you disagree with his regulations there?
Correct.
Okay, so if God existed, would your view on that change? Would you look into it deeper?
No.
You wouldn't? Not even a little bit?
Nope.
No. And you know the difference between moral laws, ceremonial laws, and civil laws, right? They're found in the Old Testament.
Not specifically. If you want to lay out the definitions.
Well, I'm saying, if God existed, would you look into them?
I mean, I'm interested. This is my point. I'm interested in learning about it right now, and I don't believe that the God exists. So this is exactly the case in point.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know because I want to know.
You haven't looked into
God exists or doesn't exist. I want to know because that's information that I don't have.
About moral, ceremonial, and civil laws?
Yeah, I'm not specifically familiar with the different definitions according to the Bible of those.
So you wholeheartedly disagreed with something that you didn't look into?
I wholeheartedly disagreed with a concept that I didn't know which specific category it falls into.
It's my streamer is cuck, so I can't pull it up. So I'll have to read it from my Chromebook. Okay. Just to note, if you know he's real, then any act of disobedience would mean hell. Well, wait, pause. Well, thank you, Alex, for the super chat. But for Alex, do you mean for the believer or for the? Because I'm a Christian. I don't think just because I do something untoward, which I do commonly, that I'm going to hell for that. But if you mean for IJ, if he's not a Christian, then yeah, he would know that. So it just depends what you mean.
Wait,
How
what
do
am
you
I supposed to
IJ? He says, just to note, if you know he's real, then any act of disobedience would mean hell. So I guess for an atheist, then that's true. Then you would know that. But then would you give your life to Christ? I guess is would be my question.
Well, what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
Picking up your cross.
If God's going to burn me forever, I'll gladly worship God to avoid that.
That's a good cost risk or cost benefit ratio.
I guess if we're talking about
Alex is here.
If we're talking
I've been
about
here.
worship or
sorry.
No. Well, what I'm saying is right now, since you can only have faith, you still have doubt, and that doubt allows you to not follow things perfectly, allows you to make mistakes. But absolute knowledge in his existence would mean that any act of disobedience would be a spit in his face directly.
Right.
Was this directed to me or IJ?
Everyone. The whole.
If it's directed to me, I don't think even if I do a direct act of disobedience, I go to hell. I mean, hell, I do some acts of disobedience. That ain't biblical, you know.
That completely opts out grace, mercy.
Yeah.
What mercy can you have for somebody who directly disobeys you?
Bro, it's like that's the whole gospel, man. We're the whole gospel.
No.
Tell me you're not a parent without telling me you're not a
only
parent.
a handful of people actually knew with certainty that God existed according to the Bible, right?
No, but I mean, even Paul talks about like if we keep on sinning after we know about God. It's a terrible paraphrase, right? But Paul talks about this
in a non-absolutist sense.
I know, but where in the Bible are you getting that? If you know that there's God,
absolutely certain that God existed. If you knew because He showed Himself to you, you're telling me that you wouldn't be punished more heavily for disobedience?
I'm telling you that you can't. I mean, this is a tenet. This is a key tenet, and I mean, I can't. I think Young Christian disagrees with me on this, which is crazy. But you cannot lose salvation. So as a Christian, I can go out and I could freaking murder somebody, and I would still go to heaven, baby.
What happened when an angel disobeyed?
Well, an angel's not a human. Jesus didn't die for angels.
Right.
Jesus died for freaking this guy right here. Okay.
What do angels have that we don't? Knowledge.
Well, there's a lot of different. They're ontologically different classes of beings, right? I mean, it's impossible to compare.
Who cares? That's not the point. The point is, there's no grace for them because they have knowledge. They know what it is they're doing by betraying.
How do you know there's no grace for angels? Where do you get that from?
Well, whenever He brings Lucifer out of and all the demons that fell out of hell, then you let me know, okay?
What happens after Christ's reign after 1,000 years? Hello?
Say that again.
What happens after Christ's reign after 1,000 years? That's where the Bible ends.
My understanding is hell is locked away and the earth is freed from it.
But you don't know what happens.
Well, you don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happened.
You're right, I don't. But I'm not claiming that God doesn't have any grace for angels.
Agnosticism is the only accurate position.
So you're saying
we should be agnostic.
Go back.
You're the one arguing that. I haven't made any claim.
So I'm making the very, very clear argument that the lack of absolute certain knowledge gives us the grace. It's not just If we knew with absolute certainty, there's no reason to ever disobey.
Right. So I asked you, how do you know that God has no grace for angels?
Because every angel that disobeyed him is in hell.
And I asked you what happens after he uses 1,000-year ring, because that's when the Bible ends.
I thought they get yeeted. Don't they get yeeted into the lake of fire? Isn't that in Revelation?
Yeah, he gets casted out, and then it says Christ rules for years, and it stops there.
No. The second death part of Revelation.
You're saying because the Bible doesn't explicitly say that Satan and all the angels that fell are locked away in hell for all of eternity, does not means that there's chance that there may be grace later. I mean, you can say that, I guess. I can't argue against it, but it sounds like it's completely, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
Actually, it could go either way. God, they could just be in hell.
Well, sure, but there's no indication that it's going to go the way that you're saying.
We don't know.
Well, yeah, of course we don't know. We don't even know if you go to hell for just not believing. Right?
Oh,
we don't know
that.
We absolutely do not know.
We definitely know that. So the criteria is to gain salvation.
Sure, that's what. Who said that?
Christ.
What did he say? You must believe in me or you go to hell?
I mean, in so many words.
If you believe in him, where do you go? If you believe in him, where do you go?
You don't really know what for sure the metric might be, given the fact that he just said it's through me that you can go to my Father.
If
he may accept you, even if you don't accept him while you were alive.
If you believe in Christ,
I mean, Jesus says, whoever will have believed and been baptized will be saved. I mean, how else do you take that,
what does
Alex?
he say to what about the people who didn't?
I don't know.
Condemned?
Does he what?
Yes, he says, the very next passage, yet truly whoever will not have believed will be condemned. This is Mark 16:16. Should be on the screen.
So if you've been baptized, then don't believe.
Whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned.
Why are you nitpicking?
I mean, what is that? What else does that
You were
mean?
baptized, you were saved. Why are you like pulling words out?
So then,
Just
if you're
lock in on the whole
baptized and
thing.
you lose your faith, then you will be condemned.
Yeah,
that's what to be saved. You must believe and be
Con.
baptized.
That's where me and Con disagree.
Well, no, that's what it says. Literally, what it says. It only gives you one criteria for being condemned.
That's why we do something called systematic theology, right? Scripture interprets Scripture. That's why we have all the passages in Romans that say
by the words,
and then click the pinned link in the chat.
Alex, you gotta take all of Scripture.
Sorry.
Why? You didn't take all of Scripture.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I take all the
You're
Scripture.
saying you were saying you don't know what happens after the 1,000-year reign because it's not in the Bible, but everything else
it's not found in the Bible.
That once you're in hell, you never come back, right?
Well, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
You're casting spells, Alex. You're casting spells, brother.
It's Maryland coded.
It's in there.
It's not. It's not in there. It's absolutely not in there. I'm confident in that.
Chapter and verse, Alex. Chapter and verse.
Yes, I'll find it.
The closest thing is after death comes judgment. That's the closest verse, right? This is why we can be C.S. Lewis coded and say that the gates of hell are locked from the inside, which is based on me coded.
What other context in the Bible is there for what condemned and what was the other word that you just used? Confluence? Judgment?
I don't know if I said that, but the verse just says condemned.
You said there's judgment, and then
that verse, that's the closest verse that we think that means that maybe there's no chance after death, because it says there first comes death and then judgment, but I don't think that means it's necessarily immediate, especially because there's people who died, and judgment is a specific day, and so people who died 1,000 years ago, where are they right now? That's what theologians talk about as the intermediate state, where maybe there's like some weird Sheol coded thing that people are like living in, right?
Sounds like dirty Protestant talk.
That's bosom coded. That's bosom coded.
That's what Scripture doesn't really tell us.
Yeah, but Catholics. I mean, the Catholics do believe that there is like a purgatory that you go to.
Yeah, I knew the Catholics were into that.
I don't know. Actually,
That's
Ortho
actually
Bros, I
very
don't know
reasonable.
if they believe in purgatory. I'm actually not sure.
There's no other context within the Bible that specifically talks about
Matthew
when they say
25:46.
condemned, when they say judgment, what that actually means beyond the words themselves.
How do you mean?
Okay, I condemn you. What did I just do to you?
It means I'm separate from you. That I'm going to hell. Separation from God.
No, when I was saying it, I was saying that you're a bad person. So that's what condemn means.
Well, sure. But if we're talking about judge, if you're tying judgment in there, right?
Yeah,
First comes death, and then judgment. That's what we're referring to.
Right. And so I'm saying those are broad words. And I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of what is being referenced. What type of condemnation? What type of judgment? What does that actually
If you
mean?
condemn something,
Let me get like 2
it
verses
would be
before this one
disapproval.
compliment.
It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
Let me get a little context to this.
Look at the context. Okay. Oh, also, I'm on Bible Gateway. Oh, God, I didn't realize that.
You're
Lord,
infected now.
forgive me if I've sinned. Damn it. Okay, where was this?
20.
So this is in a parable. First of all, Alex, that's important to understand, right? Like a parable is a parable. It's not like it's not.
what compliment.
There's also another scripture once we tackle this one.
Okay, sheeps and
Thank you.
goats. Don't be goat coated. When the Son of Man comes to in his glory and all the angels with him, and he will sit on his glorious throne, all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in," etc., etc., etc. Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we blah, 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 blah?" The king will
Don't do
reply,
that.
"Truly,
Don't do that. Just read it.
okay,
Just read
no,
it.
I disavow
Just
the
read
blah,
it.
blah, blah.
That's
It's a long
that's
verse.
wild.
It's a long verse.
Fucking
But we know where it's going. It's obviously,
dirty
when did I?
Protestant
It's
talk.
like a repeating thing. We understand, okay?
No, I'm
The
just
king
gonna
will
skip
reply,
through verse alike, verse alike, verse alike.
"Truly,
Skip
I
through.
tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, casting spells, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty." I'll read the whole thing. "And you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me." They also will answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you?" A lot of repetition. He will reply, "Truly, I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me." Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life.
Okay, I
The
like
word
this.
of
I
our
like
Lord.
this.
Praise be to God.
He's comparing actions. So someone who's not helping the needy, and then people who help the needy. Right? These are actions. It's intention.
The goats and the sheep.
So can we go to Matthew 8:12?
Oh, I'm loving this.
We go to Matthew 8:12.
Let's just go ahead and read all of Matthew.
This is actually what C.S. Lewis gets.
Let's go from the Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Also, Revelation 20:10.
Yeah, this is where C.S. Lewis gets "the gates of hell are locked from the inside."
Is what?
Matthew 8:12. Why
Matthew
the gates of hell are
8:12.
locked. Yeah, from the inside.
Okay, we're gonna use Bible Hub this time because we're not gay like
don't wanna
that.
stay on Gateway?
And
We're not
conflict.
gay like that. Not on this channel.
In the beginning was
In
the
this
word.
house, we worship the Lord, young Christian. Okay.
Blah 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 blah.
Read a bunch of Bible verses. I'm gonna head out. But,
Look, we're circling in on something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
I
reading
tell
study.
you, many will come from the east and west and recline at table with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, while the sons of the kingdom will be thrown into the outer darkness. In that place, there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
So unrepentant from those found in hell.
silent G, gnashing.
No, I'm hard G'ing that one. Okay, just
So
for
those-
emphasis.
The ones that are found in hell, they're separate from God, they're condemned, aren't interested in salvation. So when you find the eternal punishment, the gates being locked on the inside, it's because they have no repentance in hell. Gnashing of teeth.
Preach.
That's it. I mean, that was the end of the sermon. All right, I'm going home now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, all this parable. I mean, parables are parables.
It's also
you know,
it's also in Revelations, and it's also in Lazarus.
Oh, bosom coded again. We're going back to the bosom. It's always back to the
Under
bosom with you
under the
people.
Gospel of Luke.
Can I ask a question from my chat?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Ryder said, question for the panel: are parables real events, or were they made up like Aesop's fables?
They're made up like Aesop's fables. That's what a parable means, brother.
It's to describe. I guess I would say it's to describe a phenomenon or describe something in human comprehension.
Yes, to convey.
Yeah,
because I mean, there's multiple places where Christ describes hell differently.
So what?
Wait, hold on.
What is there a difference? Is there a difference between
I'll
the
be right
parables
back.
and Aesop's fables?
Well, one's inspired, one's not, but they fall in the same literary category, like the same literary genre. So it's like the Psalms. The Psalms is poetry, but they're not the same as like, I don't know, reading like, you know, I don't know, fucking some I don't know, some random other ass poet, right? It's not the same. So it's the same literary genre in the same way that like Kings is written as like history, but it's not the same as reading, you know, the fucking Josephus's, you know, shit that he wrote. I mean, he wrote good stuff, but you know, I'm not trying to throw shade against Josephus, but Antiquity of the Jews.
Hold on, the sheep and
Antiquity
goat
of the
thing
Blue
that you
Jays.
just read?
You say what?
The sheep and goat thing you just read, doesn't that indicate that people who do the works will be saved? Does he talk about believing in him
No,
during that?
and we have other scriptures where
I'm pretty sure
This
it
is why
doesn't.
Scripture interprets Scripture. This is why systematic theology is so important.
You're right. We should all just go to become orthos.
I feel
No,
like
it's just that is even Protestants believe that Scripture interprets Scripture. You can't just look at one. If you look at one verse, you're going to get like misguided all the time. Like you have to look at the whole Bible as a cohesive
That's
package.
what Christians usually do is cherry pick, right?
No, well, hopefully, I mean that's what often they
That's
do,
what
but
we're
you
trying
ought
not to
not.
do that.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
trying
that's
not to
what-
do that.
Protestants are the worst at it.
They are terrible at cherry picking.
so. Wait, I don't know if because I got Uno reversed, but I don't know if I ever got an answer to my original question from the panel. That what if it is just my preferences? How does that
Then you need
change?
to have really good preferences.
I think I do.
You're talking about
Well,
like a
do you
parable?
though? Do you know?
No, no, separate from that.
Okay.
So what
how
are
do you know your
preferences based on?
preferences are really good?
This is actually something I'm working on. So what are your preferences based on?
My preferences are based on the basic Aristotelian virtue ethics, the spectrum between human suffering and human well-being, or human flourishing, and the empiricism that dictates that if you punch someone in the face, then that's not going to help them flourish. But also,
what if they have a dangerous bug on their face?
if you have someone going around, like graping little children, then punching that person in the face actually does help human flourishing.
And those things that you cited, what makes those good?
You're falling into the basic. No, he's providing the basic premise of human flourishing. You just have to take that as the idea, as truth, as a fact.
You know what? If we were, if God didn't exist, sure, we could probably
That's
all
what
agree.
he's asking about.
The question is, what if you found out that everything that we do is actually just based on preferences, and it is your preference to accept the notion of a God, but that isn't actually the case?
I do like pedantic. You're right, man clown. Oh, clown. Okay, sorry. Clown is an idiot, so I have to reply to him whenever he says something stupid.
That's Anson, if you didn't know.
Oh, I know.
many
I'm just
accounts
gonna
does
call
he
him clown
have?
from that one.
72.
He just changes his name. I'm pretty sure.
Is that a Muslim?
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like 2
this
weeks.
is something I've been working on for a while, and I think even just on I think you have to start at such a basic premise, not even well-being necessarily, but something so basic that it just can't be argued against. I think well-being is a little too difficult because it's hard to measure well-being.
fine. That's fair enough. But that's an issue with how I am viewing the world. Which that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking. Okay, now we know that there is nothing objective about morality in the universe.
Sure.
Now what? How does that change your worldview?
It doesn't at all.
So?
I don't know. I think that would mean your worldview would be dependent on your culture, and so it would be up to whims of whatever the culture feels is right. And we've seen times where culture has gone wrong.
My worldview is based on the human species as a whole. So
then it doesn't. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could all agree upon a set of preferences that work.
Yeah.
Well, could we get someone to? I mean, could we get enough people to agree on that?
Well, hold
how
on.
many people do you know that think that murder should be legal?
Well, I see that we've become very polarized on what we believe, and we double down.
So IJ, you can't tailor morality to the people who don't accept any form of morality for themselves, right? So you have to kind of tailor it to all of humanity, and the people who can't either get in line or won't because they have some underlying preference to upheave or take what they want or destroy who they want. And those people just have to be gotten rid of.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess with every system, you kind of have to deal with that, don't you?
Yeah, there's no system that doesn't deal with that.
Yeah.
Like you can't convince a sociopath
welcome.
that
Good to
they
see you,
should
Mel.
trust God's version of morality, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not welcome, Confluence, but thank you.
Clownfluence.
You mad at me too, Mel? join the club.
Oh,
I can tell you've been a vegan, Clown. I can tell. You have the intellect of one.
Hey, Brandon's vegan, okay? Brandon's pretty smart.
Not long enough to turn into Anson, I guess.
Alexander, is this your first time talking to Indian Jesus?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Just the vegan comment made me think that.
Oh, I know. I don't care. I think
I always keep it straight. And anytime you hear something, Mel, you're like, I think that's lunch. I think that's the end of Jesus. That's like the third time you've done that.
I thought he was shitting on Confluence for being gay.
We accept gay people here. We don't like them.
I think if you start with the premise of like, you want to be able to experience something like joy or happiness now and in the future up until you die, you can start that as the premise to basically create a worldview that is not only complete, but also accommodates for everything we think of today as good, as well as some things that we currently know are good, but don't have a proper excuse to do.
Now,
Let's just
correct
shake
me
his
if I'm
head.
wrong. Are you saying that we ground that in joy?
Sure, yeah. But, I mean, that would be what you're chasing, right? Joy.
Mm-hmm.
I've been smothered by. Damn, Anson, you feel
Anson,
smothered
put
by
your
my ego.
dick away.
Holy
Put your
shit.
dick away, Anson.
Yeah, you put that
Stop
thing
gooning
away
in
before
the
you-
chat.
I don't want you gooning to my face.
Can I answer the topic topic, the topic in the title?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever floats your boat, but just don't expect other people to do it.
I feel like that's like I don't even think that answers the topic title.
What is the topic title you're talking
Are you talking about the banner at the bottom? Would you live differently if you knew the Christian God existed?
No, the video.
No, I mean the stream title.
Oh, marriage. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I got called insufferable by Anson. Holy shit.
How dare you join a Confluence panel and think that it's on topic?
Yeah, that's fair.
I would live
we were on
differently.
topic for like 40
I
minutes.
would live differently if I knew the Christian God existed. I'd probably stop like questioning my assumptions and testing reality, right?
Yeah.
So
you could
I'd probably
literally
become
just forget.
stupider, is what I'm saying.
Okay, disavow.
And yeah,
Look too soon.
in some ways, you'd have more time for other things though.
Like fucking.
I mean, sure.
Hmm.
If that's the thing you want.
If that's what you do, if you thought the Christian God existed, depends who you're fucking. That gets back to the marriage topic, the Trump weave. Okay, would you get married, Mel, if you knew the Christian God existed?
I mean, I like the pageantry and ritualism of marriage personally. Like, I really want to wear a wedding dress and stuff. So I would. I don't think it's a big deal, though. I think you could also be intertwined with somebody in the same way without that sort of ceremony.
Well, the question is assuming that you had absolute knowledge of the Christian God was real, would you get married to have your fucking, or
No, it'd
would
be
you...
about the same.
Okay.
We all know.
You just
we all know
accept
just
it.
because if we're saying that Yahweh exists 100%, like we all know, like we find out, marriage isn't like a requirement. We all know that, right?
Well, to have sex, it kind of is.
Well,
No,
have
to get into
sex.
heaven, you must be married. To get into heaven, you must be married, and you must
I'm
have.
just making sure we all know
Can I-
that. I know Mel said.
Hold on. Am I wrong? Is it not required to be married to have sex?
No, you.
Yes, sex
you
before
should be-
marriage is considered.
You should be married.
Did any of you stick to that?
I did.
I didn't. I wasn't always a Christian.
I'd rather just
Well, my
repent for
wife
my
did.
sins. I'd rather
People
just
make
be like-
mistakes, IJ. Okay, people make
I
mistakes.
wasn't always a Christian.
I'm just asking.
I'd rather make it future dead Melanie's problems and repent for my mistakes to Jesus, and instead of worrying with impulse control now.
So here's what I was positing earlier. If you had absolute knowledge, then you couldn't just pass it off to future, because everything you're doing is with the firm knowledge that you're doing it in contrary to Christ, right?
But I could just say sorry.
I personally think that having that knowledge would almost guarantee everyone goes to hell.
So wait, does that mean that there's a sin that's more deadly than the 7 deadly sins?
Knowledge of God, yeah.
Well, I thought all sins were equal.
All sin.
You know,
yeah, all sin is deadly.
first of all sins are not equal. That's a fucking heresy.
Yeah,
that's definitely
that's
not true.
not at all.
Second of all, 7 deadly sins is not from the Bible. Also, so it's a couple of things there.
Who's the delusional guy? Me?
Oh, Anson's comment. Yeah, Anson has taken a special hatred toward you today, Alex.
Oh,
apparently,
nice.
And Ag is casting spells. He's trying to summon a djinn.
Man,
Alex,
if you want to pay to have me booted, I'll let you do it this time.
Also,
Alex,
good to see you, Section 230. First time chatter.
What's up?
That just means that you've critically wounded him in the past, and he knows he can't win against you anymore.
Oh yeah, he absolutely knows he can't win against me. Yeah, I know. Not just once, like 15 times now. I take special pleasure in turning him upside down.
Raccoons can learn to avoid stuff like that after only one time. It took Anson quite a bit. I would argue raccoons are probably smarter than Anson.
I mean, I think most people.
This raccoon probably is, if you think about
are
it.
not as smart as
Pretty good at trivia.
Mm-hmm.
Raccoons are fucking amazing creatures, though. Holy shit, I love raccoons.
They do wash their food.
They do. They are so hygienic.
It turns out
I
they're
like raccoons.
probably actually doing that because it helps them feel the food better.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter why you're
Anson's
doing it. It's just
comment,
the fact they're
fucking
doing
wild.
that shit.
I know. I'm just looking at it, just being like,
That's smart.
That's wrong on so many levels.
I wouldn't put that up on
Yep.
anything.
I'm not going to put it up.
Hey, Confluence, want to have another TOS debate?
God, no, absolutely no.
Just kidding.
Well, if it's a debate about TOS, then you win. But if it's a debate about whether it's going to hurt his channel, then that's a little more difficult, right?
I'm somehow in like 6 different fights with 6 different people at the same fucking time.
Yeah, I'm trying to distract you.
Dude, hold on. I think who did I watch that said that? Like you have to only participate in 1 or 2 fights at a time, because if you're in too many of them, then you group all your agitators up against you, and then you're fucked.
That's true. If Anson ever joins Team Mel and then gets lumped in there with, I don't know,
is not
probably
like,
smoking
trust me,
Spaceman
I'm the
or
last-
something, then I'm fucked.
I'm the enemy that Anson will make friends with all of my enemies for, even if you were his enemy. The
Good. Me and
is-
Anson can group up.
He's my friend, right? So, yeah, no, I'm the last on the chopping block in the enemy list, at least.
Okay, what about this?
That is a
Phantom
good
Knight.
question, Phantom Knight.
My question is, why is it that once Adam and Eve ate the fruit, God switched from creation via earth to creation via birth, ensuring that sin would be passed down and proliferate? I think that depends on how you see original sin, because I think orthodoxy, Big Soda, is probably the best one to know this. They don't believe in original sin. This is how Protestants believe this, though.
Hold on, though. Hold on, though.
hold on.
Why didn't God just create a new Adam and Eve?
Because we were meant to eat the fruit is the real answer, but I don't think I'm supposed to say
then
that.
Why was he
Also-
pissed?
But that's the secret knowledge that
Hold
none
on,
of you're
was
all
he
supposed to know.
acting- Are you saying that God is an actor? He was acting pissed off.
Also, no, wait, before we get
I mean, all the world is a stage, right?
this is a distraction. The
It's
real
a combination
question-
of just and mercy.
The real question
Well,
is,
why did he
the
switch?
real question is, like, if God, sorry, what was that person's question again? Because, like, there's a more meta question, which is, your Confluence, your answer was that it depends on what you believe. That's ascribing God's will to be whatever the fuck we feel like, and I doubt that God has like this multiplicitous will. Probably had like a singular goal God had in mind, so it's probably not whatever the fuck we think it is, right?
Well, according to the Bible, God
Right,
plays
Matt.
by rules, and he does not ever betray those rules.
Right, so it's not whatever the fuck we think. It can't. I definitely, if I think it's something that breaks God's rules, it's not going to be that, right?
Right.
I'm not sure what you're. I'm not sure what you think I
just
said
think
or
your
what I
answer's
exactly said.
garbage. I think your
What
answer's
do you think
garbage.
I said? Let me flesh it out or correct it.
You said that what God's will was when making Adam and Eve and deciding to let us eat the fruit depends on what we think it is.
No, I
Go back.
No,
and
I
stream.
don't.
Yes, you did.
No, I said we were intended to eat. We were meant to eat the
Well, you
fruit.
said that after, but your first answer was it depends on what you think it is.
That's like you're taking that the wrong way. You're taking that the wrong way. I was saying like it depends. I think I was talking about if you're Orthodox and you think in original sin. I was talking about that aspect. If you think sin is passed down or not, or if you're a Protestant, right? If you're Protestant, you think that you were born corrupted already, whereas Orthodoxy, you were born into a fallen world, but then you are only sinful once you have chosen sin.
Is the
So
definition
that's
of
what I
sin
meant with
ordained
that.
by God?
We have Bob Moose in the back. Give me one of these.
Yeah,
Give me one of these, Bob.
In essence, different denominations view it.
And then
No, I
two thumbs
understand.
downs.
I understand, but Confluence.
Okay, I'm bringing you up.
No, I still have a question for Confluence. Confluence, is the definition of sin ordained by God?
Is the definition of sin ordained by God? What do you mean by ordained?
Bestowed, created, defined.
Yeah, in some sense. I mean, sin again is like missing the mark, right? Which is how it's usually talked about.
So then again, it can't be whatever you think it is. There's only probably one.
No,
real
I know
definition
I
of
already
sin.
explained that you're like that's not what I was I'm not saying you just decide that's not what I was saying. I was saying
Sometimes
like
I think you just move and open your mouth without actually thinking about.
no, sometimes when I clarify, Mel, you don't listen to my clarification. What I was specifically saying was it depends on if you are an Orthodox or a Protestant, how you view original sin and how you think about hamartiology and how you think that is passed down. And now when I offer that clarification, you're like, no, but you said these words and I took them in a certain way, and now you can't like explain or expound upon that, and that's retarded.
I'm taking it as a backtrack. So
well, can you just take it as if he really did say what you think he said, then clearly he just misspoke and now he's correcting the record.
yeah, and I'm criticizing him for it. That's all.
Well, that's not backtracking. That's just not being precise.
No, if I say some
definite.
bullshit, and I don't admit that was bullshit.
I swear to God, Mel, you send me so much. Holy shit.
If I say some bullshit, if I say some bullshit, and then I say another line after that that's made to make me seem really smart without acknowledging the thing I just said was bullshit, that's called you being irresponsible.
Yeah, we're
Oh
off
my
topic
God.
here. Let's get back.
Yeah.
So why did God switch from creation to birth? Was the question.
Did he ever switch?
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
he did.
He
When
only
Jesus
created
was
two people.
born, he
Created
was
Adam,
new
Neither of which could give
and then he
birth
created
to
Eve,
themselves.
and then the rest of humanity was born. No.
Yeah,
Well,
and
no,
then we
no,
were
hold on,
tainted
hold on.
by sin,
So
and
why did
then
he
because of
switch
that,
could
he
not
needed
give
a new
birth to
seed,
Adam
humans?
which was
because Adam was
Jesus.
first.
And then from that seed, there was no sin, and then from him not being born without sin, that's how it all came to be.
But
that's the
no,
other
hold on,
thing.
just a second. Who would have given birth to Adam or Eve?
I understand that
No,
he
'cause they
created.
were created.
No, I'm saying who would have given birth
We
to
were
them?
born. So the question is, why the switch?
But I don't think it was a switch. I think it was
But it
just
is different. So why is it different? Why aren't we all just created
because
in the way Adam and Eve created?
because there was no way to give birth to Adam and Eve without another Adam and Eve before them, right?
What's the point in the question?
Okay, I wanna. Yeah, I do. I have a chat from Keelan, but I actually do want this as well. Bob Moose, I don't think you've joined before, so what is your thoughts on this as a actual first time chatter?
Well, I would say that the part with the creation is that they needed that because when we were initially created, there was the tainted part of it. So everyone offspring from Adam at that point was tainted. So they needed a new offspring, which would have been Jesus, would have been sinless. And then from there, we would be able to have the eternal sacrifice. But they had to veil that. So the evil one couldn't thwart it. Because if they knew that killing him was actually the goal, then they wouldn't have actually killed him. But I think I went a little off right there, but yeah, that's the gist of it. That's why you need it
Moose,
first.
I don't know if it's your mic or your voice. And sorry, Rage Page, I'll let you go next. But can you just say taint one more time without any other words before?
No, don't indulge Mel.
Weird.
No, it's a base description.
So that doesn't. Unless I'm stupid and I missed it, I apologize. I don't necessarily see how that requires the switch. If God is just creating people in His image, where does the biology aspect of it come in? Why not just create all the people and then you don't have to flood the world because you created them?
Well, that was probably the initial idea at first. I don't know.
I don't understand what
was,
the
but
argument
the
or
rule was don't eat the fruit of like evil, knowledge of good and evil. So
why are we talking about?
I don't know why we're on this.
Hold on. Are you
I'm not sure
indicating
what
you
the
think
point
that
is, but
the
I do know
original
that's the reason.
Hold on. Are you saying you
But
think
let's,
the original setup was that God would create every human in existence, but then because they fucked up, they got to deal with birth?
No.
Okay.
It's because creation, he created people and then people were supposed to be born. Creation is built around birth. Like we were born and then Adam and Eve had children, and those children, one of them killed the other, and then that set apart the whole Canaan versus Abel tribe. And then that's where you get
that
the
happened
Canaanites.
in the Garden of Eden?
No, not the garden.
after.
No, that was after the fall. That was way after the fall.
So when God made Adam and Eve, did they have their reproductive organs?
Yeah,
Damn straight.
Yeah.
So then,
but they were like, there is.
He's indicating.
So then that seems to fit
theology that
Confluence's
you might-
narrative. I just want to point out, Confluence has a point here.
What's
where it
my
seems-
narrative? I don't even know what my narrative is.
It seems like God was intending them for them to have free will and for them to produce on their own will and not.
Well, you have to have free will
Just
to have
free
love. Like you can't. He wants you to love him, so he can't just show himself, or else that'd be a forced love. You'd be like, oh shoot, I guess now I have to, or else I'm gonna get in trouble. No, he wants you to accept him. You can't. Just
That's very
accept him,
relatable for
right?
God to want
It's
to
like-
be loved. I want to be loved too. So God's a lot like me, it seems.
Yeah,
It's almost like we're made in his image. That's crazy, Mel. That's crazy. That's so crazy. What a weird coincidence.
So to be clear, we should be able to comprehend God's glory. We should be able to comprehend God. We should be able to
Let's all talk at
imagine
the
God.
same time because that's the best way to understand each other.
But just to be clear, you believe if we were to see God, we'd be able to process that imagery.
No, you would just die.
No, yeah. Well, the only way you could see God would have been through Jesus, which is
Then how does it make sense that
in
we're
the back
made
in
in
the
his
day when they
image?
said I saw God, they were actually seeing Jesus.
The
All those
image is always
times
lesser than the
Old
original,
Testament
don't you
was
know?
actually referring to him,
Right, but
Jesus. When
like
they
let's
spoke or ate with him, that was Jesus.
Wait, does that mean that God can give birth?
like a lesser sun is a
If you
flame, and
wanted
that
to,
still
it's not out of
burns
his
me.
power. But
Like
it's
a
not
lesser
Jesus
You're
sun.
talking
now.
about a lesser sun, but the image of the sun can't burn you.
Right.
No, like,
Well,
but we're
actually,
not
I
gonna-
guess it
that
could
means
if it's
that means that
really
we
we're
should
not
be
gonna
able
see him
to
until the
draw
new heaven,
God.
so it's
So
like,
then it sounds
we don't
like we
have to
should
worry
be able
about
to.
that.
It seems we should be able to draw God, like depict God, without burning alive. Like
If
Satan
you
would do
if you
us,
could know what
apparently.
he looked like, sure.
Mel, where are you going?
I don't know where she's going right now, but
It seems like a contradiction that we're made in God's image, but we also can't possibly imagine what God looks like.
What does it mean to be made in God's
it's not
image?
a contradiction. It's more like it's just outside of our comprehension. If you could think of a all-powerful, all like whatever being that's outside of time and space, you can't comprehend that. Somewhere that could be everywhere.
So what
at
do
every
you
once.
mean
If we
by
could,
to
then
be
that wouldn't
made in
be
God's
God,
image if we
right?
can't comprehend it?
Mhm.
What do you mean that we're made in God's image if we can't even comprehend what God's image is? How do you know?
Well, we're shown what we have. Like
We could be made in
We
Satan's
can
image.
reason, we can create.
The fact that we can reason,
But we could be made in
logic,
Satan's image, and since we have
have
no idea what
morals.
God looks like, we just wouldn't know the difference.
What?
Yeah.
We could be made. I'm sorry. We could be made in Satan's image.
And because we have no idea what God looks like.
I don't think the Imago Dei is like a super literal, like physical look, Mel. I feel like you're kind of like misunderstanding that.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think I could parse it. So
Otherwise,
when
everyone will look the
you guys
same,
are
right?
saying made in God's image, then Mel is saying, okay, what is that image? But the way that it's being said is not like a physical image. It's a I mean, you know, I'm the non-theist here, so I'm just trying to bridge the gap. But made in the manner that God wanted, and so it makes sense that there are similarities in our nature and God's nature because God, according to them, made us to be like Him.
So how do we know that this is what God wanted?
What do you mean? It's written.
Like, has anyone
Which
asked
part?
him?
Which part?
Which one of you-
I've asked him. Have you, Mel?
Which part?
You asked him?
Mel, which part?
Wait,
Which part of
Confluence,
this?
so you know the guy? Wait, Confluence, so you
Which
know
part
the
of
guy?
this?
I do know the guy actually.
You can't
Funnily
ask a
enough,
question that
yeah.
ridiculous
Me
and then
too.
move on to do you know the guy?
So he gave
Which
you an
part?
answer.
Which part?
Give me enough of one.
Okay, so that's weird.
But what's weird? What's weird?
I think many people would just say
You
it's
could
written
just
in the
be
Bible.
schizophrenic. Like,
No, I believe in an active spiritual life. I think you can communicate with the creator of heaven and earth. Yeah. If that's schizophrenic, then I'm schizophrenic. I think I can. I think you can too, Mel.
so how do I know that you're not just hallucinating?
You don't know that. You have no
Right.
idea. I
why
could be
would
a
I
pea
say you don't
zombie
even
for all
know
you
that he
know,
exists?
philosophically. Yeah,
Well, why-
we could go into all sorts of rabbit holes.
Why would I take your word for it?
Don't ask
Don't.
yourself.
That's the whole
Go on
point.
your own
Yeah,
adventure. Cut your own fucking way through the jungle, Mel. That's what everyone is supposed to do.
So I asked myself, and the answer I get is either this is a God that can somehow tangibly interact with this world in some way, so they can create things, and we should just be able to see evidence of something that happened spontaneously without cause or effect, which we don't actually see in anything, including the fossil record. Or this is a God that's like in like a platonic solid that isn't ideal, but can't actually
Pause. What?
can't actually interact with this world at all, and thus is kind of meaningless because it's just happening in some sort of alternate universe.
I mean, I don't think God is a platonic solid. To be clear, I didn't say that.
Plato was referring to something, and Socrates or Aristotle criticized
The
it. Like, what's the point of
unmovable,
believing
the
in a
unmoved
God?
mover.
What's the
The
point of
unmoved
believing in a
mover.
God that can't act or be seen in this universe in any way?
And that's when
That's
Jesus
what I'm
comes
referring
in.
to. I'm illiterate. Just ignore me. But no,
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
No, well, you told me to ask myself, and the answer myself.
No, I didn't tell you to ask. I never said that. I never said ask yourself.
You literally just said that. See,
No, I didn't. Mel, you keep saying I say stuff that I'm like not saying. I never said ask yourself.
You kind of did.
Just
I kind of did, or you
wanna
like
roll
took
back
what
the
I
stream?
said.
You want to roll back the stream, buddy?
think it was his spirit.
This is Mel's only challenge for this stream. If she loses the challenge,
I think I'm just impressed how Mel can move around things.
I know.
But no, okay, so does God act tangibly on this universe at all?
Does God act
tangibly
I think
on
you're
this
asking
universe?
all the
at
wrong questions.
Good.
Yeah. But
Does God act tangibly on this
Yes,
universe
yes.
at all? I didn't
Yes.
ask if I asked the right question. I asked, does God act on this tangibly on this universe at all?
Okay, well, actually, can we do a clockwise, snakewise on this? That's a good question. Does God? Here, let me type it in. I think this will be a good one. Does God act tangibly on this universe? Is that right? At all? Is that what you said, Mel?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So Bob Moose, you're new here. We do clockwise, snakewise. And so we go clockwise. We go snakewise. So it'll be starting with Lutch, then Young Christian, then Tabernacle, then Big Soda. And we move like a clock, but also like a snake if you think about it. And 30 seconds, no crosstalk. And then we all spurg at the same time in the same way, starting with IJ. So go ahead. 30 seconds or less. Does God... Oh, wait. Shit. I didn't put the right banner up. I'm sorry. Does God act tangibly on this universe at all?
So if the Christian God exists, then yes, by definition, it is a theistic God and thus would tangibly act on the universe. If it exists.
Young Christian.
Yes.
Okay. Say less, Young Christian. Keelan.
I am agnostic, so I don't know how to answer this.
I'm agnostic. I
was expecting a lot more, but okay. Big Soda. Hopefully we'll meet in the back half. Big Soda. Does God act tangibly on this universe at all? And maybe explain if you want to. You don't have to, though. Big Soda, are you there? Replaced with Alex. Alex, are you there? Replaced with Mel. Mel, are you there? Is anyone here anymore?
So no, because if God acts tangibly on this universe, we should see evidence of something happening without cause and effect, aka spontaneously. And we don't really quite see that, or at least we only see that in ways that are confined and would make us question how much God can even act on reality. So
that's fair. Okay, Big Soda, are you back? Okay, we're gonna move you to the end of the snake. Oh, Alex. Okay, Alex, next.
I mean, if you want to look at it, yeah, from that perspective, yes, it could act on the universe and could hide that action by retconning everything he does with, some previous cause. So,
okay,
argue that, Mel.
Okay, Rage Page.
I think yes, physically, emotionally, and spiritually.
Physically, emotionally, and spiritually. You are from a air traffic control room right now, but I think I heard that. Bob Moose.
Yeah, I would say personally and through the universe. Explains that in Job when he's scalding him. When Job's angry at him, he says, "Do you think you can keep all the stars aligned? Keep Pleiades together? Can you loosen the belts of Orion?" And actually, today, with modern astrology, you can prove with those stars of Orion that the two on the left are going to drift apart, and then the two are going to come together with as a double-eyed something. And then the other is going to drift off. So technically in the future, like 10,000 years or something in the future, it's going to loosen. So it's a little hidden gem inside a Job where 700 years before Genesis, where it was written, that you'd actually find that. So pretty stellar evidence for divine inspiration, if you're asking me.
Okay, and just connecting dots. Are your community, I'm assuming, then?
Yeah.
Okay. Just connecting dots from chat because I was seeing your chats earlier. Okay, Big Soda, are you back or what's good? Big Soda might not be back. Okay, so we'll end with me, I guess. I think God acts tangibly on the universe, but what I would say, and I know this is like maybe weaker than what the Bible says, but I think the main way that God acts is through people. I think we are the physical presence of God on earth, and so I think God communicates to us spiritually, and then we are the the boots on the ground element of Christ on earth now. I'm not saying I don't believe in miracles, but when I think of how even in the weakest form of God I could portray, I think that we are the essence of God. And so we are acting tangibly in the universe. We are the knowledge, we are made in the image of God, and we act accordingly.
Can I say something?
It's crosstalk hour, so go ahead.
If I would have responded as like I believed in God, I think I would have prescribed more to the idea of, and I brought this up before, it's called occasionalism, which was I think first brought up with Islam, and it's like there's no primary cause in the universe other than God. So we wouldn't say that fire burns cotton. We'd say that God causes the cotton to burn when fire and cotton are near each other. And that opens you up to explaining natural laws as like God's habits, and then also explaining miracles as like God still having the sovereignty to do whatever he wants.
So that's interesting.
Wait, God's doing the fire? Oh, every time. So if I go to light a lighter, it's God doing it.
He is the fire.
He is the fire.
It's more like the cause
I
and
would use a
effect.
scientific premise with Job and pointing towards the Christ as divinely inspired. With
Wait, did you just say
that
you
science?
use a
'Cause a lot of
scientific-
science, like most of actually, like the computers, were actually invented by Christians.
Oh wow, Christian Science, eh? That's
no, it's crazy.
Have
Right?
you ever seen a
All
show
the fathers
called?
of science actually.
There's a
Wait,
show
Mel,
called
Christian Science or Christian Science? Those are different things.
Do you think
Yeah.
that being
No,
a
but I'm just
Christian means
saying-
you have to reject science?
No, not even close. No, you would find more.
No, I
in the
was
Bible
asking Mel.
shows
I don't
you
think you do. I don't think you do, Bob.
Yeah, no, you would find more evidence of him looking out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We do find more evidence the more we do look. It's just to,
Yeah.
like
There's still a lot of
science
things that were
don't mean anything because
irrelevant, I
scientists
think.
say we all have the same evidence. So
You're a yapper. Jesus Christ.
pardon me.
I agree with you. Bob.
I mean, he's not the first yapper here. Speaking
Oh, I
speaking
can
of which,
hardly
I'm going to
hear
say
you.
something
Sorry.
now. Speaking of which, I'm going to say something now. Confluence, I'm going to start with you because I'm attacking in reverse clockwise, snake-wise order.
Oh shit!
So you said when miracles happen, it's because of God.
He's so aggressive.
A miracle.
Yeah, I said I leave room for miracles, but when I read the prompt, what I mainly think is that we are God's presence on earth. So we are the way that God tangibly interacts in the universe. Like the conduit of God to universe is us.
So do you think non-miracles are also due to God?
No, I guess that kind Keelan has his navel orange on the screen, but I was thinking what Keelan said about occasionalism. No, I think that's an interesting theory, and I'd have to think more about what Keelan was saying about that. But in general, no, I think that God set up a universe, right, with a design, and that there is natural law and things kind of work according to that. And I think. And this is I guess like faith coded, but yeah, I think God can supersede those natural laws and intervene into his creation. But I think that's kind of my more faith-based claim, I think a claim that I'm more readily able to I think be very confident in is that we are God's presence on earth, and that is the key way that God interacts with the universe.
So does God only intervene to prevent tragedies, or does God also intervene to cause tragedies?
According to the Bible, both.
So your God is a potentially vengeful God.
Well, I mean, don't assume what my God is exactly.
Potentially, do you not remember?
But the God of the Bible is very vengeful. Yeah.
So do you praise your God or do you fear your God?
Both.
I would say I do both. Yeah.
Do you think it's good to both fear something and praise it?
Yeah.
It does teach you not to fear, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, that cause like
Fear of God is reverence
It's
for
the
God.
fear of not.
Don't
it's
you
the
also
of
fear and
not-
praise your
not
parents?
having God.
So
Well,
most
wait,
things
no, I
in
think it's
reality, most
Hold
things
on,
in
no,
reality.
Fear of the Lord is reverence.
Can you
It's,
can you
it's
guys,
also the beginning of wisdom, isn't it? In Proverbs.
It is. Yeah.
can you guys
No.
give a different example of something that you should both fear and worship?
Your parents.
Without the worship part.
Well,
Yeah,
fear and
the
praise,
only-
fear and
we
reverence.
have to be. Yeah, because if we use worship is kind of a stranger word. Because like if we think worship should only be given to God, well then no, we can't think of another example. But if you mean something that we should both be awestruck by and be afraid of? Yeah, like obviously, like fucking, I don't know, the ocean. I revere the ocean. I'm also afraid of the ocean. The ocean can kill me. It's also beautiful. It's also glorious. It's incredible. But I also have to have some respect, because if I swim too far, I will be fucking riptided to death, and I don't want that. That's untoward.
I think the reason that I would agree that we should fear our parents and revere them, just because I'm not trying to be too semantical here, is because they offer us tangible benefits. I think the idea of doing that for something that you can't even prove exists is potentially a huge waste of your life.
Mel, just because you reject evidence for God doesn't mean everyone else does.
I haven't rejected any evidence for God. You just don't provide any.
There's a lot of evidence. Just think of it.
That's because you're a fucking materialist. You don't accept any other evidence other than materialist evidence.
No, I'll accept anything that shows that things can happen. I'll accept anything that shows
that orange kicked in, I think.
The navel orange fucking hit his fucking pineal gland.
I'll accept anything that shows that things can happen spontaneously without cause and effect. So go ahead.
Spontaneously without cause and effect. I don't even understand the question.
That's because Mel puts words together.
Mel's going to start talking about quantum physics.
Materialism, especially Newtonian physics, assumes things can only happen with cause and effect, right?
Good to see you, Young Raven.
Yeah.
Young Raven
How does the
days.
existence of God not include cause and effect at all? Yeah. I don't understand how that's even an argument.
Yeah.
Dude, that orange is putting in work.
So if your God
I could get me some navel oranges, man.
If your God can only work through cause and effect, all you're doing is worshiping nature.
No, we're not. No,
Who says that God can only work through cause and effect?
Well, then there should be evidence that God can work through more than just cause and effect.
That's what miracles are.
Okay, so show me evidence of a miracle.
Well, I mean, hold on. We can't track every cause and every effect.
Sure, right.
Even if it happened, we wouldn't know.
There would at least be some things that can only be explained without cause and effect.
You know, evolution.
Well, yeah, we tend to call those miracles, and other people tend to say that they're bullshit and not real.
Yeah. Right, but then when those miracles occur in different circumstances, we don't call them miracles. We say they had cause and effect. So what's the difference? We just
no. People just say they're bullshit and didn't happen.
So God only seems to exist when we're not sampling data.
Mel? Can you give an example of a miracle?
It seems like God only exists when we're not sampling data. Why is that?
Can you give an example of that, Mel?
I don't know. Why does...
So like cures for cancer,
but you throw out outliers.
So people magically overcoming cancer, most of those stories exist in a place where people aren't being monitored by health experts, stuff like that. But usually when we notice people starting to go to heal from cancer, and we are monitoring their bodily functions, we can see that it has to do with their bodily functions, not because of God.
Well, sometimes we just say that we didn't image them correctly, or that we make up a bunch of reasons why it's not.
That's a misunderstanding of cancer research, I think, completely. There's a lot of cases where we have no idea.
Research?
I've not personally done it, and neither of you, Mel, but Alex is right that there's a lot of things that people get better, and we try to punt at the reasons why this particular person seemed to respond better and this particular person didn't, and that is an unknowable thing if you know anything about oncology. It's we grasp, it's not knowable.
We find out all the time that there are things about people, comorbidities, and just individual differences.
And you think it's all explained by that? From what you've studied, you think it's all explained by that? You think you can just take someone?
Is that we collect, the better the information is that we collect, the more apparent it is that it's cause and effect.
That's tautological. Again, so I would agree with that.
The only information you really collect and don't throw out is
it's not tautological, because cause and effect should probably eliminate the possibility of God, or at least doesn't give us any reason to believe in a universe that isn't cause and effect and somehow God driven.
Okay, well, if you remember my thing, I said the way that
intent, does cause have knowledge?
No, we don't need intent or knowledge for the universe to work.
So we have, so we're all here by
this is postmodernism. They don't believe in knowledge.
Do you not believe that?
You understand the difference between incident and accident, right? You understand the difference between something that's incidental and accidental, right, Moose?
Pardon me?
You understand the difference between something that's incidental and accidental, right, Moose?
Yeah. Like,
Right. So we're not here by accident. We're here by incident.
Can someone
yeah,
explain
and then
how
showing
causes
like trillions and trillions of chances throughout the entire universe. You move anything out of place, anywhere, and we'll just destroy. So how could you say that at all?
Can someone explain to me how or why does cause effect?
Can you rephrase that somehow?
No, because that's the literal question. How does
dictate?
How does cause effect?
Physics
Have you ever
dictates that A causes B.
Yeah, take a physics
But
course.
I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to ask
no.
why.
Yeah, why does
If it didn't work that way, then there wouldn't be a universe to have causes and effects.
Because of thermodynamics and the fact that energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed. Those are fundamental laws.
You're not answering the question. I think Alex might understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
I finish my orange.
Yeah, Alex, I just want to give you some credit. You are a good bullshit translator.
I am really good at it, mostly because I just listen to people and I don't assume what it is they're saying.
What a fucking beta cuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, imagine that. Being able to understand people makes me a beta cuck. I like it. Not sure what that makes you though.
Bend over for indoctrination more, why don't you?
Indoctrination?
Very
Who am I
hostile.
indoctrinated with? I can understand you too now. That's part
Alex,
of the
I like
problem.
you. With you, I'm just
I
kidding.
know.
I'm just
I
being
like you
fair.
too. You're okay. I know.
I know. I'm guessing you're
I
probably
can
being
feel the
devil's
spiritual
advocate
battle
right
in
now,
you.
right?
I can hear it.
I tend to fall into that route, but I actually believe a lot of what I say, even though not maybe in the way that I necessarily say it.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah. I do enjoy advocating for bullshit though.
All right, guys. Well, I think I am going to knock out. I meant to just do a roll up and chill for like 40 minutes, and I'm coming up on 4 hours. So,
God damn, dude.
Yeah.
You need to set an alarm clock or something. Jesus.
I'm addicted. But thank you so much for hanging out. If you don't know me, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, whenever I feel like. So come on through, hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time, guys, me and Morty, we're out of here.
Peace.
It's a good outro.
His outro was conveniently long enough for me to run my coffee grinder and bust up weed.
Nice.
Perfect.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying.
May I address your retcon thing for a second?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I think that gets settled by Occam's razor. There's no reason to believe in a god that would need to retcon themselves, because there's no reason for that god to hide themselves unless they're ashamed of their actions for some reason. You can try to retcon that all you'd like, but I think Occam's razor makes it very clear and makes much more sense that we just live in a universe that doesn't have sentiment, doesn't have intent, but everything is incidental and it is caused by forces and effects.
Well, hold on. Occam's razor is about comparing two theories based on all things being equal, right?
Sure.
Things aren't necessarily equal given your consideration of what you think is the cause and effect.
Well, they would
what
be.
you think
Wait,
is the prime mover.
Alex. But you
Yeah.
have to consider once we consider your side of things, that things have been retconned anyways. That makes them equal.
Not really. There's other things besides just like how it affects reality.
I think you're confusing two things that are equatable with two things that are subjectively equal. Like these things won't be objectively equal, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, from our perspective, everything is subjective, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm behind on this. I was just listening as I was grabbing my Zin,
Not
but
really sure where we're
Occam's
going with
razor,
it.
Occam's razor isn't like a a
Yeah.
rule of the universe either, right?
not
It's
saying
like,
it is.
like,
I'm not
like
saying
things
it is.
can absolutely
No.
go against Occam's razor, and that's like totally fine.
Holy shit! I never
I
said it
understand,
was.
Mel. You're not.
No, I'm just
saying-
making. I
hold on,
literally
hold on,
preface
hold
this
on.
by saying I'm not sure if I'm hearing everything right.
I want to respond to Mel quick. So I wasn't saying that that's proof of God. I'm just saying it's not the lack of seeing God in the weave, so to speak, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not there. It could.
Yeah, no.
There's reasons why that can happen.
If you want me
the
to
lack of
concede
evidence
that
isn't
that
the
like
evidence of absence.
if you want me to concede that like essentially if God retcons anything, then I guess there will never will be evidence that things can happen spontaneously, even though they can. So okay, but I think you're hedging your bets on something there that is very unlikely at that point.
I don't get what you mean by like cause and effect. Just so things just happen by chance.
So when you walk out the door, Moose. When you walk out the door, Moose. I want to respond to Moose. He asked me a question, Moose. So when you walk out the door, do dogs and cats just randomly appear in front of you, or do they come from somewhere?
They love me. They come from everywhere as soon as they see me.
That's not what I asked. Answer my question.
Well, he did answer it. They come from everywhere, so they come from somewhere.
So they are spontaneous. You cats and dogs in your reality.
No. He said they come from everywhere.
In and
So
out of existence.
They're coming from somewhere, right?
Okay,
Yeah, they
cool.
come from other
everywhere.
cats, and then those cats come from their mommy cats, and so on.
Yeah.
Since from Noah's first two cats.
If we lived in a universe,
the world.
so here, let me try this. Do you think we live in a universe where things can where things, objects, tangible things, right? Things that you and I can interact with, tangible things can pop in and out of existence?
What do you mean pop in and out? Like
Like a chair
wow.
just appears
I
in
mean,
your house
yeah,
for no reason and then disappears later on.
Like, a beer shows up or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? Like that'd be awesome if it happened, right? But we can both agree that that's not how it works.
It could be if God put it there, but that's in His plan. But
I don't think that's happened to anyone though, and I don't think you can. If you ever put money on it happening to somebody, it would never actually happen, so you'd lose your money.
yeah, because we're in like the wrong question type thing. I don't even think this is a valid like angle.
Sure, if you're a rhetorician, this is a losing battle for you.
Pop up out of nowhere. What does that mean? How does that?
Well, wouldn't it make sense to say that the universe itself just doesn't have the capacity for spontaneous production of materials or energy?
He built a universe that is structured in a way with logic, reason. So he can't make a circle square, like a round circle. You can't do stuff like illogical things.
Okay. Did God create logic?
Just category errors.
That's how we
go into stupid things like that.
No, but
Mel
this is a
Mel
category
isn't
error
talking about-
that Moose loses.
Hold on, Mel isn't talking about like whether you can make a square circle or where you can make a triangle out of 5 sides, right? Mel's saying that everything that exists, everything that moves, everything that does something has some sort of preceding cause that put it where it is. So whether the wind blew an umbrella into your backyard or somebody threw it there, an umbrella didn't just pop into existence out of nowhere in your backyard. You would never make that assumption, correct?
Yeah, no, the wind could blow a thing in my back.
So there's a cause, right? And then there's an effect. The effect is now the umbrellas in your backyard. So if God were to spontaneously do something, there would be no preceding cause, right? There would just be the effect of whatever he did. That's the argument Mel's getting at.
I think I missed
No,
you
I'm
there.
explaining something to
think he
somebody
froze.
who's not quite getting it before they descend into fucking conversations that don't matter.
Sure.
Anson.
Yeah, I'm distractible. I have bad ADHD. Sure.
No, just Anson's being a fucking moron again. Anson, one day you'll figure this out. I promise. All right, just keep trying, but try not to jump to conclusions. All right, you're bad at it.
But yeah, sorry.
Why are you letting Anson get to you?
I'm not. I'm actually just fucking with him until he pays to get me booted off.
So, anyways, yeah, I'll believe in a God when God puts something in front of me that wasn't there before, and I can only explain using God.
Wouldn't you just assume that it was your imagination to put it?
No. There will be some things that happen that can only be explained using God, and once one of those things happen, I'll believe in God.
Like what?
me praying to God for someone to come back from the dead, and they actually do come back from the dead, and they were clinically dead. Like there would have been no way for them to come back. And I know what you're going to say, like, oh, in the future we could figure something out. I think at this point, most of Newtonian physics has been at least realized to the point where we can explain everything with cause and effect. So I'm not concerned about that being a potential issue.
Cause and effect. So like without God, so it's all just random. So are you on the evolution side of things?
It's not random. Again, random would mean things can happen spontaneously. This is incidental.
Incidental, I know, but what's moving things? Like there's got to be
energy, forces.
Just forces. So forces just move.
So like when the sun heats up,
How can we-
that heats up the earth, right? The heat radiates out to our planet and heats it up. You understand?
I get it, but I don't know how you're using that.
Well, do you think we get colder when the sun heats up? Do you think we'd get colder for some reason when the sun heats up?
What about the sun heating up?
No, right? We could only get warmer. We're definitely not going to stay the same temperature if something right next to us gets super hot. It's going to be really hard to do that.
Well, just looking at how many near Earth objects that could wipe us out but don't, and how many other cosmic events.
That's a tangent. That's not anything to do with what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, like, the amount of
Yeah,
chance.
plenty of things are statistical probabilities. I'm not saying. I'm not.
You being the one that actually doing all the effect is like without an actual design.
First
like
of all,
an actual
statistical
intelligent
probabilities aren't random. They just seem random.
I need to reboot. I'll be back.
chaos. So you're thinking chaotic, non-thinking, non-tangible.
Yeah, not everything's chaotic. There are chaotic systems
is
in this universe, but not everything's chaotic. Some things are ordered. Natural systems are often
Everything
quite
is
ordered.
actually. There's an order to every little aspect of life. Even the things that look insignificant are actually extremely complex. We wouldn't
Yeah,
be able
probably
to
because you can't have life in pure entropy or pure order. You need a mix of two
Exactly.
to have any sort of life. My partner is about to sit down, so I'm gonna probably leave in 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, it was good meeting you. I gotta go have
Me too.
quick
Hope to
toke.
see you around, Moose. You're a weird one, but you're fun.
I got some good points if you're willing to look at them. Like there's a lot of science in Job, just Job alone, 700-year-old before Genesis, talking
So
about
these
a lot
are
of science, like hydrological cycles, how the water cycles through the vapor. It falls from the sky, then goes back up, goes and flows through the waters, and it says the paths of the sea.
Oh,
And
Joe,
so
that's not science.
There was actually that is science
It's
actually. And,
observational. So
navigation.
they were just making observations. Science isn't just making
Yeah,
observations.
but if you were to look at the time, you're thinking right now, because right now it would seem ridiculous because we know that that's the case. But if you were to put yourself back 700 years before Genesis was like 1600 years ago, and
Can I call
what
you
were the
Joe
other people
Moose?
were thinking? What were the other cultures thinking about the universe? What were they?
You can call him Bob Moose.
Is it
what
offensive
were
if I
they-
call you Job Moose?
Job Moose? I like Job. Job is probably my favorite.
Okay, I'm going to call you Job Moose then.
Like Pleiades and Orion's belt, and I can't remember the last one. There's a third one. But those
Confluence. If I could do a name, if I could afford a name change, I would. I do really have to go at this point. So have a good one. Have a good night, all.
Thanks for stopping by, Mel. 07s.
That was fun.
Man, where does that leave us? I feel like the main people disagreeing are not here anymore.
Yeah, it's no fun without someone that disagrees with you.
But I get what I'm not trying to carry the torch of Mel, okay, but I get what Mel is saying. Mel is talking about the scientific method, right? And I guess you're saying Joe Moose, that there is, there's stuff in Job that you think indicates that there's there's true scientific facts being saying. But I think the confusion is that Mel's talking about yeah. But I think Mel.
So, like,
I think if
giving
Mel
you
was
the
here, she's
framework.
talking about you see an observation, you make an hypothesis, you test it, whatever. Welcome, Section 230. Wait, can I
Hey,
trust
what's
you?
up?
You're a first timer. I don't know.
Yeah, first time here, but
Yeah.
don't worry, I'm not up to anything heinous.
Okay, good. How's it
Yeah,
going?
yeah, but I couldn't understand like what her reasoning was to like how that could be. I can't even wrap my head around how just like observing cause and effect like is what just things happen for. It's like there's no innate reasoning behind it. I couldn't wrap my head around it, so I was trying to. I get a little. I zone off a little bit sometimes.
I'm not exactly, I'm not exactly sure where because she was very clear to say if something that's tangible, because she obviously was talking before about like quantum stuff, and then that doesn't appear to have like a cause and effect loop. So she was asking about, that's why she was talking about like chairs and stuff. Which, but I don't know exactly where it was all leading or what the point, because obviously the macro and the micro then are different in that way, but I think we all understand that, and I don't think that's like a problem for anyone's theology or anything, so I'm not exactly sure. Oh, and Anson, looks like Anson's here. Good to see you, Anson.
Yeah, hey,
I did say you would join in.
Like people trying to explain that they observed back in those times where it's like obviously things don't just appear from nothing. Rain is falling from the sky. It had to come from somewhere, and before they understood it,
You got that fucking Death Valley Wi-Fi. Holy shit, Rage Page.
Maybe you got a lot of close other programs. If you're on a phone or something, maybe, I don't know, open up the task manager thing and close like every. I know a lot of people have like a zillion tabs open. That'll slow your thing down.
It probably won't help, but MacBooks are just shit. So trying to use it in general is just going to be ass.
Can't trust Mac.
Yeah. Hey, Confluence, you know how Mel was saying that nothing ever pops out of thin air and all this and et cetera? Do you think that Mel believes in the Big Bang Theory?
I think she does, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of believe in it too, but I just know who banged it.
Yeah. No, here's the thing.
True.
How can Mel's worldview explain where the elements that would have been required for the Big Bang came from in the first place? If everything comes from...
The Big Bang Theory is kind of a bad name for the actual theory, because it's like everything always existed. It was just condensed in a very...
No, but that would conflict directly. Nope. That would still conflict directly with what Mel said.
Yeah.
They couldn't have existed since forever.
That's a good
point. They would have had to come from something.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the element from nothing, and that's already admitted that it came from nothing. So it's a contradiction.
Well, Section, I think if you pointed that out to him when he was on panel, he would admit his error and then acknowledge a change in thought, right? Like he's obviously shown repeatedly that he's not prideful.
Well,
I don't believe that at all. There would have been bad faith verbally talking.
The Big Bang Theory is a lot more complicated than just like everything existed at this point. It's like this is where time started. Where the question for Christians, I think, begins is like what existed before time. And with materialists, it's kind of like that question does not compute, because they're like nothing exists.
They don't.
Time.
They don't have an answer. It just all of it just existed
And we're all
to them.
We're all descendants from a primordial soup.
Yeah.
So we're all like
They have to grant themselves these answers, otherwise they don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Whereas Christians do have an answer. The answer is God.
That's not true. Just because you insert a mystical being at the beginning of the infinite regress that you're claiming causes a problem doesn't make it true.
No. It's
to Christians it does. That's why
I'm aware to Christians it does, but that doesn't make it actually true.
But like
for non-Christians, they don't have a better answer. So
hold on. Brandon joined before, and he was going to explain what I was trying to talk about because he knows it much better than I do. So.
Look, it's Femmit. Hey, Femmit.
Hey, man clown.
The goats
How's it
have
going?
arrived. Me and Emmett.
Emmett, I asked my friend if she would do love audit, and I'll tell you what she said verbatim. She said
Confluence fuck me over, right? Is that what she's gonna say?
She just said, I asked her, and she said, that's good. I prefer a financial audit. I want to be rich AF.
Okay, that sounds good.
You could be like Caleb Hammer, Emmett, if you think about it.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think she
fine.
wants to do love out. I don't think she wants to do it, but
That's fine. I didn't have much of of hope after getting completely fucked over by Conflutard.
Keelan, did that make the difference? Is it because I said Emmett's chat is harsh? Is that why she's not going to do the love audit?
Yes. Instead of being like, yeah, that would be cool. I think it's gonna be good for you. Instead of that, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Don't mind.
I approached her with, hold on. I said a Mexican man who joins sometimes wants to know whether you go
Mexican.
whether you go on the channel and do a love audit.
Keelan, I hate you, Keelan. That was
well,
bad.
you know,
It's
if
fine.
she's an attractive feminist, couldn't she just, you know, sell her beehole online like most feminists do, and she could be rich that way?
She actually has morals.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, yeah, tons of feminists say that right before they start their OnlyFans.
That's not all of them are like that. There's moral.
All of them are like that, McLovin.
That sounds like cope.
Yeah, it's the greatest cup I ever heard in my life. They're not like that. They're just my exes, all of them.
Yeah, and Nala Ray's a Christian. Yeah, totally.
Nala might be.
Nala is not. I'm sorry, Conflutard.
I'm not gonna say
Wake
just
up.
because she licked a
Wake the
spoon
fuck
in a
up.
YouTube short that
Yeah.
she's not a Christian.
Just
Not
because
that
she
Andrew.
stroked the rolling pin like it was a dick, that means nothing.
Y'all,
She did the
this is what I
eyes
said
and
before.
everything, but that
This is what I
doesn't
said
matter.
before. The problem with Christians. This is the problem, and I say this as a Christian.
problem
is-
with Christians.
is Christians do not want these people to change. This is the hard truth. The people that do OnlyFans,
That is
no
the
one
most
actually
retarded
wants
statement
them
I
to
ever
change. They
heard in
want
my
to hold
life.
them in their sins forever and
Nah.
keep them down.
The most
They want
retarded
That's what
statement
The idea-
I heard in my whole
Go
life.
and sin no more.
That's facts.
Well, no,
That's
Nah.
facts.
you also gotta give
What
it-
is
That's
Nala
cope.
doing? Nala
Wait.
licks a spoon, and you're all like, "Oh, she's OnlyFans still." She licked a
Confluence.
spoon
Hey,
in a YouTube
Confluence, what
short.
face did she make?
Confluence, I have a
What
question for
face
you
did
real
she
quick.
make?
Face.
Are
Okay,
you
so that's what I
saying-
mean. Like she made a face. That's what we're going toward.
Yeah,
this is what I'm
asexual
talking
face.
about.
What does
I
that
said
mean?
I have a question.
Confluence.
It's so
You know, you're a
stupid.
gooner. You know
Are
what
you
that
ta- are
face
you
means.
talking
I'm
as
not
a
a
prophet?
gooner. You call me confluence doesn't mean I am.
Yeah, you got you're gooning.
You know
you're gooning
exactly
real
what that
hard right
face
now.
means, homie.
Yeah, I know what that face means, but I don't. I think
Exactly.
that's such
You're
a
gooning.
limp-wristed argument. I don't know, man.
Yeah, how many
You
other
are
cooking
gooning
shows do
so
that face
hard.
while they're licking a spoon?
But to say that means.
Nah,
but my
to-
point
to
is,
say it
do you
means nothing's
actually
pretty silly?
do you actually think? I mean, I even feel this in myself. When you see people that are in this lifestyle, there's some element, to be radically honest, where it's like you don't want them to actually change. You just think they've done too much. They're
are you
they're
talking
irredeemable.
No, I disagree.
I think
what
this
I
is
would
what
say
I
is
see.
we want
This is
them
what I see, and
we
I
want
think
them
I
to
can
actually
understand that. I
change,
think I
not
get
pretend
that.
it.
It's the same. It's the same with like a Jeffrey Dahmer situation. It's like I don't want. I don't want to believe his baptism was legit. It would be difficult for me to accept that.
Yeah,
so
but
it's
then you
easier
don't
for
have
me
to-
to be like,
That's
no,
not
there's
how
no
we
way.
look at
There's no way.
That is not how Christians look at the world, but okay.
That's how I. That's that. We shouldn't look at it that way. I think that's how oftentimes we do look at
Okay,
it.
let me put it this way. If I am a whore and then I say I'm a Christian and then I keep on whoring around, am I a Christian?
No.
Is Nala whoring
Okay,
around, or is
then
she
thank
licking
you.
a
Yes,
spoon
she
and making a
is.
face?
She
Doing
quite
sexual
literally
things.
selling.
Is she whoring around?
Yes,
In
it's
public,
a
yes.
I haven't seen
public.
that. So if she has, if she's
You
been
didn't see
whoring
her-
around,
You saw her licking the spoon and making the aha gal face. You saw that.
I don't call that
That's a
whoring
sexual
around.
face.
Oh,
In
no.
public,
Is
yeah,
that
doing
what you mean by
sexual acts
whoring
on
around?
camera.
Licking a
Yes.
Sexual acts on
spoon?
camera, yeah.
Do you think
That's
acting
whoring
on worth is not
around.
whoring around?
Yeah,
Yes, it
it's
is.
whoring around Confluence. They're right.
Stroking a rolling pin like it's a dick isn't whoring around.
Oh my god!
Would make a guy want to have to jerk off right after he sees it?
No, not for me. I watched that. I wouldn't even have seen that as a
Several
sexual
times.
thing. It's only
That's
because
what
I've
it
been
says.
You jerked
pointed
her
out. It's like this
regardless,
is
but
like
I'm sure that helped.
It
No,
was
you
not
know,
sexual,
yeah.
I swear. When
Less
I
of a
was
gooner
watching
than-
at it,
than
it
you
was not
section.
sexual.
Apparently.
When I put it on repeat on my screen, it wasn't because it was sexual, I swear.
I actually did repeatedly watch it because I was making a
Exactly.
video about Andrew
You were quite
Wilson
interested.
saying
Yeah.
how it was like it was evidence that she is still in her sin, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna, and I missed it the first. I'm like, okay, this is just a normal video. And I was like, what part is he talking about? Oh, that she like touches the rolling pin.
Yeah, you didn't see her close her eyes enough the first
He
time.
was saying that he doesn't want.
Oh my God! Was it really the argument then?
Soon into the
No, that was part of his argument was the way she's the same as Section. That's where Section's getting it from. Obviously, that's where all the
What
Andrew
was
stans
his
are getting it
argument?
from.
Can you steal man his argument, please?
The steel man of his argument was that if she had a sincere conversion to faith, that she should have backed off from the internet. She should study theology. She shouldn't be talking about theological points. She shouldn't be opening ministry. She should be spending time repenting and getting close to God. And then maybe in a few years, she should be going out into the world and proclaiming the truth. That's the steel man.
It was the ministry. That was what. Okay, that's fine. You know what?
Wait, I said that.
Yeah,
not doing
some-
sexual things in front of other people.
Sometimes prophet.
I literally
sometimes
said
prophet.
that.
You're correct.
Oh, I'm
sometimes
sorry.
prophet.
I literally. Okay.
My bad. You're sometimes prophet.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're right.
exactly.
You're
Yeah.
right. Sometimes
Yeah, there we
prophet.
go. Okay,
My
I'll
bad.
accept it. Thank you.
My bad. Sometimes prophet.
mean to Emmett.
How do I reach this woman?
Why? What? Caitlin, what?
Go to OnlyFans and then try to reach.
Yeah,
customer
and her
service.
OnlyFans is still open.
Well, look, if this
Just to be
money
clear.
chance, she's gonna be paying me.
Her OnlyFans is not still open.
Yes, it is. She can't close it until all of the subscribers get everything they paid for. So
It's not.
duration
Then
left, they can't.
post the link. Post the link in the private chat. It's not
OnlyFans
open.
will not. You can't
He wants
subscribe
the
to her
link.
afterwards. But all
Section.
the people who are
How do you guys
listen,
know
all the
this?
people who are already
Post it,
subscribed
Section.
still have access to her content.
So
I'm not a
post it.
subscriber. I'm not a
Oh, okay.
subscriber.
Okay.
it up.
Okay. So it's not open then.
Pull it up.
So
yeah.
we
It
can't
is.
subscribe. Well, okay. So but you
No,
can.
no,
That's a
just
weird
because,
thing. So
no, just because you can't
any evidence
subscribe
that it's
now as a
open.
new subscriber doesn't mean that the people who are already subscribed aren't getting
Why
what
do
they
you
paid
think
for.
it's still open?
It's an OnlyFans
Why do you?
policy.
Why
They
have you
to-
come to
They
believe it's
have
still
to
open?
give what they
That's
paid
not what I
the
asked.
content for
It's not
because
what I
people who
asked.
are
Not what I
subscribed have
asked.
said so.
Not what I asked. Not what I asked.
I did
Why
answer
is-
what you asked.
Oh, it's because people who have
Confluence is a
subscribed
kind
because
of Christian.
People who were subscribed and because
So that's
it's
your
OnlyFans policy,
evidence.
It doesn't
is
matter
that you
what
have
content
listened
creator it
to
is.
random people that have subscribed to OF accounts that have told you it's still
people
open.
who admitted, people who admitted that they were subscribed to her and the OnlyFans policy. It doesn't matter. the
Random
creator.
people online.
If they still have
That's your-
subscribers,
okay.
whoever paid
Hey,
for the subscription
that's a
gets
crazy
access,
standard
gets
for truth,
access to
man.
the content until the
I'm gonna-
subscription
If you
runs
ever
out,
catch
and then
me,
they can't
if you ever
re-up.
catch me hinging a belief on that, then just fucking gay man me in Minecraft.
By the company
Absolutely.
policy.
That's not
company
the policy. That's not the policy.
Yeah, it
You've just
Yes, it
fucking.
is.
You're just
It is
drinking
the
the
policy.
fucking
We've known
Kool-Aid.
the
It is their
for a long
look.
time.
It is the,
Show it.
They
Show
paid,
it. Proof. Proof.
You pull it up. I can't pull it up. I'm on my phone. It's their policy. If someone paid for content, they have to give them that content
Nala,
until the
stop doing
duration of the
OF.
subscription.
Nala stopped doing OF so
Yeah,
long
she's
ago.
not putting more content on, but they still have access to her content. Is what I'm saying.
So then, even what you're saying, then what is Nala doing wrong? If you're even with what you're saying, even if I grant that that's true, which I don't think it is, but even if it is,
Well,
so
I would-
Nala can't
so-
close it. She's not posting new content. She is doing nothing. She's doing everything she
Well,
can
no.
to shut it
Well,
down.
she's selling-
and you're
she's selling
holding her
other kind of
responsible
content, right?
because of a predatory
Listen,
contract in your
She
own
changed-
words. And that's the terms and
changed who
conditions.
it's not predatory. She knew what she was signing up towards. That's not predatory.
Yeah, that's not.
There's
right.
nothing secretive about that
You
policy.
don't think OnFans
But
is predatory? Wow, that's crazy.
No, I don't think so.
Think
I
that's
don't-
insane.
I think it's
that's
a consensual
insane.
thing that they sign up to do, any more than any other.
That's
contract
mentally
would be
ill
considered
for you to
predatory.
think. That is mentally ill for you to think.
Okay, then all contracts
Coconut
are
Island, or the
predatory.
Coconut Island hypothetical.
All contracts are predatory. Then
I'm not Phil Broad enough for that. What's Coconut Island?
No, that comes from Vosh. You don't remember that? Back in the day, he was like, okay, you get stuck on an island. It's just you and this other guy. The other guy wakes up before you. He collects all the coconuts, and you don't have any resources. He has all the coconuts, and he says, you can have some of my coconuts. You just have to suck my dick. Is that coercive?
You killing? Just killing.
Yes.
You killing?
I
would say
agree.
it's
It's
Yeah, but at that
capitalism's
point, at
fault.
that point, is force, right?
You
What
need
we
to
should
kill
care
him
is about
before you go
force.
to sleep. Before you go to sleep, you need to bash his head in.
Now.
But anyways, I mean, her sexual content in front of
I don't
public
get-
audience is the same continuation.
I know, but why?
Licking the
It's
spoon
weird
and
to me
making
that
the
you're
face
saying.
in a sexual
wait.
nature. and
I
stroking
want
the
to
rolling pin.
like.
Is that
I wanna,
really
I feel
different?
like I want to
Let me go
drill
to
down. I want to drill
churchofheresy.com,
down. I want to
and
drill
then
down on what you're
open my
saying.
ministry.
Just
after
hold on,
sucking
hold
100
on.
dicks.
Hold on, because section. I
That
feel
is
like you
very
were
Christian.
proving. I feel like you're proving exactly what I said, because why would you bring up again? I don't think this is true, but why would you bring up that her OF is still open? But you're saying there's nothing she can do to take it down. She's not posting any new content. She wants it down. So then, what is she doing wrong? Even under all the stuff that you're saying. So why would you bring that up as an example that she hasn't changed?
Yeah, well, because that was her previous life. So if you're looking for a change, you have to look at what they were before and what they are now, right? And then make the comparison.
Right, and she's not posting content. You can't subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Yeah, listen,
You can't even
before she
find the
made
link.
sexual content to inhibit or to initiate and cause lust for monetary gain. Now
Yes.
she makes cooking videos where she licks the spoon and makes a sexual face that everyone knows is sexual. She strokes rolling pins like they're dicks for public consumption and makes money off of it. How is that
You're
different?
doing the meme section 230. You're doing the meme Confluence is talking about.
And the thing is, in the Bible it says, "Go and sin no more." Right? That doesn't mean change the way that you're sinning slightly so that some people can find it acceptable. It means stop doing that shit.
You think she changed it slightly? You think her getting like fucking
Yeah.
shoving a dildo up her fucking ass is the same as her, what you say, suggestively stroking a rolling pin?
Is it still sexual content?
I don't think it's. When I watch that, I
It's not as intense.
to the pure, everything is
It's
pure,
not as
and I guess
intense,
the
but
correlate
it's
is
still
to the
sexual
impure.
content.
Everything is impure. Because when I watch that, I'm like just watching a fucking video. I'm trying to figure out what people are talking about. I'm like, okay, this is a weird cooking video.
Yeah, changing sucking
Trying to
subscriptions
target
for holier than thou subscriptions is a completely different action, right?
Was she doing
You
anal?
won't see it if you don't want to.
I don't know. I don't.
I don't know.
If you're to the
I'm an
gooner, all
itsy-bitsy little
things are
Christian
goon
that I don't know
content,
nothing about
I guess is what
Christianity. I
would
go to
say.
a podcast
Okay.
and I show that I know no shit about Christianity. But let me tell you, I'm gonna share you how to live the Christian life. That it's not a grift, Confluence. It's not a grift. It's the actual truth. Because you know she also
I
is
don't
a
know
sometimes
her heart.
prophet.
I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
know. I'm
know
not,
her
I'm not
heart.
saying.
Dude,
Oh,
you don't
is
need
that
to
a
know
dumb
her
thing for
heart.
me
Can
to
you know
say?
her actions? Can you know her actions?
Yeah, and her actions seem like
Her
at
actions.
worst
What is her action?
misguided. At worst
What-
misguided.
At worst misguided.
Yes.
So telling you literal ministry is
Yeah,
not.
this is what I
is
mean.
just a little misguided.
This is what I
Just
mean.
a tiny
Yeah.
little bit
Y'all,
misguided.
this is what I was
Confluence.
saying. This is what I started. That's
Is
why
it?
I'm
Is
so
it?
glad
Is it just
I
a
started
tiny
with this.
little bit misguided?
Because none of you
How
want
misguided
these
is it?
people to change. None of you
Can I
guys
talk?
do.
Can I talk to Confluence, the prophet, for a second? Can you bring him up?
He's only sometimes, and it's not. It's when
that's
the
it.
Lord.
That's exactly
Lord
what I said. Can you
divine
do it? Can it
inspires.
be one of those
No,
times?
I can't. I'm not God.
Can it be one of those times when we talk to Confluence, the prophet? I
can't.
want to know what God
But
thinks
in
about
fact,
this.
actually, okay, I actually, Confluence will be a sometimes prophet. I actually will do a tarot reading for you, Emmett. Oh, what card did you get today? Totally random card. The
Dude,
Fool.
you're-
What's the chances of that? That's
Let me- let
crazy.
me-
What
let
are
me
the
explain you
odds? That was
something.
a
Let me-
there's 78
let me
cards in a tarot deck. That's crazy.
Let me explain you something
That's
about
nuts.
light. I cannot see the
Dark
fucking card if you put it that way. Okay, can you show the card outside of the light?
It was shown on. You can see it on the stream. I checked on
No,
my
it doesn't.
Chromebook,
It doesn't show. It just looks like a piece of white paper. That's how it looks
Well,
like.
you can see it at the bottom. It says the Fool. Okay, most
No,
of the card
it
was white.
doesn't, dumb. That's what I'm telling you.
It was. You could just go back in the stream. If you want to see it again? Actually, no. I'll shuffle again, and I'll do a completely
shuffle
new
again.
random draw.
shuffle
Okay, I'll
again.
shuffle again. Okay, here we go.
How about
We
you
got a
start
new
simping
card,
again?
Okay?
What is
There we go. Do you see it?
We
Can you read
cannot-
it? I know it's
no.
overexposed.
No.
What is
Your
it?
light
It's
is blinding.
overexposed.
You're saying you can't read those
Okay,
words.
finally. Yeah,
There
there
we
we go.
go.
Okay, good.
That's what said.
The sometimes
Talking about
prophet.
exposure, you just, yeah,
Bum, bum, bum,
sometimes
bum,
prophet.
bum.
Okay, now that we're talking about the sometimes prophet, can you please tell me if where in the scripture does it say that you just go ahead, get baptized by churchofheresy.com, and that means that you can get your ministry?
He believes once saved, always saved, and that's not true.
Yeah, I do believe that because I'm not a fucking heathen.
Can you answer my question,
devil
Confluence?
could be saved.
If you can reframe it into like not a total straw man, I can try.
Can you tell me where exactly does it say that you just gotta, after sucking 1,000 dicks, all you have to do is get a little bit of water on your face and then say that you're kind of a Christian, and that means that you can go on and be the one that teaches how to be a Christian?
I think that specific verse is in Matthew, if I remember correctly.
Okay,
We'd
let's
have
go,
to
Brandon. Show
break that
them.
down into multiple parts, right?
It's not like you're not in front of a fucking computer and you just can show them. Come on,
we'd have to break that down to multiple parts, right? So you're asking like 7 questions in one,
Yes.
right? So first of all, the water of the baptism, in my mind, as you know, I'm a filthy Protestant. I don't think the water, the physical water, is what actually saves us, right? I think it's a spiritual. A sacrament is a physical expression of a spiritual reality in my mind, and I think probably in your mind as well to some degree.
Jesus
And
was
so
baptized by John the Baptist.
Oh my God.
that's a fun fact, Stacy. Thank you for that. That is a fact. That is a true fact. That is a true fact. I'm so glad you derailed with that. Okay. But
yeah,
yes,
give me the justification you have for her to be able to just get a little bit of water in her face, and that means that you can go ahead and have a ministry.
Again, if you keep strawmanning things, we're not going to like get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere.
Show me the justification.
My justification, I think, is that yes, I think if you repent and turn from your sins, right, and accept Christ, right, and accept that, and you have died with Christ, you're risen with Him, then I think you are saved, right? And it's always a process. Salvation is a process.
Okay.
Takes a dick in her mouth.
And so her doing a ministry, though, that's a separate topic about what we mean by ministry and what we think a woman can do with ministry, and that's a whole other can of worms. It absolutely is a whole separate topic.
It literally tells you in the scripture. You remember all those scriptures that little bitsy tiny question I started using against me because I say fuck. Those scripture tells you what kind of men should be the one having a ministry.
Yeah.
It depends what you mean by ministry.
It's the ones that teaches you about Christianity, conflutada.
Paul tells us exactly.
So you don't wait. So okay, that's crazy. So if Stacy asks me about Christianity and I explain what I know of Christianity and I say, hey, this is my understanding. Am I doing a fucking
Are you selling
ministry?
a ministry? Are you selling a ministry? Confluence?
Okay, so now it's the monetary. Is it the monetary aspect? See, that's what I mean. That's why I asked you to define
the
it.
monetary aspect and the authority to teach, both of them. So go on and tell me.
So show me in the scripture where it says you can charge money for a ministry to begin with. So just stick at a baseline.
Do you have a ministry?
Do I have a minute? No, but I guess I would ask what you mean by ministry.
Imagine that I tell you that I can teach you how to be a proper Christian. I'm even gonna charge you for it. Okay, is there anything that you can say based on any kind of a scripture that you being you go into heresy.com, getting a little bit of fucking water allows you to do that in accordance to the tenets of Christianity?
I don't think anyone should like charge money for ministry. But again, you haven't defined what we mean by ministry. But yeah, like charging money for like spiritual truth is automatically a little sus.
Let's take away the monetary aspect. Let's take it away. Okay, let's pretend that the money, it doesn't matter. Can you fucking tell me being a whore and just decided to get a little fucking bit of water on my face?
The way you talk, this is what I mean. I'm so glad I said.
You're so fucking stupid, dude.
You
are you gonna let me? Are you gonna finish? Are you gonna make me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish?
I'll let you finish, but this is just like proving my
you don't want people
point.
to change. You don't want people to change. It's you don't want people to change. You think that you just saying, hey, I put a little bit of water on me. That means that I changed. But you don't actually want them to change. You want them to go on and grift and keep doing whatever the hell is the scene that they're going through. You don't want them to actually change at all. You just want them to keep being as much as degenerate and destroying the culture as as they have been.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what you want.
Her touching a rolling pin for 2 seconds. That's the same as her doing OnlyFans.
No, that's not that. She's selling subscriptions. She's selling subscriptions to her bullshit. Is what's wrong. Is what's actually wrong. And you can even I can even show you that you don't want people to change.
Aspect.
I can even show you that you don't want people to change because when you talked about Jeffrey Dahmer, when you talked about him, you pretty much said, I don't want to believe you said it. I don't want to believe that it was even true. So the only person over here who doesn't want people to actually change is you. You are the one who has this kind of retarded ideas about where who can change and who cannot.
Yeah, that's called me being honest. That's me. That was me being honest.
You're the ones that decide who can change and who cannot change.
No, I'm not saying I decide that. I'm saying I even. That's me trying to extend some olive branch to say that even if I'm saying this, I understand this exists within myself, where I'm like, these people have done bad actions, and I don't want to think that they're like, the bad part of me doesn't want to think that they're capable of being saved or capable of change. I want them to just be gone. Like, there's a bad part of me that wants that thing that wants to hold on to all the past evils. I can acknowledge that.
Spoon, and you want her to be gone, then you're gay.
This guy gets it.
This is the simpiest. This is the simpiest I've ever seen you, Confluence. This is
I don't even like. I don't.
You go on and you pretty much stated that you don't want people to change, and then you put it on. You put it on people like me, and then when I ask you, is there any standard as to the people who should be teaching, and you say, no.
First of all, that's why
you fuckers. And you sound exactly like that, by the way.
You fuckers went directly. You fuckers went directly into fucking scripture for hours, pounding on me because of it. It literally tells you what kind of people should be in ministry, but apparently you don't know fuck the fucking read anymore. It only applies to me, right? It only applies to me. You can go fuck yourself.
It doesn't apply, Emmett. This is
why you can all
why
go fuck yourself. This is why fuck is such a good word, because you all should go fuck yourself when it comes to your fucking retarded interpretations.
This is why I said I do the same thing. This is why I was trying to be honest with saying that with someone like a Jeffrey Dahmer or someone that's like some degenerate 304, that I'm saying I feel that same thing. Right? So that's why I was trying to be honest with that.
You wouldn't say it's wrong. If Jeffrey Dahmer get out of jail, let's pretend that he did get out of jail, and he went and pretended to put some fucking water on his face and then started a ministry, you will be like, well, I don't know, it's hard. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know how. I don't know if he's hard. So he might be actually doing it right.
You're conflating two things.
Fucking circle Christians, dude. Retarded.
No, you're just Emmett. You can just like talk and like not let me answer, but you know what my answer is going to be.
I let you answer. I actually let you fucking answer.
You're not letting me answer what you just said.
Go on, answer. Every time you say that,
can I answer?
Yeah. Go.
Okay, so with Jeffrey Dahmer, obviously, no. What I'm saying is I don't know his heart. Would I say he should be let out of jail? Absolutely not. But you can't compare someone who's like a serial killer to like Nala Ray unless the Nala Ray thing is illegal.
How many dicks should be at the point in which you say you should not be fucking teaching?
You can't put a number on that.
How many dicks?
There's no number. You can't do that.
How many dicks?
The bad part of me wants to put a number on that. But you
go
can't
on
do
and
that.
you say you make it about how many people Jeffrey Dahmer killed. How many dicks should it be so that she's gonna be able to?
I'm saying Jeffrey Dahmer committed crimes.
We're gonna go to legalism, isn't
Jeffrey
it?
Dahmer committed crimes and killed people.
This is a crime, Confluence.
Gandhi, do you believe once they've lost, they can't be saved? Is that what you're saying?
What? Me?
Are you saying once they're lost, they can't be saved even if they're baptized and they repent their sins?
No, that's not what I mean.
But they have to repent and then stop doing it.
Exactly. If they sin again, then they're lost again. Constantine believes once they're saved, they're always saved. That's a bullshit. I've met those people, man. They're full of shit. They think they can go do anything. If that was the case, we'd all be psycho.
Yeah, one is about how many bodies. That's how many dicks, Confluence. How many dicks until you cannot.
I'm not saying with Jeffrey Dahmer again. If someone's dangerous, they've committed the crime, they do the time. I'm not saying if we think that Jeffrey Dahmer, even if he killed one person,
he's dangerous or not.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter with a crime.
He
I can't believe
do you know his heart?
No, that's why I don't. Which is why should be kept in jail if he was still alive.
He repented.
Yeah, the crime he committed is a sin.
I don't know, Nala. Like if tomorrow Nala starts her own mass, I am not taking an L. I'm saying I don't know what Nala is. But I don't like when people claim.
But you know who Jeffrey Dahmer is in this case, right? Jeffrey Dahmer, no. But Dana Sigala, yes.
Okay, so you're not even listening.
That's why.
By the way,
you're not even listening to what I'm saying, Emmett. You're not even listening.
I'm not.
listening.
I am listening to you.
Okay, you're not listening to what I'm
I
saying.
am listening to you. You literally have a complete non-standard practicing this. You pretty much
It's the
say no.
same
Jeffrey
standard.
Dahmer. Okay, then tell me why Jeffrey Dahmer shouldn't. Why Jeffrey Dahmer shouldn't teach?
Jeffrey Dahmer should be in jail, right? Even though he's dead. But if he was
let's-
alive, he should be in jail because he's a danger and he might
Let
kill. And
us-
I don't know his heart, and the risk is too high. If OnlyFans is legal, if Nala Ray tomorrow starts an OnlyFans, that's
Listen
untoward.
to the
That's bad. It's not
hypothetical
illegal. It's not enough
confluence.
that I want to
Listen
lock
to
her
the
up for it.
hypothetical. If let's say that Jeffrey Dahmer beat the case, he's out in the streets. He says he's a Christian, okay? He says he's a Christian now,
What if
and
he
he's
really
gonna
is
gonna start that
What if he
ministry.
really is a
Why shouldn't he have a ministry?
Do I know for sure that he has changed?
No.
None.
Well then, he has. I would say he should be in jail. And are you saying he hasn't killed? I know for sure he hasn't killed people.
He's out. He's out. He's out. Okay.
Yeah.
They should be in jail. It's not important because he beat the case, so you cannot
I
prosecute
don't care
him
if
for
he
that.
beat the case. I don't care. I think killing
got
people
out
is
early
probably
on
worse
good
than
behavior.
starting an OnlyFans. I don't see all
Awesome.
sins as equal.
Awesome.
But what if he
Amazing.
changed?
Amazing.
Yeah,
So I don't care. I don't care that she
That's
changed.
assuming
I
I know
don't-
that these people have changed.
I
That's an
don't care.
unknown.
I don't care that she changed. Okay. Don't care that she changed. She shouldn't have a fucking ministry.
Well, who do fucking you to say she shouldn't?
First off, she's a woman.
There's someone with
Second
morals
off,
that didn't put sexual content online.
There's a standard set. There's actual standard set of what kind of person should be the one teaching. Who the fuck are you to question me and not let
Women
me
aren't
answer,
supposed to be
Stockton?
pastors
Huh?
anyway, regardless. Even if they never did.
Who the fuck are you
OnlyFans
gonna
to
question
begin
me?
with,
You're
they're
gonna be
not
letting me
supposed to be
answer.
I'm the
pastors.
one that'll bitch slap your Christianity on
Bitch slap you.
You won't do
You're
any
gonna-
of
you're gonna
that.
bitch slap
Calm
you.
down.
Can you bitch slap? Try it. Try it, Stockton.
Don't make me go fucking.
Try it, bitch.
On your ass.
Come on, try it.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Go
whatever.
park your camel, bitch.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, I'm a tough guy in the internet. You stupid leader. Oh, you're so dumb. You're so fucking dumb. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what is the standards of teaching. I'm gonna go ahead and make an answer about the dumbest thing in the fucking internet. Huh? Why shouldn't she teach? One, it's a woman. Two,
Why do
she
I have to
shouldn't
be in the middle?
teaching
Can you like
because she
switch
doesn't
them so
fucking
they're
know
beside
shit.
each other?
All right.
I feel like I'm like,
You got it.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead, Rage Cage.
I just want to know, what is confluence? What's your criteria for who do we allow to be a preacher? I mean, we do the same kind of thing with teachers in general. You don't want a former convicted felon to teach children in public schools.
Man,
So what's the criteria?
I'm trying to hear. You're cutting. You're like your mic is giving me cancer. But I
So
think I
can
heard.
I can say it for. Yeah, we have standards for who can teach children. You don't want, PDFs to teach children, right? So their past matters no matter what. And so what is this? Yeah, what is the standard that you hold for who can be a minister? Is someone with a terrible past, or just anyone can be?
Go ahead.
I think it depends. What we mean. I guess this is why I've asked a million times what we mean by a ministry. Like, I think what I think is probably helpful, and I don't know enough about Nala to know this. I feel like I get dragged into all this shit, because I have said like a couple things about
you
it.
are fucking because you're simping.
Okay, no, see, that's what I mean. The lowest common denominator, fucking retard response.
fucking
I'm simping.
That's why.
Yeah, like I don't give a fuck about Nala Ray. I give absolutely no fucks.
Would it help
okay?
if we delineate what ministry?
How about you read?
Why don't you give your meaning of ministry?
Timothy 2. How about you finally read that one? Huh? Remember that one? How about you read that one?
Gandhi.
What? Read what?
He asked you what the standard was. What's your standard for somebody being able to be a pastor?
nice mustache, bro.
A pastor is different than a ministry. That's what I'm saying. So with
Shenanigans.
Nala, I think there's probably a good result of someone who has left OnlyFans, who was one of I think the top 10 earners on OnlyFans, telling other people to not do OnlyFans. I think that's probably beneficial. So that's basically the most I know about the situation. I know she was a top 10 earner. She stopped doing OF, and now she tells and now she tells people to not do it. And I think there is something beneficial to that. Okay, I think there's a beneficial thing to that.
But does she need to have a ministry to do that?
I can make exactly the same argument for Jeffrey Dahmer. Exactly the same. Yeah, I can go ahead and give you the exact same argument for Jeffrey Dahmer, exactly the same. And now, he used to be a murderer. Why did Baby wrong? He's getting more people into Christianity.
What does it take for Jeffrey Dahmer to be saved, Gandhi?
I mean, he could be.
I believe he was saved as long
The
as
fuck is Gandhi?
We are going back to the video, okay? We respect the donos. Contrary to popular belief, we respect the donos, okay?
You don't respect shit.
Hey, Confluence, real quick. I'm going to jump down. I appreciate you having me up. I just wanted to hit that topic a little bit.
Good to see you, Section 230. Always loving a first-time chatter, first-time panelist. It's great to see you.
You guys take care.
Is it fair to say that Christianity is more about redemption than it is about like pristine faith?
What? You're breaking up.
Yeah, it's more about redemption, I would say.
I said, is it fair to say that Christianity is more about redemption than just like pristine, perfect faith from the jump?
I'm trying to say
No,
thank
there's
you,
no
dude.
such thing.
Oh yeah, you're so stupid. That's exactly what we say when we're talking about faith. It's just
we're going to
pristine,
play the
perfect
video
faith.
for a little bit, okay?
You're
Keelan has played
too dumb to
play
even
the
understand
video.
the idea of Christianity, I guess.
And maybe we'll probably agree. We'll probably agree. We're probably all on Andrew's side on this one. Probably. Inshallah. Okay. I'm grabbing us in. I can still hear it. This is not a chair react. I can't pause it until I come back.
The Okay. lowest Be right risk back. is going to be the Amish, right?
Can still hear all of you,
Second
though.
is going to be Mennonites.
What-
You're going to have
what was
Mormons
it-
and Catholics.
what
at
was
almost
it that
the
I
same
said
rate,
that was
Orthodox
dumb?
At a lesser rate
You
than
didn't
that.
say anything that was
At about
dumb.
12%.
Gandhi's dumb.
No, Emmett said that.
From there goes on and on. The more traditional.
What I said that is dumb, the idea that Christianity
value
only cares
set
about
is
the perfect,
with what are called
pristine kind of
Protestant
faith,
churches,
that is
meaning
retarded.
the more they go to
You
church,
don't understand. You don't
things
understand
like
anything
this,
about
they
Christianity
end
if you
up
think
in
that
arithmetic
you have to be
that's more
perfect and
20%
pristine.
lower
It's
than
stupid.
national average
Stupidest
as well.
idea ever.
The only
Oh,
Christians who
that's
fall
honest
into the
question.
same
You
average
don't understand,
as
okay? You don't know.
Then the Apostle Paul,
are
what
going to
he
be what are
said,
called
he wrote
nominal
2/3 of the
Christians.
New
So these are
What
people
did
who
Apostle Paul
self-ID
did?
being a
What did
Christian.
he
wrote
do?
exactly what you have to do to be a
They don't actually
Before he
involve
was
themselves in
before he
Christianity.
was
I don't think you recognize the impetus of my question. I was making the same point you're making.
Well, I appreciate the lesson there.
Meaning, if somebody who's fallen short can't be an ambassador, missing the point of Christianity.
Right,
We're not in disagreement.
25%. The distinction between that and the national average. The reason atheists.
25%.
You were filibustering too much.
What's that?
So it's 9% versus 25% is what you're saying.
Did Confluence leave the video playing?
Well, again, it depends on the denomination.
I kept looking for
you guys.
I kept thinking I had an open window. I'm swiping across my phone. I'm like, what do I have open right now?
It's a video.
Take a Canadian.
No. Atheists are about 11%, roughly, depending on which source you're looking at. But the reason why atheists have a
we're video coded. We're getting mad in the same direction. Okay.
They get married much older,
Which is against
usually,
this
or they
Rich
just don't
Cooper
participate
guy.
at all. But those are also self-ID'd atheists.
Sidebar, I don't normally
when you're talking about
objectify women, but
secularists
now we're
themselves, there's
really
many
attractive.
more of them than there are atheists, and those.
Okay, the dude. What? Since you joined, this is Andrew Wilson against some red pill alpha guy. Okay, the dude, and also Brandon. I think I know Bob Moose's stance. I definitely know Emmett's stance. Marriage, just to get your guys' point of view, and I guess Stacy actually don't know your point of view either. Should men still get married today in this day and age?
Go clockwise.
I mean, I think I already know. You know,
Yeah,
Bob's a Christian. Emmett's Christian. So I mean, we can.
Should be married if they're both consenting, if that's what they want to do. But yeah, it's a holy union. Yeah, I believe it.
I'm glad you're against non-consensual marriage, Stacy. That's very brave of you.
Against that either.
I'm not for
I'm more
it. I just hate
open-minded.
the government being involved with it.
I'm not
That'd be
against.
my position.
Hey, I'm the first to say, if you ain't fucking tried the milk, then you better not buy the cow.
That's a statement, but I don't know if that. I don't know how that relates to the non-consensual element of what you said.
I think life without a union is hollow, and that's why a lot of men feel unfulfilled.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah, I think
Brandon, what do you think?
It's probably generally a good thing. Probably.
Are you
should.
married, Brendan?
I'm about to be. I'm engaged.
Oh, good. Congrats, sir. Good luck.
I didn't know
Thanks.
that.
Thanks,
Congrats,
guys.
Brandon.
Thanks.
I would say the same thing, even if someone happens to be gay. I would say I would hope that they would have the same fortune in finding a partner. I don't think that it's I think we're meant to partner off
with other bros.
So there's hope for you, Confluence.
I knew that was coming. Saw that
yeah.
shit a mile away.
Yeah,
But
very predictable.
I mean, when you say marriage, like, do I think that the arranged marriages in India are the child brides? Like,
oh, sorry, Rage. I didn't see you.
I don't think those are in the vein of what marriage was supposed to be.
No, they're not.
And I don't think staying in a marriage just for the sake of staying in a marriage is always the healthiest option either.
No, it's not.
Can we get a mic check on Rage?
Yeah, mic check, Rage.
Mic check 1 2.
You're not
It's
roboting.
better. It's better.
It sounds better.
Everybody say good evening to Timu
Finally.
Maryland. Hello, Timu Maryland.
Timu
Oh, come on. The double diss is crazy.
Hi, hello, and how are you?
That's like layers of dissing. Jesus.
What did you call her? T2 Maryland?
Timu.
Timu.
I don't know what that is.
Like I'm Timu Jesus.
Sidebar, they outlawed Chinese drones in America?
Yep.
Good.
Probably based, honestly. Probably
No,
based.
I'm talking like the DJI Mini, like just some of the little recreational drones. I've got one.
Yeah, because they can use it. They can
Right.
tap into that.
It's similar to the TikTok thing with China. I use it for part of my job, and I woke up to the news that we have to get a new drone. And
Well, be a good
Oh,
American.
DJI, that's a Chinese company?
At some point.
so that's the thing. I didn't even. I'm kind of bouncing. I'm not a tech guy. I just use it for work.
They can access it.
I was
Well, I
told
know
that-
them because of their microphones.
Can someone verify that it's a Chinese company? I'll feel really foolish if I'm wrong.
No, I
The
think you're right.
section's saying it is, but he's saying only new models are banned.
Right,
This is from
no,
section.
not retro, but like we use part of our vendors use it as part of a kit for the measuring services. So we spent thousands and thousands of dollars to put together these drone kits, and we had like a project manager putting these together, and now we wake up to find out that they are no longer permissible.
So their company is called Dayang Innovations, and Chinese technology company headquartered in Shenzhen.
And
Well,
we're-
they consider
we're
the world leader in
decoupling-
civilian drones and aerial imaging technology.
Yeah, we're decoupling from their shit where they can tap in and fucking put us like under observation.
Section is saying that that you can still use it, that all current models are permissible.
I can still use mine. I just can't. I'm gonna have to find alternative methods for new people.
Couldn't understand
For
what
new
you were saying.
drones.
I said I'm going to have to find new models for new clients because we can't. We just rolled this out this year.
Well, is that a problem? You don't have to personally pay for them, right?
Well, we put together the software package specifically for the DJI model, and I'm not really wanting to talk. I just figured I'd throw something out there that it's news.
Well, I think
Yeah.
you should get rid of it. They should get rid of. They should, and it really is TikTok. Who's the new ownership? Is it really? Have they stopped it where the Chinese can tap into it? I don't know. Probably not.
Confluence. Do you know Club Exile?
I don't think so.
It's a YouTube channel. I was chatting with them, and they were like, "Did I see you over at Confluence?"
Oh wait, no, I do know who that is. Yeah.
I think his name is Jeff.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, he said to say hello. What caused the rapid exit from the panel the other night?
Oh God, you know, it's not. I'm not going back into that. The live is still up if you want to see it. It's still up, but
the live is not up.
It is. It's yesterday. It's yesterday's.
Oh,
it's still up.
We're having a gay chess game.
Yeah, there was a gay chess
Inception.
game going on.
I was worried that it was my use of the G word.
No, I wonder. Everybody, I don't know.
Can you say Geno SIDE?
No.
You it's one of those that you try to avoid. It's not like a hard, like there's like things that you can't say or I'll have to like end the stream, and there's
What
things where it's like you can say them, but like if you say them too much, then it'll probably get
Wait a minute,
deboosted.
what did you say, dude? What did you say?
Like G side. Like what yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Stacy, holy shit.
Where you unalive a lot of people you don't like.
Yeah, of a specific ethnic group often.
G side.
H Man was like very.
Stacey's gonna figure it out, and he's just gonna say the word, and now all of our avoiding is not gonna. I'll put it in a private chat, Stacey. What the fuck? I'll put it in a private chat. Okay, it's in a private chat. Don't repeat it though if you don't have to. Again, it's not like a super. It's just but it's in a private chat. Stacey, click the private chat.
Armenian.
GENOCIDE.
Deletion. Mass deletion.
You can't say genocide.
Okay, see. So that's what I'm glad I called that we would go through all this rigmarole, and then Stacey's just gonna say it anyway.
That doesn't. You're not going after one class or people or some shit. That's just a term.
It is just a term, I know, but there's a lot of terms that if you say them a lot, then you can get like deboosted because they'll think you're saying some untoward stuff. Because YouTube use AI. No, it's not a It's not. It's a YouTube thing. They use like a transcription tool from AI. Okay. So like YouTube is knowing what we're saying right now, right? And you can see that on my last night's video. You can see a transcript. I didn't put that transcript up. No one put that transcript up. YouTube does know. That's why I can go to my last video from literally. I mean, that's true. I can go to literally yesterday's video, pull up a whole transcript. No one did that. That's just an AI generated transcript. But yeah, they know what we're talking about because they transcribe it using AI.
Right.
And so if you just say too many of these things, it can get it boosted or age restricted and all that stuff. So it's just, but it's not like a no word. It's like it can,
the real pretty.
Don't say too much, Rach, because
just don't say it too much is kind of the thing.
AI might
there's some words that you can't say at all, but there's certain things that it's just a quantity and a context based thing. Okay, so it's a little behind the scenes for you, Stacey.
Okay.
Stupid.
It is stupid, but we're on this platform, so it is what it is.
I think if any place should have the freedom of speech, it should be the internet, because no one forces you to look at the internet. I feel like in public, that's when you can kind of be like, okay, don't be cursing around kids and stuff like that.
But the internet is a series of private companies, right? Like, so YouTube is a private company owned by Google, owned by Alphabet, right? So we are not in like a public forum. We are on a private company's service right now, right? So that's the thing. So in theory, sure, it sounds great to say the internet should be right, but Rumble is a private company too. They just let you say a lot more, but each private company chooses what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say.
Something.
I mean, Meta's fighting that lawsuit. But the other one settled. Was YouTube one of the ones that settled that lawsuit?
Which one?
It says some chick that says that they made her retarded or something. They made her depressed or some. But
man.
But
shit.
But I think it was YouTube and another one that settled. TikTok. They settled, and Meta said, "Fuck you, we're going." And I think they're blowing her case up because they were like, "This bitch was fucked up before she ever got a hold of the internet." To kind of transcribe it, what they said.
Did you guys see
was it on AI?
I was just wondering, y'all know what's going on with platforms and shit. I thought y'all would know. Is YouTube? Did they settle, or are they fighting it? I don't.
About a random case of making a chick retarded? You have to be more specific about what case you're talking about.
There's like 20 cases of that right now. Brandon, what are you going to say?
That's like most of YouTube. That's most of the YouTube users.
Have you seen the hack to a girl?
It made her
that is the case of retardedness. Right there.
She has fallen off, man. She has fallen off. It's sad to see.
It's about time.
Did you find
retarded doesn't mean you can stay on top.
Did you find her to be unintelligent?
Yeah.
Talk to a girl? Yeah. I mean, and then she rug pulled her audience into a crypto scam on them. Which if you're buying like Hawk to a coin or whatever it is, I mean, like
you deserve it.
I was doing that.
On an unrelated note, you guys should definitely buy Conflu coin. Okay, it's going to the moon for real. For real, it is. It actually is going to the moon. Okay,
Brandon, what are you gonna say?
Yes, thank you, Emmett. I was just going to ask if you guys saw Andrew Wilson's debate with that Papa Gut guy.
Yes,
Papa Gut.
Yes.
Yes.
The fuck is that?
No, nobody else.
I saw it in my recommended, but I didn't.
I found that one more interesting than the Richard Cooper one. I would recommend watching that one after. It's It's a little more.
But Brandon, do you want to have a
diverse.
conversation about that?
K2 says, have a panel on Rumble and I could play the videos I send you and be more anti-Blue Jay. That's true. If I was on Rumble, I could play everything that K2 sends me. But on YouTube, I can play probably roughly 2% of what he sends me.
Brandon, should we have a conversation about that?
We can if you want, dude.
should we have a conversation? Oh, you didn't? Did you watch the debate?
I watched the first. I don't know if I finished it. I think I watched the first hour of it. I don't think I finished
that's why
it.
you're not. That's why you're not getting it. There's a point when they're having a conversation, and he's like, "Well, why should we do this?" And Papa God just keep on saying, "Well, we should have a conversation about that."
What was the comment?
And it's like we're having a conversation about it right now, and he kept like asking the question, and the answer was always, "Oh, we should have a conversation about that."
Oh yeah.
It was pretty stupid.
Yeah,
A lot of people say that shit all
it's frustrating because like I'm probably going to align politically more left. I'm not like a hardcore leftist or anything, but so it is frustrating watching people talk to Andrew and they don't know how to debate. They don't know any philosophy, so they just get steamrolled. It's frustrating, but I still enjoy watching it for some reason.
Of course, because
I was thinking about
it's-
reviewing it.
It's fun to kick the. It's fun to kick the ones down.
What's Andrew's
I mean,
Andrew's last name?
Wilson.
Wilson.
Andrew Wilson.
You're left leaning, Brandon.
Yeah, probably.
Boo!
Bro's a fucking vegan.
Are you a vegan?
I am.
Boo!
He's also a preferencist.
Why are you vegan?
That's true.
I'm not. I'm just curious. What's the motivation?
I mean, for ethical reasons.
You could never get the red badge that way.
Oh, God said it was all right. Don't worry. God ate steak too.
God ate steak.
The homosexuals and the dinosaurs.
Well, that strikes me as odd.
What, me being vegan?
And the left leaning thing, you just didn't really strike me as a self-hating, white, effeminate man.
Exactly.
Thank God I'm not.
Well, then you're not a very good liberal.
Place on me.
I don't think that's like a requirement to be a liberal.
I think that's the only requirement.
I think that is the
That's funny.
requirement.
Okay.
And shout out to Brandon for having my back the other night. You were the one who made a comment when we had the little lift off, and someone said, "What's your max?" I said this, and they were like, "No." Somebody tried saying that incline was easier than flat.
Oh no, that's insane. Incline is
It
much
was the
harder.
dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Could you tell I was losing my mind?
Yeah. That's why I tried it. That's why I ran to the chat to help you out because that's like hitting 315 for multiple times. That's going to bring your flat bench pretty close to 400. How many times did you hit that? Didn't you do like 3 sets of five or something?
I did 5 with no warm up on the live.
Yeah, see that's
with no spots. So I probably could have gone for 7, but I'm not going to die in the garage at 11:30 on a Confluence panel. I'm not going out that way, Brandon.
Good for the culture.
No, that's fair. That's fair. No, that's like 99.9% of people cannot do that. I don't think people understand how strong that is.
How much were you bench pressing? 315?
315 on the incline, no spot for 5. And you saw me go down to the chest and pause. If you saw it, Brandon, like that was.
You're an
I didn't
animal.
see the
You're a
lift.
fucking animal. Good for you. Wish I could.
Yeah, the YouTube streets are terrible, Brandon. If you're anything short of the strongest man in the world of physical perfection, you're trash.
Yeah, it's true. People don't understand how much weight most people can't do. Like doing 225 on a flat bench, that is actually pretty impressive for the average person.
225, I can hit for just shy of 30.
God, dude, get you in the NFL Combine.
I'm in my 40s, bro. I think it's a little too late for that.
A little too
Yeah, you're washed. Dude, don't take it the wrong way, but you're washed up as far as NFL.
Yeah, I'm well aware, Stacy.
I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want you getting fantasies and shit.
Yeah, I forget who the guy was. He's a home builder from California. Confluence, what's that guy's name? He's Navy guy.
Lawrence, his only only Navy guys and fags are named Lawrence.
Well, he said he was the strongest man on the panel. I said I beg to differ.
What did he do? Did he bench anything?
He did a 70-pound overhead dumbbell press, which is not a very impressive feat.
God damn, my sister could do that, and she's dead.
I'm just saying that the YouTube culture in general is like, even if you're far above average in any endeavor, it's like the human condition on YouTube is to just criticize and detract.
Like crabs in a fucking bucket, they pull each other down. That's all they do.
As the actual questions, dude. How many houses? How much of bench press? How many houses do you have? How many?
Those are the only two things that matter in life. Those are the only metrics.
Yes.
How many houses do you have, dude? 3?
Oh my god.
I've got a few.
Now
A few is not enough. You see, Boo. You get the bench press, but you don't have enough.
You're a fucking investor. You own. You're a landlord. You have houses that you lease or whatever.
I don't make any money on them, sadly enough.
Well, you got to get to. I have a friend that did this shit, man, and he swears that he had to get to 10 or 12. I can't remember for the break even, and after that, it was honey ho.
No, my passion project is to help guys getting out of prison. So I do like a very ethical transitional home model. Like nobody shares a room. I don't put bunk beds in there. I don't price gouge.
It's high risk.
The state doesn't back you up like Section 8 kind of shit.
No, they don't. If the ones that the state runs are typically run by very unethical people. They'll put 3 people to a bedroom. They're usually in like flop houses, like very like tenement style homes. I make my nuts. So one day if I sell them, I'll get the equity. Hope if the market continues to move the way it does. But I've got a real job. I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a landlord.
Okay.
Man, me and the K2, a rare agreement. Football is a sport for no skill. Hockey, where it's at. Okay, the one thing me and K2 agree on.
Shut up,
crazy
Hockey.
times.
That's not the answer.
Crazy.
That's because you're Canadian conference.
Right. That's exactly right.
When you were strong,
You gotta learn.
you're like,
Also, his name is Eddie. Whoever is asking the dude, his name is Eddie. And doing a 75 fucking shoulder press, I still think that's impressive. I can't fucking shoulder press 75 pound fucking dumbbells. No way.
Brandon, how many reps could you do right now with 75-pound overhead dumbbell presses?
75? Come on, Brandon. Whatever you say, I'm going to ask you to do it. So, couch your
That's a
answer
good question.
with knowledge.
What do I usually do? I could proof. I don't know. I could proof.
20? I
don't know about 20. I could probably get 10 to 15.
Do you got weights, Brandon? You got weights?
No.
Oh, of course you don't.
Next time I'm at
Convenient.
Planet Fitness. I'll do it.
Convenient.
listen to Constantine. Well, can you do 10
Planet
pounders?
Fitness, the gym of the
I think that's the heaviest their dumbbells go to.
Or 20 pounders? Can you do 20 pounders, one set of 5?
Yeah, I can do 20 pounds, one set of 5. I can do that.
All right.
Your Taiwanese landlord could do that, and they're a tiny people genetically.
75 and yeah, they're nuts. There's no way.
You couldn't do 175, could you?
No, absolutely not. Like a free weight? No.
I gotta go, guys. Have a good one.
All right.
What's up, man?
See ya.
Have a good night.
I don't really do dumbbell presses as much though, so I'm wondering if I could do that.
Do you do crushers, head crushers?
Dude, Planet Fitness sucks. I could do that, but no.
So Planet Fitnesses are all getting squat racks and dumbbells up to 100 now. They're revamping all their gyms.
Oh, thank God! I wish they had free weights.
K2 does lift a lot, actually. K2 lifts a lot. I've
They
seen
don't
it.
have free weight. They don't have free weights, do they?
No, it's all Smith machines, but in my apartment complex they have like a squat rack where I can actually bench without a Smith machine. So if I want to do something like that, I can.
You have one of those machines where you hang upside down. That shit works.
It's called an inversion table.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Voltaire.
yeah. I'm gonna go back to using one that fucking really work.
Decompresses the lower spine.
You bet it does.
So, Brandon, what do we have to do to get you on the right side of politics and the right side of flesh consumption? How do we?
You muted half of what you said.
The right side of flesh consumption. That sounds sus.
I think it'd be harder for the latter one. But I think with good, I think socially, same thing. It'll be hard to flip me politically. But like if you give me good economic arguments for right-leaning stuff, I'd probably accept it.
Hey, what is this?
I just don't know enough about that stuff.
Hit the
politics.
You asshats.
More so economics.
Not. Who's this jack off that sent us this message? Hit the thumbs up, you asshats.
This is Voltaire. He's telling you to like the video, Stacy.
Fuck him.
Specifically, only you can see that message, Stacy. No one else can. So that's a specific Stacy message that Voltaire is sending to you.
I don't like his tone. Only my mom.
I don't like your tone.
Keelan's got a crush. Keelan's mad crushing.
Keelan goated. Keelan knows, man.
Is Keelan a female?
No, Keelan's the guy with the hunter eyes.
No.
The hunter eyes.
What kind of eyes?
See, a looks maxer.
What'd you say, Constantine? How'd you describe
Smog, dude.
he does smog. The hunter eyes. I said, Stacy.
Hunter eyes. What the fuck is that?
Just fucking Google it. Or Keelan can join panel and show you, and you can stare into his hunter eyes, his fucking predatory eyes.
Is that the way you say it? It doesn't sound like that.
Brandon, you just seem a little bit too. You seem a little too intelligent and a little too anti-feminine to be left-leaning. It's really makes me uncomfortable.
He said he's like left-leaning economically, though, which that's valid. Like I'm center-right, but like you can switch me over with a bunch of like socialized policies in a lot of ways, you know. Not like
I think
Keelan style, but
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm like center left. I'm not like a tanky or a commie or something like that.
Well, that's nice.
So are you American or are you Canadian?
Oh, I'm American, dude. Fuck yeah.
And you voted for Kamala, I'm assuming?
Is this
100%?
Dude, what's on screen right now?
Fuck yeah.
That's fucking
95 incline dumbbell bench press. Is this impressive? I don't know.
I would say that's moderately impressive. He's probably in the top 5% of men.
Right.
Maybe even better than the top 5%.
Yeah, she couldn't even get most Democrats because they could smell that shit out.
I don't attack people's political beliefs. I'll attack the personal beliefs, but like politically, I think Kamala's a low integrity female. I think she's low IQ.
I don't even know if I disagree with that.
Valid.
Oh, that wasn't an attack on you. That was just my assessment.
No. I was just giving my 2 cents.
No, you always keep it above the belt. So it's I'll punch down when somebody punches, but I really think she's an awful. I don't need my politician to be my moral compass, and I think Donald Trump's a better leader and a shrewder businessman.
Fucking A.
That's crapping out on me. Take care, guys.
I feel like I disagree with that, but I don't think I'd be able to argue it.
Okay, can I ask one question? Just one. That menstrual cycle that was known as the Biden administration.
Good to see you, Joe.
High prices and inflation. I mean, did that make a difference in your world? I mean, it did in mine, but I'm just asking.
Did the what make a difference?
That the menstrual cycle of the Biden administration that she was part of,
Right.
and telling the world for 3.5 years that the border was closed, and then 25 million illegals come in. And
I hear that number a lot. Is it 25 million? Is that true?
According to Border Patrol, when you add up the gotaways, yeah. I mean,
I don't think it's technically
I'd
true.
need to see numbers on that because I've heard everything from 5 million to 30 million. So I'm like,
It's like a vibes-based number, though, if you think about
some
it.
people think it's 18 million with 3 million got away. Border Patrol says it's between 18 and 20 something. That's Border Patrol's numbers, not Biden's Border Patrol.
Not enough.
But anyway, that's a little. Just a few.
So, Brandon, you're very well read on different philosophical. I'm not. I've always yielded to you and Confluence in the gang, and I'm genuinely like from your standpoint, the first things, and I don't like to beat the trans issue to a pulp because I feel like that's everybody's hot button topic.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think about a party who basically deconstructed the idea of sex and gender in America across the military, sports, restrooms? Where does that fall, like in the philosophical development of people? Is that a net positive or is it a net negative? What's your personal take?
It probably depends on the domain that we're talking about. Maybe with something like the military or the police, we want to have these sort of strict sex differences, and I don't know. I haven't thought much about that. I don't know if it's a net positive or a net negative. My whole thing is with that whole issue is I think a lot of it is like it's just a big semantic dispute on people using words differently, and then.
Well, I'm talking more specifically of the women who are getting beat at sports by men. Like that, I'm an athlete, so that to me that's a personal. Like I kind of carry that one, and I respect female sports.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't really give a shit. I mean, if people want to separate it based on sex, that's fine. Do that. If they want to do it by gender, do that. If they want to do it differently and just do like a skill-based tier system, do that. I don't really give a shit. It seems like people want to keep it sex-based, so keep it sex-based. That's fine.
Well, here's the funny thing. There's no men's basketball league. There's no men's football league. They don't prohibit women from joining the National Football League, Major League Baseball, or I think there's actually a woman who played in Confluence. There's a female goalie. She played in a preseason game for the Lightning or something.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I don't know what team it was, but it's true. And I mean, even chess is the same. There's no male chess league. It's just open and
Well, no shit, it's
women. I think that's how like most things are.
So the women's sports, Brandon, were basically built so women would have
their own
the ability to compete at a high level in front of people. And I feel like that was ripped away from them.
No, that's fair if you think that, which in some cases there is a clear advantage, right? In other cases, maybe not so much, but if whoever runs the sports wants to keep it.
Well, real quick, it wasn't the people who ran the sports. The federal government came in and very similar to Title IX, they started setting this is where it wasn't the governing bodies organization. I would say it was government overreach. I would call it government overreach.
Federal.
I don't know if I would agree with the government getting involved with private organizations like that.
Oh, the NCAA was mandated to allow, even high schools. They were mandated to allow. And I'm not punching down at the low hanging fruit. Trans is an easy joke. I know that we kind of get there. So that's one. The second would be like the deconstruction of, call it the nuclear family, the fat acceptance. I just don't see a lot of philosophical or emotional growth from the left that's good for the development of people as a whole.
Thank you.
For that specific issue or just overall?
No, just as a, even if they're Christian adjacent, just basically spiritual principles such as, the fetus deletist thing, the nuclear family, the monogamy,
calling parents domestic terrorists for actually questioning what you're teaching their children. And
well, I'm not as militant as Stacy. I'm always willing to talk to people that I disagree with, but especially when someone's intelligent, I get curious as to how we could see something so differently.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we necessarily do on that issue, because I'm really just saying, like, I don't really give a shit, and you want it a specific way, and I don't see anything wrong with you wanting that, wanting it to keep it how it is, or how you think it should be.
He's apathetical. He doesn't care.
Well, that's okay. That's I don't mind. There's many tolerant. It's like, here's the thing, right?
I think he's saying he doesn't have a firm preference on it, less than he's apathetic to it.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'll say is most racists are probably conservative, but the vast majority of conservatives are not racists. Most green-haired women with septum piercings that hate men are liberals, but I don't think most liberals are that woman.
Sure. I would agree with that.
But we're all the moderate liberals.
We're talking to one right now.
I'm right here, bro.
Well, I know that you say you're moderate, but then you say, like, on the subject of men and women's sports, say college, high school, and you say
There's not a lot of moderate liberals that have the
Can you
opinion.
kick this fucking misogynist white male off the panel, please? I don't want to talk to Stacey anymore.
Well, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm just using your words.
It's hyperbole, Stacey. He's kidding. He's having fun. He's
okay. Well, I don't know the dude, man. For all I know, he might try to come up
Get to know him. What are you doing
Yeah,
here?
what do you know? What do you want to know about me? My birthday? Where I was born?
He wants to be your mom.
And do you mind telling us where in the country you are, Brandon? Do you share that info?
Yeah, I don't care.
are you at?
I did live near Fort Lauderdale. Now I'm on the other side of the state near Sarasota in Florida.
Oh, okay.
K2 wants me to read this. Lifting weights leads me down my anti-Blue Jay life. Okay. Are you happy, K2? Are you happy? You little shit.
You must read everything he says.
Yeah, apparently.
And I'm just now getting over being sick, so if I'm like breathing in the mic, please tell me. I can't really breathe.
You're breathing in the mic.
Okay, thanks, Stacey.
Keelan, this is part of Keelan. You got to join back. This is part of it. That's not the whole thing, right? Like women, we know this even with like IQ stuff that the average is the same, but there's more like dumbass men and then like super high IQ men, right?
I think a lot of the problem is we just like to nitpick. A lot of the stuff started like the separation of sports and stuff started back when women weren't thought of as much more than apron wearing cooks that live in your house after you marry them.
Well, when it comes to sports, they're not our equals. Like they cannot compete with men.
I know. I'm naked in bed. What are you doing naked in bed talking to us, man?
Bro's got those hunter eyes and he's naked in bed. Jeez.
Yeah, I gotta ask. Are you using one hand to type right now?
Jester gooning as we speak.
He's thinking about Judith. Judith.
He's gooning hardcore.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
At least think about Anna Kramling. Okay, that's my spirit animal. Okay, if Fukushima, you'll know who Anna Kramling is. Probably no one else does. But
do you think that? Does anyone here think polygamy is good for the country or fat acceptance?
No.
I don't think there's.
I don't know about. Oh, go
there's
ahead,
probably
Alex.
not a need for polygamy at this point in time. Like if we became really hard up on people, maybe that would be an event or a case where that would make sense. But
when I say polygamy, I'm talking more like hypersexuality, like the. Do you think that it's been a net positive for the U.S. with the third iteration of the sexual liberation where?
Oh no, I don't see how it would be.
I'm just on the surface level. These are the liberal viewpoints that push me away, Brandon. The Rashida Tlaibs, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs, the
yes.
What about because these are social issues? What about like political or economic issues like healthcare and trade? Do you still lean right with those things, or do you think you'd be open to like not like socialist stuff, but like left-leaning policies, maybe like a public option for healthcare?
We have a public option.
No shit. It's called
Do we?
Affordable Health.
We do. What's the public option?
Who do you
The
think
Affordable Health Care Act?
Affordable Care.
You mean
Not everybody qualifies for that.
Yeah, you have to qualify for it, and
So if you
I
don't,
think
then
it's
you go
been
to
gutted,
Medicare,
hasn't
don't
it?
you?
I
Has it been gutted at this point?
I don't know if it's been good, but I did hear that I don't know shit about this, but I did hear that less people are being covered, so they're receiving less funding or something.
Okay, you heard that, but what do you know for a fact?
I don't know shit, okay? So I don't talk about politics
You're a
much.
Democrat. You just confirmed you're a Democrat.
Fuck yeah. And we're going to win.
Does polygamy only mean marriage, or does polygamy also means like multiple partners? Am I using that word incorrectly?
I think you might be intending to say polyamory.
yeah, polygamy means marriage.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Polyamorous. That's right. I'm yes, thank you.
Yep, no
Let's Chief is reminding me of how dumb I am. So thank you for him for
Is that
bringing me
Mr.
back.
Rogers? Mr. Rogers, is that you?
What?
Is this Mr. Rogers?
There's Mr. Rogers.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forget that you don't know.
So
you
the-
can't use names. My bad.
You just mentioned the healthcare, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't I don't know of a country that has a public option that is on the cutting edge in creating as many medical advances as we are. I don't know if it can exist.
Oh, sure. No, that is
There's a
that is
trade-off,
true. I
of course.
mean, we do lead the world in medical innovation, don't we? But that's just like one example. I was just curious if you were open to like other.
Medical medicine costs. What about the cost of medicine?
Well, I don't think it's the cost of medicine, Stacey. I think it's out of 100 drugs, like 98 never go to market. So the R&D monies that.
No, I'm talking about the ones that people rely on. I'm talking about, like, you guys don't know anything about Trump RX. I do.
You got your Trump RX card, dude?
Don't even need a card. You just have to show the pharmacy coupon, and they fucking knock it off. I went from $4.99 to $3.25. That was good enough for me.
Trump RX. Wow, dude.
Yeah,
You went
Saving
from
the day.
$4.99 to $3.05.
Well, if you guys don't use any coupons, sometimes it's cheaper to use some of the coupons you can get than fucking insurance. You don't do that?
Yeah, but my insurance just usually covers it. So.
Okay, well, there's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff it doesn't cover.
No, if you have shit insurance, that's true.
Really? Because I have one of the best in the fucking country, and they still don't.
You
cover
obviously
Wegovy.
don't.
They still
You need
don't
to
cover
click- if you need
Wegovy.
coupons to
Really?
afford your fucking
According to the marketplace, it's
meds.
$1,000 a fucking month.
Yeah, I pay $25.
Yeah, I don't pay anything.
Oh wow.
So
What are
it's
you-
$1,000 for the premium, and they're paying tax credit. And I
But
didn't
you know
ask for
it's
it. They
not
just said
actually
you can have it.
$1,000, right?
It's $1,000. It's. I'll show you my card.
No. What I'm saying is it's not actually $1,000.
No, it's actually $1,000. It's actually $1,054 a month.
I realize that's how much they charge. I'm not talking about how much they charge.
That's how much they're charging the taxpayer to fucking subsidize it.
Yes,
Wait,
I
what are we
know.
talking about?
We're talking about the marketplace, and if you qualify, if you are that party that comes in at 15, they changed it. It used to be 14.50 or 15 and 15.25, no more than that. But or excuse me, that's the minimum, and you can't be more than about $5,000 above that. If you can hit that sweet spot, okay. But you've had some type of medical disability, like I had both my hips replaced. Then they say, "Fuck it, you're good." I said, "Okay."
Wait, aren't you? Were you in the military?
Yeah, 30 years ago.
So do you have? Is your healthcare through the VA?
No, fuck the VA. I qualify for the marketplace with all my.
Really quick, Stacey, people on emergency Medicaid typically get better care than people in the VA system, which is
Okay, that's my point. If they
Yeah,
don't
no,
end up
that's
on one
true.
of these plans, if they don't end up on a plan, then where do they end up?
dude. Are you going? Are you dressed up as Nelly tonight, Stacey?
No, I'm wearing my fucking hockey outfit.
He is Nelly.
Well, no, you got the Band-Aid on your eye, so.
Y'all got hit by a rock in the face.
Oh.
I could see that.
You have a grill in too?
I drive.
Let me see your grill.
I drive gravel every once in a while because it pays $400 a pop, and so they call if I'm available, then I'll go and do it. But if you're
Brandon, oddly enough,
it throws gravel and it's coming out real fast. You might get hit.
the biggest the left leaning people that I did support. I've been a big Tulsi fan for about 7-8 years. I appreciate RFK.
Base Tulsi fan.
I
like Tulsi.
RFK. Oh my god.
RFK, I'm not so, but
You
Tulsi.
make me
I
me
like
want to jump off a bridge hearing RFK.
Why?
He's a fucking moron.
He's lying. You've been convinced he's a fucking moron.
Utter moron. Yeah.
You thought Dr. Fauci was a good dude, didn't you? But you had the fucking sign in your front yard. Thank you, Dr. Fauci, for killing fucking all the homosexuals and the Beagles, and now America.
I mean, don't you want all the homeless people dead?
Yeah, no, bitch, we don't. Actually,
Oh.
Mr. Rogers, it's a
sure?
we want a nice neighborhood, and so should you.
Yeah,
It is in the
without
song,
you mean hold on, the neighborhood without the homeless people, right? Just checking.
Not in my backyard, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
When Newsom took over California 10 years ago, he said we're gonna fucking eliminate all the homeless people, it's only going up 40%. Now it's a big business in California. What's that about?
Well, they obviously didn't eliminate it. They like
No
homeless
shit.
people. They
And
don't
guess
kill
what?
them.
Why do the blue states think they can charge like California 14.5% state income tax in addition to the federal? And you move away. You say, "Fuck it, I want out. I want out," and you leave. And they send you a letter and say, "Hey, for the next 10 years, because we gave you all these services that were so great, like your house burning down and fucking not having any water, even though there's a fucking ocean right there. We had to let them all burn. But because you live in California, you get to pay 7.25
after you
tax
move out for the next 10 years.
After you've moved away from California. Now,
That sounds like complete bullshit to me.
Listen to me? Is anybody going to pay it? Fuck no. But are they?
Oh, so then
actually doing it? Yes.
I'm sorry. Are they asking you to, or are they telling you to?
No, they're telling people that have moved away because they've had such a mass exodus.
So then, if you go back there, are they going to arrest you?
It's called the exit tax, Alexander. They're trying to implement an exit tax for people leaving California.
And I'm trying to show you how ridiculous blue states.
So what do they do?
I just ChatGPT'd it. That doesn't seem true.
It is true.
It sounds like complete horseshit to me.
They're not going to have a lot of luck enforcing it. It's the fact that they fucking felt stupid enough that they could do it.
It depends on your tax residency status and where your income comes from. Once you are a non-resident for California tax purposes, California generally does not tax your income from outside California. You only pay California tax on income that's sourced to
That's
California.
good and fine, but they've already done it. So you can tell me about that doesn't work, and I agree with you. But the fact
somebody may have tried to do it.
But that was a little different than what you said.
No, it's not.
You were saying that they sent you a letter saying you had to
No,
pay
they
taxes.
didn't send me a letter.
For 10 years.
Dude, this is easy to pull up, guys. California.
I know, I just did.
Dude just told you it's called an exit tax. They are trying to implement it. Now, will people pay it? Probably not. Could they enforce it? I don't see how. But it's the fact that that's their mindset is you still owe us. And why are they doing that? Because they're having people vote with their feet and their money. And people are getting the fuck out of blue states. By 2030, they're projecting Texas and Florida alone will pick up 10 seats just from the mass exodus of blue states.
0.4% tax on net worth over $30 million.
So well, if the policies
hold on.
Then why are people fleeing your states?
You're talking about this 0.4% tax on people worth $30 million and more?
No, that's a wealth tax. This is for
that's what the exit tax is.
Well, then guess what? It has another name because you could be making
find it.
$200,000
There's nothing else I can see anything about it. So if you're saying it exists, you got to show me.
Again, you could make I think $250,000.
Brandon and I were actually politely arguing different viewpoints, and the panel has devolved into.
Oh, you can go back to arguing viewpoints. Okay.
Aggression. No, it's and just real quick, Alex, at you, it's to say that RFK is a moron is just objectively false.
And stupid.
No, he's a moron. Sorry.
Okay, why do you say that? What's your proof?
The fact that he's full of shit on everything he says.
Okay, but no.
Well, either he's a moron. Hold on. My apologies. Either he's a moron or he's a complete fucking devilistic bastard.
And I'm not trying to spin it, but a sincere question. Are you a fan of Dr. Anthony Fauci?
No. Why would I be?
Okay. No. I'm
sorry. I shouldn't be. I should.
Dr. Fauci.
He's a Fauci super fan.
Bring me vaccines.
What was the name of the last Secretary of Health? The trans military dude lady.
I have no fucking.
I have no clue.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
The trans Navy chick looked like a.
I do. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know her name.
And to double back, Brandon, you were asking like what viewpoints would I be open to? I think a lot of I don't argue with liberal principles or democratic principles in nature. It's the face and the movement of the party that I cannot support or I cannot get behind.
I think one thing you'll learn about me is I don't have like principles. That sounds bad, but I don't think it is. I think if you give me a policy and it just makes sense, I think I'll support it. I don't really care who it comes from, but
you don't think the reason you would support it comes from some sort of a principled belief system?
No, I think it would just depend on my values at that time.
Are you respectfully? Do you happen to? Are you neurodivergent by any chance?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh,
you've asked me that before.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
That's the second time you've asked me that.
That is a kind way of saying respectfully. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Right.
no, just like spectrum or spectrum adjacent. You're very
Spectrum coded.
He's very rational, logical, straightforward.
You see where I'm coming from, right? I like
emotions. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
Okay. Here's my one question, Brian. What made you decide to vote for Kamala Harris? What was it? The hot button, the one thing that you said, yeah, I'm
You
gonna
say
vote.
Brian or Brandon?
Who's Brian?
No, you can call me Brian. It's funny because when I'm selling people on the phone, that I'll say my name's Brandon, they'll be like, "Okay, Brian." I'm just like, "Okay, yeah, my name's Brian" for the rest of the call, I guess. So I actually get that a lot.
You work in phone sales?
Yeah, I have for a while.
Stacey a lot, Brandon. That's what I think's happening.
Now I know why your soul has been ripped from your body, sir. I'll pray for you.
True.
That's part of it. That's part of it.
That is
for
actually
sure.
it.
What was your question though? I already forget it.
No, you're Alexander.
No, I think it was you.
No, you were asking me would I be open to would it be political or
a question.
Yeah, I was asking a question. Brandon, Brian, Bobo, whatever.
Bobo,
the liberal
yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
You voted for Kamala Harris. You said my only question was, I'm not giving you a hard time. What was the hot button that you go? I'm voting for her and not Trump.
I mean, I didn't really hear any policies when he was running. And he's also a traitor from what I've seen. He like unironically tried to steal the election, from my understanding. That was probably the main sticking point. And I just looked at least, I don't remember them now, but I looked at some of Kamala's policies and I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Like tax on tips and Social Security and overtime, because she came up with that. I don't know, about 3 months after Trump did, and a lot of people said they thought that was great, and that's why they voted for him.
No, I don't think that played a role for me. I don't really give a shit about tax on tips. If I'm
Can you you live in Florida, Brandon? Would you say that the right leaning zeitgeist of Florida has been better for the state or worse for the state?
I don't know. Nobody can buy a house down here. I was looking at, I don't remember what website I was on, but I was comparing the different states with how many houses are for sale. Florida had like 3 to 4 times as many. Nobody can sell their fucking houses because they don't want to bring down their prices, because there's been so many people that have moved to Florida since COVID, and now everybody's trying to sell their houses, but the market's way up, but nobody wants to pay those prices. And I'm looking to buy a house here soon, so that sucks for me.
I think that's compounded by like 2 or 3 things. A, mortgage rates being between 6 and 7.
Thank you.
You know, a $600,000 price point is going to be. Oh God, I hate you, Brandon. I hate you so much.
6-7. True.
Yeah, that was well played.
That is obscenely stupid.
And anytime you see a business that has a synthetic growth, which COVID was a synthetic growth for Florida, you know, Ron DeSantis is just like, we're not playing COVID. So when you have that mass exodus to the state, I think now that everything's subsided, some people are going back where they're from. And then the third is, are you familiar with the insurance liabilities and difficulties in Florida?
No.
Because of hurricane, tropical storm, it's nearly impossible to get a lot of houses near the coastlines aren't even able to get homeowners policies.
My son got.
I wouldn't doubt that. I would not doubt that.
$1,000 house. He's 15 minutes from Mar-a-Lago, and he's 5 minutes or 7 minutes from the fucking water, and he had to go through a state entity there because you're right, it's hard to get insurance, but you have to have it for the homeowners association, and I think he pays like something like between $400 and $500 a month.
And Florida's kind of like a weird state because it kind of just runs itself. I don't know if it would be much different if there was a Democrat governor. Because it's a very unique state. People travel here, they vacation here. You have
Well, hold on,
snowbirds.
real quick. If we're gonna be like, let's paint the full picture. Why do so many retirees move to Florida?
It's warm. That's one reason.
Keep going.
State income tax.
Oh, I know there's no state income tax.
Right,
I don't
so
think that's why
all the-
snowbirds are moving to Florida, though.
It's a massive reason why people are moving to Florida. People with a pension, if you have a husband and wife and it's a nurse's pension and a New York City Police Department pension, you know that 7.5% can really affect their quality of life.
Yep.
It is a mover.
And the difference, the reason there's not going to be a Democrat, if the Democrat was in, right now, the state of Florida is on the verge of coming up with no property tax because they realize that the cost of housing has got out of control. But Trump's helping that too. He's actually going to the investors, the cash guys that have gone in and bought whole subdivisions, and now you have to buy it from them, or they want to lease it, and he's eliminating those guys.
Okay, brief intermission, because Keelan reminded me. I forgot to plug it earlier, so Confluence is full screen. Tomorrow is the Religion Chaos panel. That's my best night of the week. We go clockwise, we go snake-wise. Okay, so everyone on panel and in chat and just watching and lurking and stuff, be there, okay? Be there, okay? Continue on with your Florida.
Florida's got another problem, Brandon, that when it was a predominantly snowbird, tourist, and senior citizen state, there wasn't need for much infrastructure, specifically schools and hospitals. Florida has gotten, not only has it grown, it's gotten incredibly younger. Like the population hasn't just changed, the demographic has changed in Florida. So we're seeing a state change its identity 2 or 3 times in the last decade. And obviously there's going to be growing pains. I don't think in our lifetime we've ever seen a state go through that many paradigm shifts as we have Florida in the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying it's like a unique state. I'm not sure if a Democrat or a Republican being a governor is really going to make a huge difference with all of that.
If they made a push
Obviously,
for a state
there's gonna
income
be some
tax,
difference, but
if they made a push for a state income tax, it would. And right now, I think, does Tennessee have a state income tax? Can someone verify?
Nope,
they don't. Right?
They don't.
That's the new. That is one of the new beacons for like seniors and retired people. So
look at Joe Rogan moved to Texas.
Wait, what income do they have?
What income does who have?
Retired people.
Oh, normally a pension.
Yeah.
Oh, that's counted as income. That's right. Stupid. Wow, our government's fucking dumb.
What,
Right.
You just want to throw Granny off the fucking cliff with the homeless that you were saying, Mr. Rogers?
And the nice part is, Brandon, Florida has a lot of those 55 and up communities where they're not allowed to have children, so they get to not pay. I think they're called impact fees. They're basically one-time tax assessments and then school tax. So if you're not putting a burden on that, so retirees are coming down there, buying their cash in hand. They usually come with private insurance, and they're coming down with disposable money. Florida is a pretty cool financial ecosystem. Like you said, it's a very unique state.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Okay, Confluence has to go to bed and watch Stranger Things. Well, not in that order. Watch Stranger Things and then go to bed. So, final thoughts from everyone. No, final thoughts.
Clockwise, snakewise?
Clockwise, snakewise, motherfuckers. Starting with you, Stacy.
I would say that watch for Florida and Texas to take the next step and eliminate property tax, and that will seal the deal as far as mass exodus from blue states to red states. And it really does matter. So vote GOP at the midterm and keep the insanity out of our streets.
Based, red pilled.
Forget everything I said about giving like good arguments for policies and that I can change my mind. I actually don't give a shit about any of that. I am voting. I'm clavicular pilled. Okay, I'm voting for Gavin Newsom. He mogs. Okay, he mogs the shit out of JD Vance, and he's going to win just because of that.
Vicar is in jail right now, okay, Brandon? So, good luck with that.
So do you mog me or do I mog you, Brandon? Who mogs who in our dynamic?
That's a good question. Strength-wise, you mog me. I mean, it would just depend on... We need to do like one of those face symmetry things, and we'll see who has the more ideal face.
The better physiognomy,
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Brandon holds frame like no one else, though. That's what Brandon has going for him, you know.
Yeah. Okay, you're a mogger. I'll give you
That's
that.
a picture of the dude. He looks like he could rip your head off and shit down your neck, and that's impressive.
That's untoward.
The mustache is ridiculous. I can't wait to let this thing go. I look like a fire chief that's working on his third divorce right now, battling alcoholism.
That is
That's
actually
shockingly
accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That was
because you're conservative, you make it work.
My closing thoughts are specifically to Brandon tonight. That was a good example of how decorum can exist between people with opposing viewpoints. Specifically, if it's met with an open mind and in good faith, rather than just trying to stand on your opinion and convince the other person. I think that's where like genuine learning can take place. So in a rare moment of sincerity and emotional maturity, Brandon and I, from different sides of the aisle, were able to chat, even though I think being a vegan is ultra gay and he needs to hair max because what did I say? You look like Zangief, got a liberal arts degree.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and Alexander's so dumb he didn't even know that pensions counted towards income. So he's
I've never
banned
been
for a
in a
week.
pension, have you?
That was kind of a crazy moment, Alex. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, what? I've never been on a pension. What do you want me to say?
That's fair.
And
I
want
don't
to go
actually
ahead
know of anyone on a pension,
I'm
and
gonna
I
go
don't
ahead
live
and
in
pat myself
I
on
don't live
the
in a
back
state
for
income
helping.
tax.
You don't know any old people in your life at all?
They're all dead.
All of them?
Yeah.
All my friends are dead. All my friends are dead.
Anyway, I'm going to pat myself on the back for helping build bridges this evening. So thank you.
Good job.
Fuck you, Stacy. Fuck you.
I knew it, Blake.
And wait, before we go to Alex, before we go, Stacy, briefly, 30 seconds. Explain the rock. Did someone throw a rock at you? Did someone beat with a rock? I need to hear more. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to sleep.
You go.
I think Stacy's been hitting the rock since 1998.
Yeah, there you go. I went to the rock pit to pick up some rock in the truck. It was a load of like gravel. And when you're down there, you have to wait sometimes. And so I was waiting, and I was out of the truck, and a youngster that was probably, I don't know, 40 yards in front of us. He thought he was getting stuck, which he wasn't. And he just accelerated, and it threw all these rocks. And so I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and got hit in the face with a rock. It looks like this.
You know what they say about people who live in glass houses, right?
Oh, yeah, you were hit.
You get hit. Well, you can say that, but dude, don't get fucking philosophical with me, dude.
It was.
Okay, final thoughts from Alex.
Well, you can follow me and Brandon on the Mog Vlog. Find us on Instagram and Twitter, Google Plus.
You guys really should. That'd be awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna target this at RFK because you were asking me why I thought he was a piece of shit. So during
I don't appreciate you trying to character assassinate me. The last word on the panel if I can't defend myself.
The dude has met RFK, by the way. Okay, in real life.
Cool.
RFK.
Anyways, while he was being confirmed, he was talking about how he was absolutely not anti-vaccine, and he thought there were plenty of safe vaccines. And then he was confirmed, and he absolutely did not uphold that by any measure. Oh, you were there with him. Cool. And then while he's been basically attacking vaccines on every level he can find, he's still been working with companies that sue vaccine manufacturers and gets paid for referrals to them. And apparently also is able to make some money from closing certain vaccine.
How do you make money from closing down a vaccine?
Anyways, I don't know what I was trying to say there at the end.
Are you a liberal, Alex? Just curiosity.
Yeah, I've always wondered.
I'm not really sure how to classify myself. I wouldn't call myself a liberal, but I'm not a conservative by any measure. I fall into both camps quite a bit.
Who did you vote for in the last election? Or if you didn't vote, who would you have voted for?
If I had voted for president, which I didn't, I might have swung towards Kamala.
What's the vow? What's the vow?
An absolute W.
terrible times. What a
W. Alex.
horrible-
So
what a
hold on.
final thought. I'm gonna
Communist
go
confirmed.
Hold on now.
myself
Hold
in
on. You
Minecraft.
can't end me on this, okay? I really don't. The whole like he's a businessman thing. I don't see that as anything that has anything to do with being the president of the United States. I don't think presidents should be businessmen. The United States is not a corporation. It's not a company. It is not intended to make money. Just let me finish.
Let him finish, Confluence. Let him finish.
Hold on. What's the worst you think she would have done?
Oh my god,
Blow the
probably,
fucking world
probably
up.
trans us all if you think about it.
I thought about it, and
So
I don't
true.
see that at all
God.
even come close to that.
Most intelligent Confluence take.
Abort all the babies.
The
birth
only,
rate of
the
zero.
only hold on. The only thing hold on. She was vice president, and Biden was president when Roe v. Wade was basically eliminated. What did they do to fix that?
Yeah, thanks to SCOTUS, base SCOTUS.
What did they do to change it?
Yeah, what are they
Nothing.
gonna pack the courts?
They did nothing to change it.
Yeah, because they're effete. Because they're effete, Alex.
Because what
You
flies
mean
in
because they
Massachusetts
chose not to
don't fly in
escalate things? Yeah, clearly. Anyways, I really don't see the point of putting a businessman in charge because businessmen have a very certain kind of mentality that does not lend well towards like political warfare with other countries.
Yeah, like
and finding
NAFTA-
ways to
NAFTA
get
really
what
worked-
we
NAFTA
want
really worked out, didn't
while
it?
not forcing other people to lose and screwing them over so they sit there and hold a grudge against us for the rest of their fucking lives.
May I ask one more question, Confluence, before you shut it down, respectfully?
And Trump doesn't mog.
Respectfully.
So my thing, Alex, is, and I don't know how effective the tariffs were in essence,
They are.
but American, say again?
They've been very effective. There's 325 factories broken
Well,
ground. Less than 25.
We're not trying to prove our side, Stacy. We're here having dialogue with intelligent people that we may or may not agree with.
Tariffs. That's because of tariffs.
Well, what I was going to say, Alex, is if Kamala came in, we were literally the American manufacturing industry. It has been on life support.
Oh yeah, I agree.
So the one big thing that I do like is that India and countries that don't have OSHA, they don't have employment regulations or standards specifically for child employment and labor.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Sucks to
basically they can run slave labor or whatever the hell they want.
So that's my big thing. Whenever I see a left leaning person wearing a pair of Nikes or shopping at Walmart.
So I guess let me say one more thing about it. I personally think that if there was ever a time where we needed somebody like Trump to run the government, it would have been now. I don't know if it's all going to end up being worth it in the end, but I do know that the country did need to make a drastic change away from whatever the fuck course we were going down. And I don't think the regular political groups could have done that. I don't, like I said, I don't know.
Are you about to quote The Dark Knight and say that he wasn't the hero we deserved, but he was the hero we needed?
Yes.
No, I actually was not going to do that, but
He said that Trump was Batman.
yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know if I call him a hero. More like he was the Dr. Jekyll to Dr.
He was the logical manifestation to an overcorrection. When the trans ideology, the fat acceptance,
no, forget even that. Just, like you were talking about the manufacturing sector, right? We do need to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. and the companies have taken advantage of all the loopholes they can figure out to get as cheap labor as they can and send all this shit offshore. And they've been doing that for decades now.
And half of those people are conservatives. Half of those people are rhinos. They're conservatives, and
neither of the parties have done a goddamn thing to stop it.
That's right.
Not by any measure.
That's why Mega took over the Republicans.
So,
unfortunately,
there's definitely changes that
we
need
got
to be
rid of
made.
the club fucking rhinos. Like,
well, Brandon, what do you think about that? Do you think that we needed to do something about this?
About the manufacturing stuff, I'm not sure. That's a big empirical question I would need to look into. I have no clue.
Well, I mean, that we've offshored almost all of our manufacturing.
Do you know what percentage of here's one fun fact, Brandon, and Alex will probably back me up on this. And Confluence fact check me here. I want to say like 96.5% of goods inside of Walmart are imported.
Based.
Yeah, that's
cheap. That's nice and cheap, so I can go there and spend less money.
Well, you could spend less money at a place that offers their employees 31 and a half hours, so they have to be government side. And I'm not attacking your opinion. It's just the there was actually a great
I have a strong opinion. It's okay.
Walmart is a piece of
I'm
shit
kind of
company.
memeing.
There was a great documentary called "The High Cost of Low Prices," and it showed the effect on what a Walmart does to a town.
Yep.
I have not shopped at a Walmart in well over a decade. I just won't.
I've actually seen it happen to a small town. Not when I lived in, but I knew some people from there, and yeah, Walmart will absolutely decimate your town.
See, I'm a capitalist. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it probably sucks, but
Hold on. Do you think there should be any limits to capitalism?
of course,
No.
obviously.
So, if a company is doing something that the short term seems good, but in the long term causes ruin, you don't think that we
Then you
should
bring it
mitigate that
from.
somehow?
What do you think the
Yeah,
tariffs are doing, dude?
Yeah, we should, but it just depends on what we're talking about, right? Like,
Do you guys have Walmart in Canada, Confluence?
Yes, of course we have Walmart. In
Yeah, they have everything. Walmart is fucking everywhere, dude.
Walmart. Do you know what city Walmart's not in? Fun fact: Portland,
What?
Oregon, because they had to spend so much money on loss prevention because they're all fucking thieves in Portland that they closed all the Walmarts down in Portland. There's not a single one, unless they've opened one in the past year. But they closed them all down. The only big city in fucking Canada and U.S. that doesn't have a Walmart.
There's your Walmart solution right there. There you go.
Just steal everything.
Steal everything.
That's actually based. That's actually
That's the
based.
city ordinance where all drugs are legal for 3 years.
Confluence. Have you ever heard of the Florida-based supermarket called Publix?
I've heard of it.
They're incredibly famous.
Great.
So, Brandon, am I right? Are they an ESOP?
Publix, yeah, they are. That's right.
They're
My
an
brother
ESOP,
actually works for them. Yeah.
Employee stock option. So,
Hey, dude, do you really not buy anything on Amazon or Walmart?
No, they treat their employees really well. Yeah.
I buy everything on Amazon and from Walmart. Okay, I don't give
Publix
a fuck.
is based as fuck.
yeah, I think anybody that says that they have moral fiber or integrity, if they shop at Walmart, they're a little bit off the mark.
No, that's equivalent of Brandon saying that that you don't have moral integrity if you eat meat. It's like it's one of the that could be your. There's so many.
He believes that.
Is he wrong?
Dude, you say that,
but there's a million virtue issues that you could care about, and one of them could be Walmart, and one of them could be eating animals, and the other could be if you don't donate to charity, and but we all have our special little things that we care about, right?
Hold on, I'll agree with you, but then the question is, why do you have to defend it?
Defend what?
Because I like my low prices.
Exactly. Affordability.
And
it's
even if
affordability.
Tell me, do you think the prices are low because? Why do you think the prices are as bad as they are?
Because Democrats got in there and printed too much money and caused inflation.
Oh my fucking
Yeah, what Stacey said. The
right.
Biden economics and all that stuff.
Biden.
You know why inflation just went down? Can I tell you that just real quick? Inflation just went down 2.7 to 2.4. Why? They said it couldn't happen. You know why it went down? Because 335,000 federal jobs went out the door. That's fucking artificial. And private sector picked up 180,000. Those are real jobs.
Inflation went down because a bunch of people got fired, and now we have a bunch of people who can't afford to buy shit.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're right. That would bring inflation down.
It might not mean anything to you, but the GDP is being projected by the fucking Democrat majority Fed is saying it's going to hit 5.5 by the third sector. That might not mean anything to you, but that means a fucking economy that's humming and a lot of money and a lot of goods and services are exchanging.
That's great.
Okay, Confluence has to again go.
Who's making that money, Stacey?
Leave us up here, Confluence. Just leave the panel. Leave the panel open.
Leave us up.
I probably can actually. I probably can, but I will do my outro. And K2 says I never buy anything at Walmart and Amazon, which is crazy.
Let us stay up. Let us stay up
That's
until
the
we're
most
done.
un-American thing I've
He's
ever
going
heard.
to. He's just doing his outro.
Yeah, I'm just doing my outro. And so good to see you, everyone in panel, and good to see you in chat. K2, who am I missing? Anson, who's mocking me constantly, or at least attempting to.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Alan, Sally, if they're still here.
Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Dahmer, Osama bin Laden.
Yes, all those people. And yes, tomorrow is the Religion Chaos panel. It's the best night of the week, and it's only on the Confluence YouTube channel. We go clockwise, we go snake-wise. Okay, God bless everybody, and I'll put you back in normal mode, and maybe you guys can stay on. I'm not really sure what happens when I end the stream.
No, if you end the stream, leave. Just let the stream run.
No, the stream's ending, but you guys can keep
Why?
talking, I think.
Why? Just leave it open.
No, I don't leave the stream because then I can't. I have to monitor. What if you guys start saying something?
Dude, we're not doing
deranged shit?